Excuse me, I coughed into the microphone. Hello and welcome back to the Metroball Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. A Metroball Grid stream at a reasonable hour for you. How's it going, Josephine? How's it going, Jellyhead? Welcome today. Excuse me. It's not a normal Netrunner stream, is it? No, it's not. Firstly, I'm not going to have a voice by the end of today. And secondly, we have 5 rounds of the first 2019 Core Experience online tournament. Welcome to Nisei.net online gaming. We have 5 rounds of Swiss today. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't get to watch yesterday's just yet, but I think there is about 130 people signed up. So that's a lot of people. That's 5 rounds each day. We're only going to start in about 8 minutes, so not too much preamble to get to. If you don't know, this is only a single core system core 2019, which is a list of cards. It's not very small. I think it's 113 cards, and on the basis that it is single core, that means that you can only have as many copies as is designated by this PDF document, which is still a very interesting and very diverse meta. I'd be interested in those in chat. How's it going, everyone? If you saw yesterday, maybe we can talk a bit about how it went. I haven't had the pleasure of watching it. It was streamed last day. Day 1 was streamed yesterday on Trace 5. Mind you, the finals will be on next Sunday, this upcoming Sunday, on Code Marvelous. A lot of we have the standings, and you see a lot of names you know, a lot of names you don't know. I think both are equally excited. I think you see our boys Bags up there in the top. We play against Jack Wayland a fair bit on Thursday nights on ninjategi.net, but we're looking at 5 rounds, so 24 points. It's actually pretty good. That means they went 8-2 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, that seems about right. Peter, how's it going? I played yesterday. You're lucky to lose your voice. We lost our sanity. I have so many hours of play. That's actually a big thing that comes with long tournaments. Now, this tournament is a bit different considering most people are probably playing it from the comfort of their own homes, from their own rigs. But regardless, having to stay focused for that long on a game that is so, well, not mechanically, no, mechanically complex is the right words. You know, sometimes things happen. And I'm really excited to see how things go. Hopefully, we also will hold ourselves together until the 5th round. David, how's it going? I'm watching. I was inspired by you and to enter. Fuck yeah! Are you playing today, David, or you played yesterday? Also, Date, how's the faction show for this tournament? That I don't know. I received this information just a minute ago from the NiseNet people. I have no doubt that they'll be able to throw something up into Slack if we find it. Hopefully we'll get that maybe a bit later on, but I do want to see what it is. If you ask me, I think my favorites right now are Jinteki and Criminal. I think that's who I would play if I was playing in this tournament, but I might actually be entirely wrong. A lot of that also hinges on the way I play, and I'm generally pretty good at playing the Criminal. David says I played today. Best of luck. Have fun, David. What name are you playing under? If we want to follow you today. I'm gonna be told which table we are gonna be watching. It's generally gonna be top table, but in the case that top table finishes early, I believe we have 65 minutes rounds. We're going to be jumping up to whatever table is open since that part. After that part, chat interaction is going to be a bit different from normally. Normally, if you're part of this stream, I'm always in the chat. We're going to try. I don't think it's going to be that good mid-game. We're also going to have the pleasure of having co-commentators join in. And from then, between rounds, we're going to be hitting up the chat. Apologies for that, but it's kind of hard while commentating a tournament to also be into chat. We'll see how it goes. David says Hoffcorp. See my little tiny icon. Perfect. Okay, that should be easy to spot. Mind you, this was day 1A, so yesterday we had 73 players. So that means there's about 150. Actually, it doesn't necessarily mean it because I guess some players can choose to play on day 2 and not day 1, or vice versa. We're about to start just in 5 minutes, and again, we're looking at a single copy of the system core. We made a video during the live stream last week to talk about this, about some of the strong cards. And I think every faction on the corp side does have a cool bag of tricks. They have cool ways to definitely close out games. I definitely still would be interested to see maybe even the top players, but overall what factions are doing well. Today's Cobra is 714. Hey, thank you, Rob. All right, so apparently we can do this. I'm gonna keep this one open. Did that work? Yeah. All right, so this is what we're looking at today. Rob's playing today. We just threw in that. Ian, looks like Ian is playing. Movable Hoffcorp. There you are, already at number 9, a pretty good standing going into the top. And we have 48 players today, so it's a bit smaller than yesterday. A lot of these names, actually, I am pretty familiar with. Ned Jogging, Dumbbrick, we play a fair bit along. Big Unit, that's our boy Sean. And Cody's playing today. DeQuow Pop, never knew how to say that. There's a lot of players today that we're going to be seeing. Always excited. Day 2 is for real. Jeremy, how's it going? I'm really excited for this tournament. And mind you, we do have enough players to go through the whole distance. 5 rounds. I'm assuming we're going to be done around 8 to 9 o'clock. So I don't even know if there's a break. Yesterday wound up at 44 after drops. Okay, so that maybe explains why there's probably a lot of numbers that are close to the bottom here. A lot of players might have dropped out. Yeah, oh yeah, these are all dropouts. Okay, that's unfortunate. I do recommend, for what it's worth, maybe you're watching it, if your first round doesn't go well, even your second round doesn't go well, don't drop out. As the day goes on, your pairings, you get paired against someone with the same not strength of schedule, with the same standing as you, so you'll be playing other opponents who are 0 and 4. So if you're worried about being blown out the first 2 rounds and think you'll be blown out for the rest of the tournament, you're actually the furthest from wrong at that point, so, or the furthest from correct. It's 157. Let me just jump in. I got a Discord open with the Nisei people to see what organization is and what we're going to jump into. And from there, we're going to get on. I think we're going to have Rotage on the mic for the first 2 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. On the plus side, you don't have to put up with me as co-commentator. Ah, Ian, you're great. I enjoyed commentating with you last tournament. That Jogging made the top cut in the tournament. Yeah, Jogging did. We did watch a bunch of Jogging. I think Jogging was playing 24/7. Boom. In last tournament. No break yesterday. Okay, I doubt there's a break today. For fun, I drop out, I play less number, and then I really lose. Hey, David, that's the strat. You see? I agree with you. So Ender is saying in Twitch chat, there's about 8 minutes left for registration for those wondering. So it looks like you can still jump in, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to be starting pretty soon. I wouldn't be surprised if we start a bit after that, 2 o'clock Eastern. Top 9, so I'll savor it. And there is prize support for this tournament, mind you. There's like G&K kits. There's also raffles, so like even if you just don't do well, I think you could just kind of win something, which is cool. I love raffles at tournaments. Let me just jump into the Discord to see what's going on. Yeah, let's see if Rotage can hear me. Yo, Rotage, what up? Do you hear me? Oh, buddy, good. Let me just balance you. Can you You try that again? How are you? I'm doing okay. How are you?
Yesterday.
Oh, there we go. I think you're in. No, I didn't watch any of the games yesterday. I did not have the time. I'm excited to go back. Did you end up watching a lot of them?
I think apart from one round, I think I watched all of it. Good.
Okay. What did it look
Lots of
like?
different decks.
What was the?
Uh,
I want to know about the faction distribution. Was it weighted heavily one side, or were we going pretty even?
I think RP was probably the strongest.
Okay.
Um, there was a splattering of obviously some Blue Sun decks, a couple of Spark, and the other NBN ID, which name I've forgotten about. The one with the two credits of
Making
traces,
news. That should be making
and
news. Yeah.
a little bit of HB. It looked like HB was the weakest.
Okay.
I think it's pretty quite hard to use either ability because there aren't that many biroids, and they both rely upon biroids to work properly.
Yeah.
Um,
there is like I think there's only like 4 biroids in the course in the system core. I think it's
okay,
like what?
so therefore it's just
Yeah, it's hard to get that much value. Victor, Eli, Ichi, and then one Heimdall.
so I think that's that from the runner side. Um, Obviously, I'm not actually gone and looked at the numbers. I don't think we have the numbers, but from what I saw, obviously there's quite a bit of Raina. Lily was very popular and quite strong, probably the strongest.
Oh no way! I was on Team Gabe the whole time. I thought I was definitely more excited for Gabe than Leela.
Certainly a few games as well. Some Kelsey. I think Shaper's potential. Some It's a bit of just not just dispute discussion about is Shaper the weakest, but it does feel like Runner to me personally seems a lot closer.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas to me, Corbett, it's quite clear that HB is the weakest. But we'll see
Interesting.
how it goes today. It could be completely different today.
Yeah, that's day 2. We'll see how that's going. Can you actually just take a second to introduce yourself, Rotaj, to those in chat who might not know who you are?
So yes, so I'm Rotage or David. I'm from the UK. Been playing that run since about Spin Cycle, actively since about 2015.
Hey. Some of your deck archetypes are pretty well known across the Netrunner DB and across the just like the global Netrunner meta. What did you put your name on?
So the deck I'm probably most well known for is the Diaper deck.
Mm-hmm.
For those who are not aware of that, that was a Shaper deck where you would amass a lot of clicks with Hyperdriver clicks to use full Seco with DDoS to bounce all the ice of R&D, and then use Keyhole just to run R&D about 15 times in a turn and just win the
It's
game in one go.
Yeah, what we call it the OTK, the one turn kill deck. You got Dean in Twitch chat yelling boo at you, so you've made some enemies, I suppose. The years don't heal those wounds, do they?
Yeah, yeah, I've made quite a few enemies, but it's been worth it totally.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, welcome. For those asking, Patrick, how's it going in chat? What's the commentating situation? So we have a couple people rotating in. This was largely organized by Nisei. I think with David, we have you for maybe 2 rounds. After that, I'm not entirely sure because I think got shuffled. I think Spags might be showing up at some point. Well, we'll see how it goes.
I think there was a discussion yesterday. I think about getting Spags on. I think I'm doing the first 2 rounds. Beyond that, I don't know. We'll see how it pans out.
Perfect. So it's 2:02. So technically we are into tournament times. Do you know how we're organized as of last week or sorry, just yesterday? Is there just like one room called spectator room, or how do we know what to jump into?
Based on yesterday, it was just left up to us to decide. There was no.
Oh, really?
So yeah, it's just whatever you like the look of. Go into check here, have a look, pick a
Perfect.
game you like the look of, and we jump into it.
Excellent. So, hey, we're gonna have some fun here. We might target it a fair bit. Maybe we'll follow some known names. Maybe we'll jump into some names we don't know and see what we can see.
I think the other thing we did yesterday, if a game finished early, then we just find it. We just keep finding games until the round was up.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. There's no
For
break. You
players,
can confirm no break.
there was no break yesterday that I know of. Obviously, there was a bit of admin time between rounds.
Okay.
So you've obviously got 5-10 minutes. So obviously, there's that time if you need to pause a stream or something, then that can happen. No,
Perfect.
like half-hour lunch break or dinner break or anything.
Cool. Sounds good. Matt Gibbs in YouTube chat saying plays yesterday did quite well. Was my first Netrunner tournament. Inspired by you to give it a go. Really enjoyed it. Organizers and community were lovely. Hey, super glad to hear, Matt. Glad you had fun. Again, this is something I've said so many times on the channel. I'm aware that competitive play, that's what this seems like, and I don't want to focus on the competitive part. Organized play is the part that matters. It's actually one of the best parts of Netrunner. So much of what you do, at least for half of the side of the table, you play your cards face down. It's super exciting to play against new people, to meet new people, because they do things differently than you do. And that's where the mystery is, right? I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself. Peter
It's what we
also,
found yesterday as well.
sorry?
Because there's quite a few people was
Yo, yesterday, how many traps did you see? Because there's a fair bit of like install advanced traps. Are those seeing a lot of play at the more the top tables, or how are people running those June
didn't
bugs?
I didn't see many at all. The thing that was the most interesting was Paper Trail. Was
Yeah,
I think one of the was
yeah,
my MVP for yesterday.
yep.
I mean that was firing. That was taking a lot of things out with it.
Caddy goes,
I
Proco
think
goes.
people were proactively unloading Caddy before a score. And if they couldn't get to the remote, they're like, "That's a Paper Trail.
Yep.
I'll just take the money off Caddy Jones now," which was very interesting to see. But no, I didn't see of June bugs. I saw a couple of at least one Ronin kill.
Oh no way!
Um,
Awesome. I think also like under what's it called, the private hitman. I forget, the contract killer. I think that's also pretty
or
reasonable
contract kill.
in a Caddy Jones meta, because there's a lot of Caddy going around on these tables. I think
Okay,
we're
so I think that's.
it might not be ridiculous to say that every single deck we'll see today has Caddy Jones in it.
I certainly from yesterday, I pretty would have to agree that I think almost every deck I saw Caddy Jones in there somewhere. I think with Runner you are limited on economy options, so
Mm-hmm.
it's a bit of a no-brainer just to include it. It's neutral, it's no influence.
Yep. And it does give you that money. Yo, Spags, how's it going in Twitch chat? Metropole. Congrats on your placement yesterday. Spag says he won with Punitive, Junebug, and Fetal yesterday. There you go. You got that options. And that's, I think, a big reason why I'm so excited about Jinteki in the single core is that they're, I think, the only identity that has both access to traps, both accesses to Glacier, accesses to, like, Punitive, and accesses to, like, just net damage kills. Like, they have a lot of options that you can build a really flexible RP deck and swing it in different directions based off of how the game's going.
Yeah, and I think Spags actually was on RP yesterday, so yeah, I think that was having. I think we watched one of these games, and yeah, exactly as you say, you got lots of different ways you can approach it. Strong agendas, and just a pretty solid deck.
Yeah. Pow, how's it going? Andre, great to catch you live again. Thanks so much for dropping by. Hopefully you enjoyed the tournament. We got a long day today of Netrunner. We got 5 rounds coming up. Spags is saying, well, Wayland can bring in 2 snares, Junebug, and go with Punitive and Contract Killer as a kill. Yeah, Contract Killer to some extent represents like the small Ronin, the mini Ronin, which you have to work a bit harder to set up a lethal, but you can do it.
Andre, what decks would you take if you was in this tournament,
So
or what IDs?
I haven't done too much testing, but I would probably bring a Gabe. I know there's a conversation between Leela and Gabe about what is stronger, and I think with the bigger agendas and not so much fast advance within this single core meta, that Leela's ability might not be that relevant. There's also, I think if you want to build Leela, you definitely want to go for Double Maker's Eye, maybe even R&D interface, because there's some turns where they install advance. You need to find an agenda now. And I think that works well for that. But I do like Gabe. I like that HQ pressure. I think in this format with this very little recursion, there's very little card manipulation. Agendas do pile up in HQ, and getting that value into HQ is really strong. On the Corp side, I would probably play Blue Sun just because that feels good to me. But I think if I wanted to build it would require a bit more tuning. But I think RP is probably going to perform the most reliably, and can get some really strong locks with Niseis and Ashes, and even that punitive fetal AI is like a very reasonable combo. Dean says, "I know you
Definitely.
would." Blue Sun called it. Yeah, there's not that many tricks. You got 2 overstate AI. You don't have the problem with Blue Sun is like I think you definitely go punitive, right? But like you don't even have that much ice. You're gonna spend so much influence. You want to get like 2 Adonises in there. You're probably going to spend on toll booths. You need an archive memories to be your like pseudo second, pseudo third punitive counter strike, or even OAI in some cases. And then I think you need to play Ash because you have that big money and you just don't have that many options.
That's all true. I think the thing I liked about Blue Sun was obviously there's no strike, so you know the
Yeah,
ID is always going to be online. And obviously for OSA AI, obviously back in the day we need to deal with things like David, just at least now if they want to break the ice, it's going to cost them at least.
Yeah, there's no real surprises. You know, if they want to get through that, I don't know. I guess what's the cheapest you can ever get through? I guess if they fem your toll booth, but then they're not breaking it, and also femme fatale is like garbage against Blue Sun, so you feel pretty good. Femme fatale is a strong card in this format, and being able to have an ability that just deals with it relatively well feels good.
We saw quite a bit of Fem yesterday, particularly the old classic test run to get it installed, put it back on top. You can enjoy it, throw it in the trash, and then retrieval run it as well.
Oh, people are doing that in which faction?
I think different factions were doing that. I think I might have seen it in Shaper yesterday. We're doing that, from what I recall, but certainly I was seeing it in different places.
That's super exciting.
Interesting include was we saw quite a bit of Force of Nature yesterday.
No way.
In Anarch.
Just an Anarch, I guess, because they need to do something, right?
Yeah, exactly. I guess the obviously influence was tight, but I was just still surprised. But I guess if you need influence, then you've got to make sacrifices somewhere.
Super cool. It looks like we're off. The tables are starting to populate here in the competitive lobby. I think the place we might want to start here, we have Rob on table 16. Rob was the winner, if I'm not mistaken. I'm like, no, Rob was not the winner. Rob was second place, excuse me, in the Eternal Format tournament that we last casted. So I think it'd probably be a nice runner-up prize to give him the first table here. How does that sound?
That sounds good, yeah.
Cool. Hey, Zach, how's it going? Which round are they on? This is just round one. Pre-round one, in fact. We're just finding our ways to our first tables. You play Scorched, obviously it's core, right? Yeah, right. Oh man. Also, I'm interested to know what you've seen. Like the value of tags in this format is wildly different, right? Like trashing Caddy, trashing some of the key resources is really important, but there's only one hard tag punishment card if you're not considering the single psychographics, which is actually like kind of hard to play in this format.
I think tags was not a huge thing yesterday. I did see a few times someone would end up being tagged. Saw a few hunters being rezzed and catching people out, and obviously, as you say, trashing the resources, but not much else really.
Yeah, the sea source into trash Caddy I think is like a pretty strong play, and for 2 influence that's not a lot. Hey Lost Geek, how's it going? Excited to see today's games. Glad you could join. Welcome. We got a cool tournament today. Let me know if you have any questions. It looks like Mr. SC Loud might in fact be a newer player. We're kind of putting the pressure on them a bit by swinging our cameras in their direction, but hopefully everything goes quite okay. We'll give them a lot of the benefits of the doubt. It looks like we're being streamed. Hello, everyone. For what it's worth, Nisei, if you're listening to this, if anybody doesn't want to be streamed particularly, we'll go somewhere else. So if anybody feels uncomfortable, I don't know how you want to tell everybody to that. We don't have to watch them. It looks like SC Loud seems okay with it, but of course we want to be here to make sure everyone's comfortable and has a good time. So if you got those camera jitters, it's your first round or you're new or what have you, don't hesitate to speak out. So what, 44 players today? Seems like we're gonna have 20 tables, 24 tables. That's a lot of tables. That's a pretty good tournament. Let's do this.
Okay, it's obviously really pleased that yesterday how many people turned up, and again today.
Yeah. Do you know what the numbers, what the cut is onto day 2? It's the top 8 each day, top 16, or is it a certain point structure?
So it's top 8. It was top 8 yesterday. It's top 8 today. So it'll be a top 16 cut next Sunday.
So that's pretty competitive. Looking on just how things went yesterday, the breakoff point is 21, which is 7 wins. So you have to go 7-3, which is pretty difficult. That's a really strong score. So it's a bit cutthroat. And mind you, we're going from 44 players down to just 8.
Just so it goes. Obviously, I think we had some dropouts yesterday. If we have some more today, then we might get close to a clean cut. I suspect there's some 7-3s will miss out today.
Yeah. That'll happen. And I assume the top 16, are we doing more Swiss rounds next Sunday, or is it just double elim? Do you know?
I think it's double elimination, but I couldn't be too sure because obviously the top 16 does take quite a while.
Yeah.
I don't know how Swiss would work on that, so I'm assuming it's just a straightforward double elimination.
Cool. Also, for those in chat, can you let me know how our audio is going? I'm able to balance myself and Dave. So let me know if one's too low, strong, one's too low, and we'll fix that up before we dive in. It looks like actually diving in is going to happen right now. Welcome to the Nisei System Core 2019 tournament. Round 1's beginning. We have Jinteki RP, one of our strong contenders, versus Gabriel Santiago, my favorite for this tournament. Might not be correct. And we're really excited to have you here. Do you want to just throw in a quick introduction one more time, Rotaj, just so people know who they're listening to if they just tuned in?
Yes, I'm Rotaj, also known as David. I'm from the UK. Been playing for quite a while, mostly known for Diaper. Appreciated with it.
Perfect. And so we have Rob off on RP. That opening hedge fund ice, that's old school Netrunner. And in a lot of ways, this tournament throws back to an old school Netrunner. If you're not familiar, replicating perfection is super flexible identity. It says if the runner wants to make a run on the remote server, they can't until they've at least initiated a run on the central server. So at the lowest basic level, that's a click tax before you want to swing over to the remote. But in the worst case scenario, you're going to have to hit some scary ice that they want to position on their outside. On the other side, we have Gabe. Dave, tell us a bit about Gabe.
So obviously, Gabe's got off to no fires. Obviously, he'd love having open HQ turn 1, but that's fairly unlikely to happen.
We got
remotes put out already.
We got some remotes. So the really strong RP card that also came back with replicating perfection is Sundew. But in this format, Sundew is only a one of. I have no doubt Rob would want to ice that single Sundew, considering it gives so much money. 2 credits a turn is a lot of credits. But we are actually pretty ready to run the Paragon and the Data Sucker. Maybe Loud is going to be able to check one of these remotes. Not enough money to trash anything, but at least with that open archives, it looks like we just want to go for that Paragon and get that sucker counter. And Daily Business Show, let me tell you, this card, if you're newer to the game, might seem a bit innocuous, but you need to destroy this thing. Kill it with fire.
And this is already a problem now because also all the centrals are iced up. Obviously, can't lose all of them, but you might take a risk at some point. As you say, if those cards stay on the table for very long, it means he won't get flooded, which obviously for Gabe you want to happen.
Yeah, interestingly enough, cards with Daily Business Show, they'll put things on the bottom of your deck. So if you see that priority requisition at 2 of in this format, mind you, it's very important to understand every single corp deck is going to have, or every single factioned corp deck is going to have the same agenda suite. So we're looking at 2 copies of priority requisition that you put on the bottom of your deck. And if you're not playing Maryland campaign, there's no way to shuffle. So you're probably never going to see that until the end of the game, which is a huge deal. We have an upgrade on HQ. We're face checking into the Tsurugi, a very punishing ice, but we do have that fairy, which is going to break through actually for free. Upgrade on HQ could be that single Crisium, could be the double Hokusai. I wouldn't expect too much else. And it looks like it's not either. It looks like Rob doesn't have the money to res, spending everything on the Crisium or on the Tsurugi. Oh my god! Nisi off the top! Finding the Crisium, getting the 2 credits from Gabe, getting that credit, the Data Sucker token and the Paragon, now able to just wipe the whole board, pulling down the pads, pulling down hopefully the Daily Business Show as well. Rob is going to be stuck in no credits, and the only thing you can do besides play Beanstalk royalties is click for credits, not choosing to hit the Daily Business Show, finding the 3rd pad campaign. Unfortunate, that DBS still protecting, burying some of those agendas that Rob can do nothing smart with now.
I suppose it's a tricky one. You would have wanted to trash it, but going down to 1 credit, I suppose it would have been a bit risky.
With Armitage on the table, maybe not the worst. You do have 6 credits. Yeah. Paragon fires. We have, I believe it's only a single Yagura on the core set. The one server you want that on is R&D. And for 1 net damage, you can let them, again, have a bit of control on what's the top of the deck. But with 2 credits, you're not scared of that snare. You're going to go see something. And they actually, Rob did not move the card to the bottom of R&D, so unlikely that there was an agenda there. And I would love to see Loud go and trash the Daily Business Show. And I like that he's forcing him. Yeah, there you go. So going down to few credits is hard. Econ cards, we knew that we have the 1 more pad campaign there, but for econ cards, all we have is 2 more hedge funds and 2 more IPOs, and those both require a certain amount of money to play. I like the aggression. We have that Gabe credits. Sneaked our beta right now would be incredibly strong just to get into HQ and keep those credits rolling. Gabe makes money.
I think the second Data Sucker install.
Yeah, second Data Sucker install. I think MEU is going to be an issue. And actually, getting the caddy. Turns out to be 2 Yagura, 1 Lotus Field in the system core. So that single net damage is actually going to hit a caddy Jones. There's only 2 of those probably in Loud's deck. That is your infinite money engine. And Loud is getting a bit spiteful here, making sure that Rob is going to have no money. Next turn, he has to be clicking for credits. And Loud's money is drying up a bit. I think the best case scenario for Rob would be to get a single ice, something like a Hamitsu Baku or wraparound, something that ends the run, and then just jam behind it the what's it called? That plant that generates money that RP loves so much. You know the one.
The Sunju.
The Sundew, yeah. And I think at that point, Loud would be tempted to inside job or to spearfishing that server. Just you need that to get that Sundew down.
That's just yeah. So he's got something in the server now, which it's possible. I mean, I think we got all 3 pads trash now.
All 3 pads are
Yeah, so
down.
all 3 pads are in the bin.
And there's not a lot of recursion in this format. A single archive memories. Abigail coming down, breaking Yagura for 1 credit, sometimes 2 credits if you want to make sure that they don't get that R&D power. And we did hit that 8 credit break, and the IPO is coming up. I think Rob is back in business. Against Criminal, mind you, if you do want to jam into a remote server, you have to respect. We are looking at double inside job and a single spearfishing. So a single ice probably doesn't do it.
Ooh, throws away.
A legwork throws away a fem.
Legwork.
That fem might mean that we're sitting on a retrieval run here, which is actually really easy to get through that single Yagura. And femming, it never feels good to fem Tsurugi, but it's I guess at that point it's a mimic. I think you probably want to find out where a toll booth is.
I think you just fem something at random because
yeah,
you can break it for the same money anyway. So you just fem a random card if need be. Oh,
we got the caddy.
so yeah, he's free.
Discarding a special order. That might mean his hand is full of the programs he needs. Mind you, also, all these data sucker tokens does encourage Fem in some extent. There's not that many high strength sentries in this format, besides I think it's Ichi and Archer. Archer not really playable. Ichi is actually something you might see in a RP deck. That was something that was played competitively for a long time. And it looks like triple advance. That's the paper trail.
Oh
Caddy
no.
Jones.
And straight away, it happens.
Double caddy down. So this is a 2 of agenda in this format. Now there is a lot of connections. There's also a fair bit of jobs. This hits Armitage Bank Job. This hits Caddy, Proco, Aesop's Pawn Shop. You don't want to. I don't even spending 6 credits into this might actually not be wrong. It looks like Rob did actually boost 1 to 7 just so that Loud had no chance of beating that trace. And I guess that's maybe not the worst case scenario. I think worst case scenario would be the final Nisei Mark II, which lets you chain your agendas into that remote server. And Rob understands the R&D is not safe. Going to put ice there.
There's only 2 Caddy Jones.
Yeah,
single core, I believe.
2 Caddy Jones.
Now, so
1 to net damage. 1 here just to that paper trail. So the long-term economy of Gabe's deck is not very reliable. Throwing out a bank job. Bank job is one of the options. I think we have another Armitage. We're looking at 2 more gambles and 2 dirty laundries and probably some amount of easy marks. I think there's 2 of them in there. And Rob,
so it's going to be tough econ wise. I suppose at least he's got some points on the board already, so potentially two accesses can win him the game, depending on what he sees. But yeah, he's got to be probably a little bit careful on the money now.
And Gabe's ability, mind you, has the possibility of generating a large amount of economy, but that single, it's a 1 of Charisma Grid in this format, found its way onto the RP, onto the HQ of RP. So this inside job, if Rob wants, there you go, that's a Charisma Grid res. It's not going to prevent the double access from HQ interface. Oh no!
Oh!
Hit a neural EMP, hit that Pyrec. Loud, despite having a pretty shaky economy at this point, is standing on game point. There are no more agendas.
There's a punitive.
Oh, he would need double punitive.
There's a punitive.
Oh yeah, punitive neural will kill.
Like EP.
I think he has the money. 3 credits, 2 credits up on the trace.
Yeah.
And then I think he's actually 1 credit short, if I'm not wrong.
No, I think he's got enough because the EMP would cost you 2.
Gordian Blade out of hand. Mind you, that being splashed alongside the Epic Nail. I'm not convinced.
Not too bad, actually.
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm not convinced Gordian Blade is so strong in this format. There's not actually that many high strength code gates. Back in the original core set, things like Chum were kind of a thing. But Abagnale will get you through in a pinch, and just clicking for credits again. While Loud is threatening game point at any, like, running R&D could just do it. We haven't seen any influence spent on multi-axis. Like a single Maker's Eye is terrifying, and that Crisium Grid is never going to move off of HQ. I guess an Ash on R&D might be the best option. And Naked Remote, again, we've seen 3 pad campaigns. We've seen a single daily business show. This might be just another daily business show and another ice on archives. Probably that's the preemptive ice against the Sneak Door Beta, which Loud just has enough MU to play. There's another fairy. And we were saying before, this Crisium Grid doing a lot of work, denying Gabe those credits, and that's actually a fair bit of money. And we're going in for that double access here. That's a snare.
Oh, yep.
Rob trashing a corroder. Another snare there would have been lethal. Rob having just exactly 8 credits, but it looks like we're hitting another Tsurugi, another really strong ice, and we're down 2 fairies, 1 fem. Looking for a permanent killer is actually going to be pretty difficult for Rob, or for Loud, excuse me.
I could be a Mimic in the list.
Could be Mimic. Mimic Sucker is
so.
a pretty good combo. Mind you, also the Paragon fires on the successful run, so we're not even getting Paragon triggers when running the Crisium to HQ.
When he first read Crisium and he didn't trash it, whether he should have trashed it then.
Yeah, I reckon he should have, especially if he was planning on going back. One tag again also. Loud is floating the tag. I don't think there's any more resources he has that he needs to protect. Perhaps one more Armitage code busting. And I think Rob would consider trashing that if it comes down late in the turn. Looks like click for credit.
Fine, you can keep the tech.
Yeah.
So there's another DBS.
It's the final DBS. Again, this will help Rob draw into things like the hedge fund that he really needs right now. I think he needs a punitive. Mind you, also, this card in Server 5, we're not sure what it is. It seems to be an upgrade. I think it's been there since the last Paper Trail score. So I think that puts it either at an Ash or a Hokusai. I think the Ash is probably ideal in this scenario. And Deus Ex breaking AP subroutines, mind you. We're having a leg work. This is a single axis. It's going to hit 4 cards. Now, there's only one more snare, so this can't be lethal. Gonna get the Gabe triggers, gonna get the Paragon triggers. That's the snare. Hits a sneak door bait, hits a retrieval run that we were calling in hand, hits a June bug, good trash, and hit a fetal AI, which he can't steal. Did he die? No, he has it. He had just enough.
Wow. Oh my god. So exactly 1 amount of cards and 3 credits. Unbelievable.
Oh my god, exactly enough cards. Absolutely perfectly done. Understanding very limited options. I think the retrieval run was set up for the Fem. Lost the Corroder. Not a lot of options. And even with those daily business shows, it seems like the agendas were piling into hand. Absolutely so exciting.
Yeah, I think the problem was there was a bit of a gap between the daily business shows. The first one he lost and the second one.
Yeah.
So I guess in that time he probably did draw some agendas. And obviously with no way of getting agendas back in R&D, they're going to stay in HQ.
And we saw a couple bluffs. I don't think we saw punitive, but we did see a neural, which was played for value. But like jamming into the remote at that point, maybe you have to just take the pressure off HQ. And that's one of my favorite things about Gabe. I think agendas do pile up in HQ in this format, and just maybe having that ability encourages players to run HQ. And I'm not saying Loud is a newer player, but for a lot of times for newer players, encouraging HQ runs, HQ runs are not something that people love to do. And I just love that Gabe pressures HQ in a really, really, really strong way. Looks like
definitely.
Sorry, excuse me.
I was just going to say, yeah, what you're saying about whole Gabe being really good for the newer players, encourage them to make runs. Even doesn't seem the best move, so it's a really good sort of learning tool.
Yep. And speaking of Gabe, Rob understands the power of our con man here, our criminal, and we're against Blue Sun, mind you. Blue Sun before at the beginning of the turn, so mind you, that's before you mandatory draw. You get a bounce or res card or any card. No, it's a res card, excuse me, to HQ, recouping the cost, and there we go. Ooh, Gabe wants to pressure HQ. There's not a lot of ice in faction that is that punishing, and Tsurugi a really good splash here in Blue Sun. We're hitting inside job, legwork, Caddy Jones, so much value. Gabe gonna gain 2 credits, spend 3 more to trash that Ash, and now with 2 credits, there's not a lot that can be res on R&D. Getting a single axis there. Oh my god! Pryrek off the top, never easy. Now Loud is actually going for the bounce of the Tsurugi. Now that probably means that they have an IPO in hand or something like a hedge fund. That makes a lot of sense.
I was wondering if he's drawn for punitive there, because he could have just won the game there on the spot.
You're right. There was a chance punitive on the top would have been lethal. That's, mind you, generally a 2 of in all these decks. That's the most you have in a single system core. It looks like we're going to play for the slower game now. Rob a bit ahead, going to just spend those clicks and those credits tutoring with the hostage. A new card, and by a new card I mean an old card that has been saved from rotation. Caddy Jones coming down, loading that up, and hitting an inside job also is a pretty big deal. There's 2 inside jobs, 1 spearfishing, and that's sort of the threat that Criminal puts out against a single ice remote. Dirty Laundry checking the remote, I imagine. If this is an Adonis or a Maryland, you want to trash it right away. And Loud and very smartly pre-resing there the Maryland campaign so that if Gabe wanted to trash it, it would get shuffled back into the deck. And these assets, these advertisements, the Adonis and the Maryland, have a lot of value in Blue Sun. Rotaj, you want to talk about why that is?
Yeah, so the idea is obviously you pay the money to res the Marilyn, you get the money from Marilyn. Then when your turn begins as Blue Sun, you can just bounce it back to your hand, get your 2 credits for the res cost, and just repeat. So effectively, you could spend a click every single turn installing it, getting 2 credits constantly, and never running out. With Adonis, that's 3 credits. So there could well be an Adonis in here as well to get more value. It's a really, really handy trick, and you keep doing it to the point where they stop checking it, and then you put the Atlas down.
Yep.
And just score that instead.
Giving you pseudo infinite economy from a remote server that has a lot of ice on it is pretty awesome. And here we have a public support, one of the newer cards in their system core, and this is just an agenda that gives you an agenda point. While that also helps you score to 7, this does give you that fodder you might want for that strong archer, which you have to respect as soon as there's an agenda or something as an agenda in the score area. Worst case scenario there, and Rob didn't fully respect it. I guess he did lose a click to the Enigma. Is that could have been a contract killer. That can be click, click, boom, and Caddy gets shot down out of the air. And that's something you have to watch out for.
So there we see the Marilyn putting back to hand.
Yep.
I think it's a good idea because I don't want to have too many naked remotes because Bank Job probably is in this list.
Yeah, 100%. I think you're looking always at 2 bank jobs, and naked remotes it's giving a lot of money to your criminals. And we're going for that remote rush, and the strong remote play might not be surprising considering we saw Ash in this list. So probably next turn, that public support is going to be added to the score area, and that's probably the perfect time for Loud to jam an Atlas. I think is best case scenario. Oaktown would be fine too. Even a paper trail is going to make Rob have to slow down and take that caddy money. And we actually have John Massanori down. This guy is such a liability in this format. With things like, I guess, no, there's Ash does still make a successful run, but oh my god, John. Gotta be reasonable, man. And here we go. Install advance.
Do you try and run that? Oh, there we go.
It looks like we're just going to pressure in a different way. Hitting that hostile takeover off the top. Now the last priority requisition is game point. Trashing a public support. And mind you, Sneak Door Beta giving 2 credits from Gabe and the card draw from John Massanori. Loud here has an issue. Could bounce the Enigma to patch up archives. Wouldn't be the worst. Or could just go ahead and score what I believe is an Atlas. Small chance that this is actually a paper trail. Or...
I mean,
yeah,
by trail, that'll be devastating. That'll be absolutely devastating.
And it looks like we're getting the quad advance. That's only an Atlas with a token. And in this format, that represents punitive. But while on 4 points, it's actually going to be hard for Rob to die, considering if he does find the last 3-pointer, he just wins.
Exactly, yeah. So punitive may not be a thing in this. So trashes the Maryland from HQ. That's one of them done.
Taking the credits off of Caddy, putting them, a bunch of them into the Earthrise Hotel. This is a 2 of, mind you, in system core. Gives you 6 card draw. That's pretty cool. You spread that out. And I think also Loud wants to consider to bounce and move that Enigma. Gives some good value because with that open HQ, Gabe is seeing a single card from HQ, gaining 2 credits and getting that John Massanori draw. When John Massanori is on the table, it's also much more difficult for Rob to start face checking into unknown ice. But install advance. Was the Pyrrhec top deck? Oh wait, I think they used the Atlas counter for another Atlas. Excuse me.
Yeah. So, but you're right. Yeah, I guess he's just going to rush it. I think that's what he's decided to do. Just rush it and just not care about the excesses.
Don't think it's a terrible play, mind you. This Atlas can be scored, putting on 5 points. At that point, I guess 1 hostile is out, so you could go for a second public support hostile. But it looks like forcing Loud to actually res some ice. Abigail has a bypass ability, which is pretty relevant as some of the bigger ice, things like Toll Booth. Mind you, the Enigma is at the end innermost. And Inside Job is going to force multiple reses. So he generally needs like 2 barriers in a row. So Ice Wall into Wall of Static or Ice Wall into Spiderweb, I think will do it. And Ice Wall into Rototurf is disgusting.
Ooh, that'll do.
Oh man, trashing the Abigail. So now that Enigma on Archives is even better, but probably even the best on the remote. Look at how simple this ice is and doing so well.
Not only that though, failed run means a John Massanori tag.
He does a tag. Rob's clearing the tag.
Have to clear the tag at that point.
And Loud has some options here. How big of an Atlas do you need? Do you actually need 2 tokens? There's a small chance that if this deck is running Biotic Labor, you could get 2 tokens and try and close the game out with Biotic Last Atlas.
There's only 2 hostiles in the system core,
Only
I
2
believe.
hostiles, and I think there's 2 public supports. So you'd have to go for, if you want to go for that 1-pointer play, it'd be hostile into public, which is, you know, you have about 3 turns to react to that. So let's see. Again, HQ still open. Another card off the top of the deck, and it looks like Loud is sticking to his plan, to their plan. Advancing to 3, and now it looks like we've hit a crossroads. Taking some time to think about it. Maybe what they drew at the top of the deck is an agenda.
I wonder if he drew an agenda.
If he drew
Because
an agenda, yeah.
He's going to be accessed next turn. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be.
And this server is really safe. You could even use an Atlas. That has to be an agenda, right? Because otherwise you use the Atlas token for the final Atlas, right?
I think so. That would make sense. That's whether it was.
So
even if it's like a 4-2 or 5-3, just put it in that remote because it's a lot safer.
that must be a 4-2. If that was the last Atlas, you wouldn't even consider. That has to be a 4-2. So we're looking at another paper trail. The other 4-2 that Wayland has, they have a single copy of Oaktown Renovation. That's a face-up. It's a public agenda, so we know that's not what we're looking at here, but Rob just slowing down. We got a Mimic, which gets through that Roto Turret. The Tsurugi as well, which we believe is still in HQ. Not that it matters anytime soon. And Loud. If that is the Light Atlas, we are going to have a game here. And it looks like Project Atlas token into a hedge fund, into single advance, double advance. Was that a Pyrek off the top?
It must be. He must be the Pyrek. I don't see what. It's a 4-2. So that has to be the Pyrek.
So if I'm not mistaken, that's both inside jobs down. So there's no, like, the best case scenario here would be spearfishing for the remote, and then Rob still needs to produce a barrier breaker for the ice wall, let alone whatever is on the outside. An archer would be devastating, and I think you do still res that, even though it would put you off of game point. Trashing 2 programs, including a killer, would be really great.
I think you would at that point, yeah. If you're going to get into the remote, you might as well trash the rig to prevent it. If it sort of delays you winning.
Rob, he's entering the tank here, and mind you, with 7 credits, a big strategy you have against a lot of corps is you're assuming they need 3 more credits to score this agenda out, so you want to pressure centrals, force some ice reses, but this is Blue Sun, so no matter what, they can bounce that Roto Turret and always have enough credits to finish off that agenda.
So,
oh, we might have it. Do we have the spearfishing? Even if we have the just like an Abigail, we're fine. The Gordian Blade would be fine as well. Undoing a click. Not sure if you can do that. I think you can do that.
I think if both players are
fine.
Yeah,
well, that's fine with that. That's not a big deal. All right. So we know that there is a Corroder in hand. That's been returned there. We're looking at 8 cards in grip, mind you, with the John Masanori, with the Earthrise Hotel just finishing off. Rob has a lot of options. I think the ideal option is definitely spearfishing Corroder. And then he wins if we're assuming this is a 5-3.
Spearfishing. The other option, of course, if he's got needs a lot of cards, obviously install the Corroder, whatever his decoder is, and then stim hack. I think there's a single stim hack.
There is a single stim hack, yeah.
As well.
And I think a lot of people would splash that. Is there any chance that this isn't a Pyrek? It looks like Rob doesn't think he can get into this remote server running R&D, and again, Loud has no reason to not, like, they can spend all the money they want. Single access off the top. Nothing? Sneak your beta into archives. Quest completed? Is that a thing we can do? No. No, it's too late. He didn't run archives.
Even they're going to get to 5 points, unfortunately.
Oh, not notoriety. Quest completed, right?
Quest completed, of course. Sorry. Got my cards mixed up. Yeah, of course. Quest completed. Is that in the system core?
Yes. Yeah, it came back.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
It looks like Rob is putting out the GG. Let's see. This is getting some more advancements. I think it's the last Pyrek. Oh my god, he top decked the Pyrek. It was on top of R&D the last turn where Rob didn't check. Good game. Oh my god. Stealing the Pyrek off the top through a Tsurugi. And then still Loud understanding that he's going to have to push it. And I think we saw the res there. That is actually the archer on the remote. If Rob checked it, it was going to go terribly for him. Losing probably the Corroder and the Mimic.
Yes, yeah, maybe that's what he considered in the end, because obviously, as it was a 5-3, he could afford to lose the public support and still have enough points to win the game anyway. So um, he may have forced the Archivers to at least buy him some more time, but that
Yeah.
wasn't a factor there. So probably rightly decided to just run R&D instead and try and get the win that way.
We did see an Atlas for an Atlas, but at this point, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 agenda points on the table so far. Only 26 cards left in R&D. That's big. That's a lot of points. Rob saying in Twitch chat, oof, that sucked. Good games, Rob. That was at least very exciting to watch. Man, all those Pyrex coming in. And I've said this before on the channel, but the inclusion of a 3-point agenda in this format is huge. Considering, besides Wayland, everybody else is only running 2-point agendas. So if this shows up in your game, whether it is either scored or stolen, it decreases the amount of agendas you need to score or steal to win by 1. So hitting one off the top of the deck early game and not getting punitive is the biggest thing for the runner and means a lot, because now you can win in 2 more instead of needing 4 agendas if you only hit 2s. That's nuts. Good games, 2-all.
Right.
You want to jump and see what else we can do? Do you want to
Yeah,
pick one?
anything take your fancy? Let's have a look. See if there's any factions we've not seen.
So we haven't seen any Anarch right now that's going on against Ian.
You jump in that game?
Yeah, let's check it out.
Just started, I think. And it's a PE as well, rather than RP, so it's slightly different.
Oh, interesting. Not allowed. Why not?
Just to refresh.
You're just tuning in, you're watching the Nisei Single Core Experience Tournament. Are you in this one? I can't get in.
Yes, what happened yesterday for some people is because these games all have the same password, you have to refresh the browser.
Oh yeah? Okay.
You refresh the browser and then you can get in. It happened a few times yesterday, so I've got in now successfully.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that worked for me. Awesome. All right, we're Raina against PE. Mind you, PE does a damage anytime, a net damage anytime an agenda is scored, or stolen. Sorry, I gotta mute this. Oh, it is muted. And on the other side of the table, we have Raina. Not only does she have 1 link, but the res cost of every first ice a turn is increased by 1. And economies are tight in this format. That actually is a pretty relevant ability. Mind you, against something like Jinteki, it might be a bit more difficult to face check that quickly. Because there's a lot of net damage subroutines, and those could be really scary paired with things like Neural EMP.
Yeah, so it looks like P's got a lot of money early on already, so I'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah, we have an IPO.
See,
I'm assuming there's a hedge fund. Oh, so Gift and IPO is a fantastic opening against pressure, economy
Looking
pressure.
at what they had, so they Celebrity Gifted Enigma, the IPO at Lotus Field, an EMP, and a Red Herrings.
Interesting.
So quite a nice hand there.
So Red Herrings has some cool synergy specifically with Fetal AI. If you don't have the 5 credits plus 2 credits to steal the Fetal AI, you still take the 2 net damage. And if you have to do that twice to steal it, that's a lot of net damage. Let alone, that also might set up really well for a punitive Counter-Strike kill. The idea that you spend 1, and then they spend 7 to steal a Fetal AI on top of a Red Herrings, it makes very easy punitive.
Definitely. I mean, it's obviously, effectively, it's 4 damage, the same as Obicata.
Yeah.
And obviously, they're having to pay money as well. So the poorer got less cards. It really does turn that option on.
So card in server 1, probably the Red Herrings. Also, Hokusai Grids can be alive in a well. I think that's a 2 of in this format. Corroder coming down from Take Yos. I think that's what I'm going to say. Corroder, not the most necessary. As soon as you install a program on the table that isn't a killer, you're basically you're running into trash program subroutines, which are really strong in this format. A lot of the times against Jinteki, I'd love to put down my killer and nothing else until I need it, just to make sure that I can deal with the net damage and maybe that wild Rota turret, which is only 1 influence if I'm not mistaken.
It is 1 influence. So I think that probably be splashed quite a bit.
John Masanori, he's chatting with babes all day, and he has some remote servers to check. Now, the name of the game when we're talking about personal evolution is traps, and in this format, there's actually a pretty good variety in traps. Not only do we have never advanced traps, cards like Snare, but there's a fair bit of advanceable traps. We have Ronin, which is something you need to respect when it has tokens on it. You have Junebug, which is something you just never want to find, and then you have that Fetal AI, which represents 2 points and a net damage from PE if they score it. So you really have to kind of make sure you have enough cards in hand when you're checking certain traps, and I think a lot of traps might not be contested because the variance is really high.
That's why I love the inclusion of Ronin in the system core, because if you do want to say, I'm not going to touch the advanced cards, eventually,
Yeah.
if they get the Ronin out, then actually they can just kill you at that point. Same with the contract killer.
Yep.
So I really like those inclusions here.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of those. I love the idea that you need traps that you have to deal with, and then traps. It makes it so that every trap is something you have to worry about. You can't just sit on your own, because double Ronin will kill you if there's a lot of advanced cards on the table. This is the new art from Scrubber from the revised core, coming in, doing some work, trashing those bad campaigns. And again, Raina probably wants you to have a little money, so making sure you're not selling any phones on the side is gonna do a lot to help that.
So he's got a lot of money on Catty at the moment. Do you unload that and trash the other pad, or do you just wait for next turn to just get value from your Scrubbers?
I wouldn't be surprised if Takos just slows down, takes another caddy hit, and then goes back next turn for that Scrubber value. I think you want to try and get Scrubber value every turn. Yeah, there you go.
That makes sense. And as you say, just try and get the killer down, because he really wants to start, when he can, forcing the ice reses.
Yep. But getting that good money too, like playing a bit more slow on caddy, does also play around punitive Counter-Strike. Another really big thing that Anarch has access to is Imp, which is a card that not only can trash punitive Counter-Strike in hand, but if you hit that feudal AI that you don't want to steal with the red herrings on top of the punitive threat, you can just imp it. And when agendas hit archives, there is largely no way to get them back into the R&D, and only one single archive memories will ever put them back into HQ. So imping agendas is like a very legitimate play. Also,
yeah, the agendas will stay archives of HQ. You'll know where they're going to be the rest of the game. So,
yep.
And I think we did see that yesterday, at least one play, just to avoid the punitive.
Super cool. It looks like Takeos did wait on to get that Scrubber value and the John Masonori value hitting the next pad campaign. Did forget to hit the credits off of the Scrubber. So they should have 2 more credits than normal, but that technically is a May ability, so that's on them to sort that out, I guess. Oh, there, they figured it out. Right, awesome. But we do have a new card in a remote. So again, the unadvanced traps you have to worry about, that's only Snare, which there are 2 of. And on top of this, the net damage, of course, the tags are going to be mattered. And actually, one threat that Ian is putting out, Ian, mind you, I believe is Enigma, is C-Source. At this point, C-Source into Trash Caddy would be absolutely disgusting. Not a card you see that often in what you're assuming is a PE trap deck, but it's technically there, right? There you go, 15 credits off of Caddy.
I'm guessing he heard us. I guess,
yeah, right.
Got worried about that. And then Liberated comes down, of course. Yeah, we've got Liberated in the system core. That's a really strong card.
2 of them alongside a single career fair. That's really good money. And I think Ian's sitting comfortably on 17 credits now with that pad campaign res, but hasn't resed any ice, let alone any ice against Raina. And Xanadu is the card that you want to see with Raina, increasing that tax on ice reses. But the problem I find in this sort of format is Xanadu is a 1-of. And you have a card that you so badly want to see turn 1 that there is a lot of variance on whether or not you draw it before ice is resed. And a Xanadu on the table right now, spending 7 credits to res Tsurugi, 5 credits to res Neural Katana. Sounds pretty rough. But we do have install advanced in the remote server, and worst case scenario here, I think, would be that Nisei. We're going to go check it out.
Yes. So Nisei, or even a paper chart, because there's a lot of connections on the table.
Oh my, the full suite. We can get through everything besides high strength sentries, so that's largely just Ichi 1, I think.
Yes. So is he going to run it? I hope he does run it, because otherwise, if you've installed all those things, you made yourself poor, that paper child trait, if it is a paper child, would destroy you. So I hope they run it, because otherwise.
Interestingly enough, also, if that's a feudal AI, they did die. Like, they can't steal it. I guess you have to imp it at that point. But like, if you even if you touch it,
kind of a turn.
If you touch it, you take that 2 net damage before you get to imp it, if I'm not mistaken, and at that point, Neural will kill you. Single Neural will kill you. So putting the imp back in hand, returning the credits.
That's a good.
Taking the click. I like that. I do like that imp very much, though.
I just think at this moment, I don't think they can run, and I think if I personally, I'd take money off liberated accounts. If you don't think you can get into that remote, make sure you deal with the consequences, or run HQ.
Or run HQ is an option. And that's a really big deal. Assuming that what's in server 1 is an agenda, when this is scored, personal evolution is going to do a single damage. And then if you lose something like your Mimic or your Abigail from hand, from your grip, you're going to feel really bad. So slamming everything on the table that you care about.
That's a good point.
I think it's really important.
Fair point.
So Enigma, being res for 4 credits, you want to force the corp to res 1 ice a turn to maximize that value from Reina Roja. You'll get the single access here. You'll get the John Masonori tag. If you don't, So you're gonna get a card draw here. Actually, John Masanori fights really well against Personal Evolution, right? And we've hit a snare.
Ooh.
Is there anything in this remote that can kill? Losing a Proco and a Fem and the retrieval run. Taking that tag. So that last card is a Hanson Imp.
So, and I don't think so, because I think obviously Ronin hasn't got enough clicks.
Contract Killer could, in theory, kill. I think that card's like 4 influence, though.
He's got to make a decision now. Do you clear the tag or do you draw up at this point?
So the only thing you die to is double Neural, which is kind of unlikely. There's only 2 in the whole format. You could also die to Neural Archive Memories. And it looks like they're actually just taking money off of Liberated, not clearing the tag, which I think is probably the worst of both worlds. Like, you're going to lose the Caddy. You're probably going to lose the Liberated. And, like, you can still die to double Neural or Neural Archived.
It's at least, but Ian's got this tough decision to make now, because that's an agenda. If it's a 4-2, you score it, and then you can't punish the tag. If you clear the tag, then actually,
the thing is, like,
they could try and run the remote.
If you do score that, if it is a 4-2, like, still, if it is the Paper Trail, it's really good. But it's going to do a net damage, which puts Takeoffs on no cards in hand. So next turn, they have to just draw up and clear the tag, which is a pretty bad turn. Ian drawing, looking for that Neural. Maybe they have an Archived in hand. Maybe they have a single Neural in hand. Spending 1 click to find out, but maybe that's actually just a trap in the remote. Hedge Fund and trashing Caddy Jones. So no really strong punishment. Not that losing Caddy is something Takeoffs wants to see. And we also lost the Proco, another really slow economy card. It helps you draw and get money at the same time, which can be very valuable against these sort of decks that punish you if you have low cards in hand. Takeoff's drawing up.
Yes.
Mind you, instead of drawing up, you can always run that pad campaign, trash it, and get that John Masanori card, which I kind of like a fair bit more.
I like that as well, actually.
Didn't notice we were up on stream. Uh-oh. Yo, what up, Ian? Mind you, I believe Ian does if I'm not mistaken, does a lot of the network stuff, a lot of the website stuff for Nisei.
Yeah, he does quite a lot of things for Nisei as well.
Yeah. 3 cards in hand, 3 breakers on the table, a single tag already. We're charging this remote. I still love that Imp install. I think it gets through a lot here, but it looks like Takeoffs didn't die last turn from the some combinations of Neurals. They might be feeling a bit bolder here on the remote. And Enigma still spending that extra credit to res and ice. There's a chance if they res icy, they can't punish too much. And Eli for 4 makes it seem more reasonable. But Corroder can get through that for 4 credits. A pretty big tax. Doesn't have the clicks to click through it to talk to our boy.
And I think as a corp, that's fine. You'll just trade in the same money for the run at that point. Seems pretty reasonable. In fact, the whole rest of the game.
Takeoff spending a single click to break a subroutine on Eli, saving a credit, a click for a credit.
Interesting one. I think if you're going to boost and break a sub, you might as well pay the extra credit. You've got money available to you.
I think they're thinking about it now. Your click is already worth 2 credits considering Armitage code busting. I don't think you want to click out
exactly, or even 4 for the liberated accounts, or if you want to clear the tag. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so that's probably going to be 4 through it. Mind you, Takeoffs could end the run here, but it would give another tag. John Masanori, such a liability in this format. I cut him for my criminal decks and testing, but so far we've seen him doing a lot of work in this format. Corroder, boost 2, break 2 subroutines.
So does he continue, or will they jack out at this point? No, they're going to continue.
7 credits. So this gives Ian a chance to res and avoid the rain attacks. A 1 credit value, though, might not be that great. And 7 credits still probably needs 3 more. There's a small chance this is a June bug on top of a Hokusai grid. That would make me pretty happy. But Ian not opting to res. And mind you, Takeoffs can still jack out at this point.
So we assume it's red herrings, so see if it gets rezzed. If it doesn't get rezzed, we have to assume it's a trap.
John Masanori drawing a card, putting up to 4. It looks like we've hit that access step. It's an aggressive secretary?
Oh, wow.
Jesus.
I don't think I ever saw that coming. I certainly didn't.
This is a one of in the format. And baiting the install single advanced aggressive secretary feels so good. Mind you, program destruction is really strong in this format, especially after you see a single retrieval run hitting the bin. It's only a 2 of in this format, if I'm not mistaken. And I want to see what it's on top of. but that is a strong card, no doubt. I'm interested to see the range of advanceable traps we're walking into here, and opting to trash the Croter I think is super interesting. We've only so far seen the Eli, which doesn't demand an answer, or cards like Enigma do.
So I'm trying to think how many actual end of Unbearers there will be. I mean, there's Wall of Thorns, I believe.
Yeah, we have Himitsu Baku, we
It's
have
just
Thorns, we have Wraparound as an easy splash, and I think we have Wall of Static. And Ice Wall, I guess, is only one influence as well.
that probably gives us some clues as to what ice potentially is already installed and what ice he has
Yep.
in the deck.
So Takeoffs is considering this, mind you, this one's only 0 to trash. I think in this format, you would definitely want to trash this. In theory, Trickle Light is a one-of, so it's something you need to respect. There's no reason to leave advancement tokens on this card. Looks like we're hitting a hello in chat. Might have had a disconnect, but we'll see how things are going from here. Man, Aggressive Secretary, what a strong card. And that's the thing, it's hard to get people to run. And I love the install single advance. They did a move on it, but the install single advance threat within Jinteki is so big.
Yes, that was the thing. I think we were both debating whether it's Junebug or the agenda. I'm guessing
Yeah.
same thing. For actually the same thing. Actually, I don't mind the damage. Maybe what's in my hand, I don't need.
Nope. And mind you, that imp actually didn't matter, which is pretty funny. Looks like we have some problems with the connection. Looks like they want to do the reload. I think at this point I generally just do undo, click, and see how things go. I believe Takeoffs needs to click on the second card. Yeah, I think at that point they have to select which card to access, but they're back in. We should be able to resolve this. If I'm not mistaken, we only have about maybe 5 to 10 more minutes in the round. I don't know if we have a timer somewhere. So the Aggressive Secretary getting trashed. Second card of the remote server. We're back into it. I want to see what this is. I'm assuming it's the red herrings. Yeah, there you go, red herrings. You want to trash that for 1 credit before you find it somewhere else. You can also save a credit there with that scrubber. And mind you, Ian, still on 5 credits. Still a lot of tags going down. I think actually John Masanori may be something you want to trash on the basis that it helps runners deal with those net damage. That net damage from agendas so easily. Ender is saying in Twitch we have 15 to 20 minutes left. Okay, so we do have a fair bit to close the game. Because, mind you, we're at 0-0 at this point. Still a lot of game left to go.
I've just been told, yeah, 23 minutes is what I've just been told. So quite a bit of time.
Excellent. All right, so things have actually largely changed. There is no more barrier breaker so far on Takeoff's side of the table. So if that's even the mighty wraparound behind that Eli, we do have a pretty good remote. Now, money is going to be a big issue. R&D pressure is going to be a big issue. So far, we've seen a single snare, so there's still that snare threat. But mind you, 4 credits is a fair bit.
So, which of these resources would you trash, if any?
If any,
turn?
so Takeoff's money is actually pretty bad. I might have wanted to just trash 3 of them besides the scrubber. I think that John Masanori is actually pretty reasonable in this matchup due to the fact that net damage matters and drawing cards while running is a really big deal. And then the Armitage and Liberated accounts both represent a lot of money. And Takeoffs is only at 4 and so far has lost a single caddy. Like, money is going to be really important. If they're playing cards like Professional Contacts, like, that's pretty slow. I think at least Liberated needs to go. That's 2 clicks for 8.
I think that go, I think. No, wow,
Ian might have an IPO in hand. I think there's one left. Might want to build up to that, but I don't feel so bad to just start wiping things. I'd go down to 0 to wipe things, especially with that pad campaign.
I think so as well, yeah, because if you get rid of Scrubber and he trashing the pad becomes very difficult, then you'll recover quite well. I'm seeing now immediately just
Commentator saying that he clears tags.
Yeah, apologies there. We must have missed that. Yeah, he spent his last click clearing the tag. That'd be why then.
Wait, Ian, are you listening to commentary? You're not meant to be doing that. What's going on here? So no tags on Takeoffs. When were the tags cleared?
I think after he trashed the red herrings, because he didn't click for Eli, he had to click left. From what I remember that.
Oh yeah, click remove tag. Yeah, totally. Oh yeah, Ian. Yeah, you're not meant to be hearing that commentary. Excuse me. Oh, that's not great. All right. So still got 20 minutes left in the round. We're on 0-0.
Get the cyber feeder down. This is the reverse start cyber feeder, isn't it? They changed it in the revised core, if I remember rightly.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah, this is the swapped version. You can tell by the new icon. One thing that I don't love about the revised core, if maybe the only thing, is they took off the number of pips on it that say how many are left in the box. Like they used to say on the single core, there'd be 2 pips because there's 2 cyber feeders. Man, I missed that.
I really like that. Yeah, I missed that as well.
So we're looking left, but more importantly, looking a bit right on our screen. In this server, we have installed double advanced and Prirec. We have just enough money to score it, and getting a free ice res would be pretty good against Raina Roja, especially considering that the cards like Tsurugi are almost definitely in Ian's list.
If that is, because obviously it can click through the Eli.
Can click, and
Nice.
I'm assuming there's another barrier going on behind that one. The Corroder, like so far we have no reason why Ian would pick the Corroder. I actually might be like more tempted with the Enigma to hit the Apping Nail. Mind you, the in-faction decoder that Anarchs have access to isn't very good. But it looks like we're going for this. It's going to be a double click to get through the Eli. 5 cards in hand, plus the John Masanori means that if this is a June bug, it's not going to be lethal. So Takeoff's feeling pretty safe. And mind you, it's also only 1 aggressive secretary, if possible.
So this could be a nice one, maybe, because that would allow him to keep him out and still score the agenda.
Yep, could be.
Don't know what else.
No further res. What is this? I'm scared. This seems like a June bug if I've ever seen one.
I think so as well.
Now, mind you, John Masanori coming in pretty here. We're getting an Axis. 2 advancements. June bug is 4 damage. We could have... What else could we have? Conjure Killer would be fine. I don't think there's any good reason in this format to be playing. It's a Ronin, mind you. There's no good reason to play the other one, the net damage one, the Ghost branch. But that Ronin needs to be dealt with. If you don't deal with this, it does 3 net damage on the corpse turn. Can be very scary when combined with things like Neural EMP. But that's getting trashed for free with the Scubber. Getting a free card draw, not too bad at all. And again, 26 cards left in R&D. And mind you, last game that we played, there was 26 cards left in R&D, and we've already seen 11 points. We're at 26 cards in R&D, and we've seen nothing. I wouldn't be surprised if...
That's a very good...
Ian,
yeah, I was going to say, that's a good point.
Ian should be holding on to stuff into hand. We've seen no filtration. We've seen no daily business show. Like, we need pressure on central servers at this point. Because that's one of the best things you could do it against traps. Install advanced defense on a June bug in a remote is scary. But in a central server, that June bug just costs 0 to trash. You want to find those before they get out of hand.
Exactly. And I think you run HQ surely at this point. You can break the Enigma. I don't know what... Scary. Checking the bin.
Checking the bin, 2 cards thrown out. This just also gets a John Masanori draw alongside a Data Sucker, and finding out what is being thrown at is kind of valuable. And it looks like it's a Rota turret alongside a Neural Katana. The Neural Katana is pretty butt when Mimic hits the table, but that Roto is still 5 credits for a 2 credit tax. Doesn't even feel that good anyways, but getting that Data Sucker, getting that John Masanori draw feels good. Might want to just ice up Archives if you can, but Raina tax is real.
I think you definitely... I think you could res at 6 credits. Think of anything that scary, really?
No, well, yeah, 6 credits. The worst case is like Tsurugi, which you have money to break, and also Takeoffs in a lot of ways is encouraged to break ice every turn. Cyber Feeder is free value. You don't want to leave it on the table if you can, and we got Patchwork. Now, this card is wild. I was so surprised that this was in the system core, but this might be anti-synergistic against a net damage deck. You're trading your cards for money when the last thing you want to do is lose cards from hand. Cyber Feeder getting that lamprey down. This does in fact let you install viruses. This is last click though, so Ian can just sit back if he wants and purge away the Data Sucker, purge away the lamprey, because this lamprey actually is pretty scary in a deck that wants to make it hard for you to res ice.
In what his ice is on HQ, whether he does that or not, but yeah, you've got to consider the purge.
You do have to, and mind you, if you want to run last click, which can be a bit scary with cards like that single copy of Snare left, you're only paying 1 credit to get through Enigma, which is free with Cyber Feeder. So the outermost ice on HQ is probably the most important. Based on when it came down, I wouldn't be surprised if it was another Eli, let alone any other barrier, maybe a harder barrier that ends the run. And Takeoffs hasn't been drawing very hard, so if he does have another Fractor, we need to find it soon. I think there's only 2 Corroders. Do I have the list open? Yeah, let's go check real quick. I think we're looking at 3 corroders. So there's still maybe a fair bit of wall breaking in this deck. Credit install. Now, one of the downsides to Jinteki is that they don't have a lot of unadvanced agenda threats. They actually only have a single, which is Philotic Entanglement. Which, if a Philotic Entanglement is scored here, you basically are spending 3 credits to do a single net damage and two agenda points. It's not the end of the world. You'd rather have that now than later when it can be very threatening as a kill option. So there's not that much reason to run this remote.
And I think you've installed the lamp there. I think I'm curious to know why they haven't just run HQ click 1 at this point, because
yeah, I would
they
like
want
to see
to run
that.
HQ.
Armitage getting some use. Looks like it might be last click run HQ here. Again, snare might be a bit bad. You'd walk away with a tag. Even an end the run, if you hit a barrier here, would leave you with a tag just because John Mastinori, might be a bit of a liability, this guy. But that patchwork, I don't think we've seen use yet. This card also is another sort of card. There's so many cards on this table right now that they want to get value out of each turn. So you want to get Raina value every turn. You want to get Patchwork value every turn, Cyber Feeder value every turn, and Scrubber value, and Mastinori value every turn. So, you don't have to do everything every turn, but if you want to squeeze that value out, it's kind of difficult. There's a lot of things to do.
And that's why obviously, like, if you get HQ runs in, you'd get all those values in one there.
Hedge
in the remote.
Or Sure Gamble just being played. Ian sitting on 9 credits, still a card in server 1. We have seen defensive upgrades. Doesn't necessarily have to be nested in our agenda. And again, 23 cards left in R&D. So if I'm not mistaken, his deck should have 4. So it has, 2 Fetals, 2 Niseis, 1 Philotic, 2 Paper Trails, 2 Pyrex. There's probably 3 agendas in HQ.
I'd agree with that. At least 3, possibly even more. He's gone through half the deck, so you assume he's seen potentially half the agendas already.
Yep. Installed over server 1. Trashing, it was a snare in the remote server. Again, I don't think there's a lot of reasons to run an unadvanced card in a remote server in Jinteki, and that kind of shows you. The worst case scenario, it's a snare. The best case scenario, it's a Ronin, I guess. I don't know. It's probably not a Nisei that you need to steal. And we found that Xanadu, that virtual resource, we got some Coleridge to read, but res cost of all ice, not mind you just the first ice per turn. Maybe that's what Takeoff was holding off for. Now there's a real economic pressure coming in on this ice res here. This is 2 extra credits if Ian wants to consider resing the outermost ice there on R&D, and if not, we're getting in. Ender says the best case is Philotic. Yeah, and that's not even a bad worst case, right? Like, you can score the Philotic. That's fine.
So, maths now in his head. Of course, now he's got cost of 2 for the first one. If he res that's another 1 on the second piece of ice, he wants to res that as well. So,
and again, you did bring up the Wall of Thorns, which is now a 10 credit res, which is kind of hard to swallow. And biggest thing here is without snares, 2 snares in the archives, the only on damage net damage card you have to play around at this point is Fetal AI. And
again, if the runner at this point, you don't mind that so much. You've got 22 cards in your stack. You need agendas, so I think you'd be fine paying that cost.
Could be fine, and we don't know if Ian is on a punitive deck. Maybe that's a big reason not to spend like 7 credits on a single piece of ice into Cyber Feeder, is that you just need to keep that money up. And now we have some advancements on the card in server 1. Again, we don't know what that innermost ice is. We have no idea. We haven't seen any June bugs. This seems really suspicious. I have no idea what this could be.
It's whether it's a 5, as you say, he may have had the punitive in hand, wanted him to bait the run, just to take the 5-3, but it's unlikely because he can't kill him with a single punitive and hasn't got the money to play 2. Archives.
No action, no res again. That 2 credit cost, that 2 credit extra tax with the Xanadu Raina combo is a lot of money, especially when you just want to ice archives to stop that data sucker John Mastinori value. Again, I think we're probably maybe 10 to 15 minutes off of time, and the rules for timing is whoever has the more agenda points at that point will win. So even just scoring a 2 or 3 pointer and then just hoping Takeoff doesn't find anything else is a legitimate strategy to close the game. But I think we're going to find some agendas pretty soon, considering Raina has set her sights onto HQ. And there's that barrier we talked about. Seemed like it would be there. 5 credits for a hard end the run on the wall of static. Doesn't feel terrible when there's no Fracture Insight. Come back.
Also, clearly, it's clearly agendas in HQ, which we suspected, sort of forcing the res there.
So 4 credits.
Whether he's got
Yeah, looks like we're going R&D. It's also very important to know. Oh, we did take a tag from John Mass. We do have a click to clear it if we really need to, but here off the top of R&D, Lamprey not getting value. Data Sucker is getting some value right here. It looks like something to be scrubbed. That's a final red herring. I don't know if there's any more defensive upgrades in this deck. There might be Hokusai Grids, which seems pretty good, but Takos is going back in. Again, there's no more snares. 2 of them in archive, so running glass click, if you're worried about a tag, if you're worried about the net damage, not too big of a deal anymore, besides the fetal doing 3. Scrubber again, more value. That's another rodent. That's good. 2 rodents also means that there's no longer a reason that you have to run on install advanced cards. Of course, besides agendas, but you're not pressured. There's never going to be like, oh, if that card has 2 advancements on it and I do this and this and this, I'll die. Besides, again, agendas. And Ian does have a chance here to score something out. It looks like he's just going to be clicking for credits. That's all we seem to need. That card in server 1 not looking like a 5-3, looking like a Junebug, and Takeoff's just going to be hammering R&D. I think Ian would love to get a barrier rest on there.
I think it seems good. Just run R&D, just try and draw up to get your fractor down, assuming you've got another fractor at this point.
Yeah, I think with 3 corroders, you definitely want that. We have a Dirty Laundry here. There's a small threat that a barrier could be rezzed, but I don't think Ian wants to go down to low credits here. You can take the 3 credits. You can see what we threw out, which was a Trickle Light, mind you. Trickle Light does let you fast advance out of install advanced Trickle Light. No, just the 3-2, just the Philotic, if this Junebug here is maybe failed. But also this could be something else than a Junebug. I think if Ian doesn't score a takeoffs, doesn't have to go run it. But again, probably 3 to 4 agendas in hand, and with that imp, there's very little you have to respect. I would love to see a fractor come down, because I think takeoffs can close the game out in maybe even 1 turn.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think you just try and draw up for it now. That's what you need.
So Ian last turn clicking up to 7 just so this turn they can get the IPO. So now I think there's a much more legitimate threat of him rizzing ice. Now again, the Wall of Thorns. You're going to pen to head credits for it. It will do 2 net damage. It will end the run. Well, 18 cards left in the stack. Maybe 2 more corroders in there. We haven't seen any other tutoring like Special Order or Test Run. So it might not be unrealistic to have 3 corroders. And we have that single run amok. Now, if Ian wants to resin ice, it's going to get trashed. So I think this is just basically like a slightly overcosted inside job. This card generally seems a bit better on remote servers, but not too bad here. We've also seen no R&D multi-access. An R&D interface right now would be huge.
Massive. Do you purge next turn, is Ian? You kill the imp off and the lamprey and all those sucker tokens?
Yeah, I think you might. I think Ian doesn't really have a strong way to close the game off, and maybe purging is too slow, and all he needs to do is find a barrier and jam behind it before a fractor comes down.
True.
But like, if he has, 4 agendas in hand, I don't even know if there's going to be that much more to be imp that he's scared of. So Renamuk, looks like we're not getting any reses here, so single access off the top, hitting the Data Sucker, hitting the John Masanori. Can get an imp here. And imp is like pseudo multi-access, right? Like you imp the first card, which it is. Hokusai Grid, I believe Scrubber could have done well too there as well, but if you want to run now again on R&D, there's a new card up there waiting for you.
Guess we'll see. Getting a bit poor now, the runner, so I guess maybe that's why you don't want to pay an extra 2 credits, possibly.
I don't think we've seen the patchwork do work, besides maybe having that extra MU, which is now fully used at this point, but I think
they've used it a couple of times.
Have they actually?
But not very much.
Oh, I assume they've been missing it. Yeah, maybe they did throw out a Data Sucker.
At least once.
Yeah.
Yeah, they threw Data Sucker at 1 point for something, but I think that's it.
So top card in R&D coming into HQ is unknown. Ian still has the card in the remote server with 2 advancements on it, and there is that purge you talked about, the Lamprey hitting the bin, imp losing counters, Data Sucker losing counters. That actually has some use. There are some over 3 strength sentries. I think it's only Ichi and Archer. One of those only you have to respect right now. But as long as you have click suspend, that Ichi isn't too big of a deal.
It's a really interesting shout, because if it is an Ichi, that could be, if he runs it and doesn't have enough clicks, that could be devastating. That could really swing the game in his favor.
Really big deal. Again, another card on R&D we don't know. Let's see. Last click run. No, it looks like Liberated Count's just coming down. We are getting that slow draw through the Earthrise. Again, probably 2 more Fractors in this game, but if they're in the bottom 2 cards, that's going to be an issue based on the net damage. Are we going for the remote? That's a Pyrek in the remote. Oh, it's just a Fetal. That's doing a damage, mind you. The text on the card doesn't matter, but whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, Personal Evolution will dole out a single net, taking out the Earthrise. I think if he hit a Croter there, oh, how good it would sound.
I've been really good for Ian.
And in
Terrace,
some
points on the board at least.
Yeah, that's points on the board, which actually really matters when it comes to going to time. If time is called, the player that time is called on gets to finish their turn. Their opponent gets a turn, but technically you can win a game with 2 points. It's a timed win, which for the standings is only worth 2 points as opposed to the full 3 points, but it's still points. And again, we're only looking for the top 8 players, so as many points as you can. Top 8 will make it to Sunday. I've been corrected that there's actually Flare and Hunter that are both also above 3 strength sentries. I think Flare might be 3 influence, but those at least you can trace through, right? So maybe not the end of the world. And Takeoff is just drawing up. Oh, I've been actually Blue-haired Hacker Girl is correcting me. I believe they are running the tournament. Timed wins don't exist anymore, so I'm interested to see what that means.
Oh, okay, no time wins. Okay.
Caddy coming down. That's caddy number 2, and that's a slow economy card, and I would love to hear in chat if we can throw down. Actually, we just got it down to about 5 minutes left. That Caddy Jones might not be giving enough value at this point of the game. Generally, it takes her about 3 or 4 turns to be comparable to an Armitage, and with almost 5 minutes left, I don't know how far she'll get.
I think also they installed it, didn't use it on the same turn.
Oh yeah, you always want to do that.
Yeah.
So Patchwork actually tossed out a Mimic to install Caddy for free. So again, if there is some program destruction in here, it can do a lot of work. Over install on Outermost Ice on server 1. Install Advance. If I'm guessing that is a barrier in front of the Eli. Now Takeoff is going to start their turn with 8 cards in hand. It was 7. They drew up once more. So finding the Croter, not super unlikely. If they only have 2 in the deck, they might be kicking themselves a bit now, because if that is the last card in your stack, good luck not dying to net damage.
The thing, and obviously while they're frantically drawing up, they're actually getting to a point where potentially Ian could potentially get a flat line when they get run out of cards.
Yep, it's hard to steal a Fetal. And Proco, another really slow early game card that gives you value. And I think with the amount of time left on the clock, this might not do it. Single Maker's Eye. Ian probably wants to res now, if ever. There's just not enough net damage cards in the deck for this to be even considered lethal. Also, mind you, John Masanori is bringing Takeoffs ever closer to also running out of cards, which is an issue against any deck that wants to do net damage. We have few time is correct in chat, so the Maker's Eye is coming down. We want to close it as fast as we can, and Ian has some options to res here. He's actually short 1 credit from resing that Mighty Wall of Thorns. That's 10 with the Xanadu Raina trigger. And oh, it's the Mighty Wall of Static.
Wow, that's done a lot of work.
5 credits to res, but take a tag.
And what's important there, because it hasn't got the clicks, he can't even click for Eli now. So
nope. And
Isay or a Paper Trail can get scored.
Oh, Paper Trail would feel fantastic here. Trace 6, you do have 1 link from Raina, would still do a lot of work in advance. If that's a Nisei token, you can close out the game pretty easily, considering if you need to click through Eli, you can't do that twice a turn. Single net damage, hitting the Armitage, code busting. This is also a big reason why I don't love John Masanori in this format where Nisei Mark II is a thing, because any Glacier RP deck can just say, nah, last click, can't run.
It's also really, I'm guessing they forgot they've installed Professional Contact, so they're just drawing cards rather than using...
Yeah, they're clicking to draw. In theory, you want to click on Proco on Shinteki on that, considering it doesn't work like Laguna Velasco. You actually have to use this card, so they should have 3 more credits. Don't know if the money's going to matter. I think all that matters is to find that. Seems like they only have 1 more copy of Corroder. Have the MU for it. They need a slam here. They really need to get something. They need to just get more than...
Do you think at this point Ian's been forced to put agendas in archives at this point now?
I don't know. Takeoff has been checking archives pretty consistently with John Masanori. So I really doubt...
3 mysteries. Yeah, we'll go back to find out.
Yeah.
Because there's 3 mysteries in archives now.
And we're going to see them real soon.
Fetal doesn't fire from archives either.
No, it doesn't. There is a Paper Trail in there. Their hand might be 5 agendas. 13 cards left in R&D, only 2 agendas on the table. HQ might be only agendas. Dirty Laundry taking a net damage from the Paper Trail, getting 2 points. That's going to hit the Ice Carver. Definitely a usable card if we're respecting Ichi in this format, Ichi 1.0, which might be alive and well. But Ian just needs to score a 5-3 to close the game off with 1 credit. It's going to actually take a lot of turns because you need to just click for credits a couple turns in a row. And if you just keep drawing agendas, they need to go somewhere.
Exactly. But obviously now we're about to find out, because now they can just draw up the remainder of their deck now, and hopefully...
Now, obviously, the money is... Oh, Diesel last first click drawing, I think, the last 3 cards. So we're only looking at 7 more hit points. That's the Corroder. Might have actually been the last card. It seems like they're only on 2 Corroders. And so now hit points matter so much. Value Neural is a thing. Value Punitive is a thing. Fetal AI is a thing. This can be an issue. There's no, obviously, Obokata Protocol, which would be a 5 net damage to score. But even like scoring the Philotic Entanglement would be kind of a disaster here. We're doing 2 net damage. And there's no...
And obviously the PE as well, so it'll be 3 net damage.
Yep.
I don't know if I'd run HQ instead. If you've got to assume it's...
Oh, I think 100% you go HQ here. There's definitely full of agendas on HQ. There's no more snares to worry about. I think you can close the game by just running HQ twice. The Pyrex are somewhere, and they're not throwing them out into Archives. Single off the top of R&D, getting that Data Sucker token, not much else. John Masanori no longer has any value besides tags. And Corroder for 2, Enigma for 1 last click, saving that value. You don't need to break that, lose a click subroutine. We also do have a bit more Cyber Feeder value here if they want to take that credit. But I think I think this will be a
I might have forgotten about that credit as well.
There's also a small chance that Takeoffs will just use the Nisei here if they're holding on to 5 agendas.
It's true, it's an option. It depends really how much time is left. It's coming down to the wire, but then you know that next turn they'll just run HQ 4 times and just probably win at that point.
Yeah. This is going to hit agendas, right? This must.
You know, I'm assuming 4 or 5 in hand.
Maybe they're holding on to a single punitive, maybe a neural. Maybe there's some value card there. A single axis. Let's go. HQ. Using the Nisei token. Yeah. There's 5 agendas in there for sure. It looks like we might just call time in the round. So I don't know when the judges are want to call it. It looks like Takeoffs just finished their turn. It might have been their last before their last click. So it looks like
time in the round's been called. So I don't know how that.
So that's actually really important to figure out who has the last action here, whether Takeoffs gets another turn or not. Are you here? Ian calling in Aki, who I believe is blue, who is doing some tournament organization. Yeah, so Ian needs to figure out what turn time was called on. If it was called on Takeoff's turn, Ian just can do whatever they want and will pull out whatever is the replacement for timed win. Otherwise, Ian or Takeoffs has a chance of closing the game off. You can imagine just running HQ
I think they would.
times. Yeah.
I think they could run HQ 4 times. I can't believe they wouldn't win at that point.
So we're just going to sort this out real quick. 65-minute rounds, mind you. They probably had a long game. Like, we started, there was maybe like 5 cards installed on the corpse side. So, like, we started pretty late or early on in their game. Round 1 might have gone long. So, blue haired has joined. We'll sort this out really quick. No timestamps. I don't know. Can you turn on timestamps on JNet? Is that a thing you can have in chat?
The problem is the timestamp I've got is not to the nearest second, it's to the nearest minute. And
okay,
when I looked and look back, I sort of that slight delay sort of makes all the difference.
Yeah, totally. We're just gonna sort that out. If you're just tuning in, by the way, my name is Andre. I'm joined by Rotaj from the UK. How's it going, man? Thanks for joining. Can you use the stream to verify? Jeremy asks. Not really. I can't watch the stream while it's streaming. It's no real good way. It's not timestamped in a meaningful way. So, well, hopefully we'll see how they sort this out. Also, how's it going, chat? Wayne, how you doing? Also, Harrison, I didn't say hi. Sean, how's it going today? I know you're playing Mr. Cowbird, already a big fan, and here he is bringing public awareness to the tragedy of losing core set pips. How's it going, Cowbird? Yeah, I think that's a big deal. Alright, so we're going to sort this out. This might be a bit messy, but I think we're going to be able to figure something out. This is always is super fun to see at tournament tables where someone tries to end their turn really quickly before time is called, and it's just like click 3. Like it doesn't matter as long as you get another turn. That's what's most important. If we know how long ago it was, etc. No, yeah, I don't think there's a way to figure that one out. So we want to check out some standings. I think the standings are actually coming in, or maybe they're uploaded all at once. I'm not sure how Cobra's gonna work.
So we've got the results coming,
Yeah.
but we don't get the stands until all the games have been put in.
Okay, so we have pairings. That's cool. Like the pairings, I think a lot
In-
of them have results.
Yeah, I think all but 4 games have been reported in now, from what I can see.
Cool. And by the way, if you want to follow at home, check out Cobra AI tournaments, and it's 7-14 for rounds. I'll throw them in both of the chats if you want to open this up on your end. So that's in both YouTube and Twitch chat if you want to follow around. This will have pairings, this will have standings, and if you get to the tournament side, which I don't think we will get today, I think it actually has the listing. So we have 24 tables. A lot of splits. Splits is good. Makes an interesting tournament. We do have some sweeps. We did watch one of those sweeps. Sweep, mind you, being the 2-0. And I'd be interested to see once we get the identity distribution to see how things work. All right, it looks like, wow, it looks like Ian was holding on to double Neural, or maybe they just top decked a
wow.
Neural. But Neural. So maybe their hand wasn't only agendas. I don't know what could
I
possibly.
think they would have top deck a nil because I think there was an R&D run. Don't think they stole an agenda from R&D.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. But now
So,
with only 3 cards in hand, is it possible to close the game off? It matters whether they hit the priority. Actually, no, they can still win, right? Because you steal an agenda, take a dead damage. Yeah, you can still win because the final net damage doesn't kill you against PE if you win by getting to 7th points before the last net damage.
They've sorted it out. So you mentioned earlier, there's no more timed wins. Does that mean that Ian gets the full win for this?
I don't know.
Or how does that work?
Blue Hair jumped into YouTube chat and let me know. Obviously they have some work here to do to about like, oh, my face is on top of Proco. They have some work about like doing the next pairing, so we'll try and ask halfway through round 2. But I think they just said that time wins don't exist. I just don't know what that means yet. We'll get a confirmation soon. And they're saying it's rough because Takeoff has a high probability of winning with one more turn. I agree with you. Yeah, they definitely were set up to close that game off with just a bit more time. But again, that's kind of a thing with this. I don't think either player was playing slow on purpose, which is, can be frustrating sometimes. But, playing quickly is also still a bit of part of the organized play. Not a lot of games go to time, mind you, and this seemed like a bit more of a grind, this game. Specifically because they were locked out on finding their, what seems to be only 2 corroders in the deck. I would be interested to see how the first game went because I probably went long.
So I've just been looking in one of the chats, and a timed win is worth 3 points.
Okay, so it's a full win.
Yeah. So
okay, thank you. All right, so that's cool. I don't know how you did in your area, Rotage, but a lot of times when we played in tournaments, you see a lot of people like concede when they're gonna lose to a timed win, right? Like when just to give their opponent more points. I think that's kind of like a. I'm not trying to pressure anyone to do that, obviously, but I think it's like a cool part of some Netrunner communities. So we're like, oh no, you take the full win, it's fine. So this is not that much different than that rule, which I think a lot of people already self-enforced.
Exactly, if a person can't win, yeah, it does seem a bit silly, really, when just some bizarre scenarios where they know they couldn't win and almost trying to help the person get the win.
Yeah.
I know FFG did make things slightly better because before it was only, I think if there was a draw, it was worth the same as a time win or something like that, from what I remember.
Yeah.
Be at least slightly more than a draw, which helped a little bit at least.
Do you remember like first tournament where it was actually maybe the first couple of years in Netrunner where if it came to like the tiebreaker or what have you, the amount of agenda points you had scored in the last game mattered?
If that was before my time, I'll be honest, but I have heard about this and it does sound very strange.
I don't know whether it was like a world finals, but it was some big tournament somewhere that Team Covenant was filming, and all the winning player had to do to win the game was score a hostile takeover from hand. So they mulliganed, install advance, and then they shook hands. It was super bizarre to watch.
That definitely sounds awful, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that doesn't exist anymore because if you just get a blowout in the first game, knowing that actually the second game like that doesn't feel good to me at all. You want the games to be independent of each other. So if you have a bad first game, you know that actually the second game.
Yep.
50.
Saka's saying it was when we did aggregate agenda points in the cut when we played both sides in a match. Oh yeah, because you'd play both sides. Now we do double elimination, so you only play one side at a time. Yeah, it's pretty impressive how like organized play has changed over like the years of FFG's organized play, and things did get a lot better over time for sure. Even like it's a bit, the intentional draw rule is a bit, people can argue about it, but I think it actually did a lot to help the game.
I mean, I think it was happening anyway. So actually, if the system gets to one where you can't enforce it in any meaningful way, and they never could, then actually you might as well just legalize it at that point.
Yep. So hey, Blue's jumping into YouTube chat. I'm just gonna read this out for everyone in the stream. When the timer expires, tournament staff will make an announcement. If a game is still in progress at that time, the player whose turn it is completes their turn, then the other player completes one full turn. Neither player has won. The player with the most agenda points is awarded a win, and the other player takes a loss. Players are tied for agenda points. The game is a draw from the OP policies document. So yeah, no surprises there. Besides, back in the day of FGOP, you could get a timed win, which was worth only 2 points, as opposed to all these threes that we're going to be seeing on this page. Rotash says legalize it. How's it going, Ian? GG's. I like that the
Have
ID.
you got any?
Sorry?
Sorry, carry on.
Oh no, I was just reading from Chad. Ender saying I like that the ID rule is balanced by the 2-for-1 rule, and yeah, a lot of people do 2-for-1 just because competitive tables can get real big divisions, like real hard cuts.
Is 2-for-1 legal now? Or is that still not legal?
I don't know. I think 2-for-1ing is legal. Like we saw it at Worlds. I don't know if it wasn't legal. Is it legal? Is 2-for-1ing legal? For those who don't know, a lot of times, and Ian's saying 2-for-1 is legal. A lot of players at Worlds, for instance, where only like the top make the cut, where it's like a very competitive cut. Players will say like, "Hey, we'll play one game, and if you win that one, we'll say that you won the other game." So that like more players will have 6 zeros as opposed to 3 threes. Because if either player gets a 3-3, neither of them will make it to the top cut, just based on how competitive it was. So you see a lot more of this like later in the day or on day 2, where having a 6-0 is important to make it. 2-for-1 and IDs are both legal in these policies. Super cool.
Okay, I mean 2-for-1, even when it wasn't legal, was happening as well. So
yep.
I think as long as if it's consistent, then I think that's fine.
Yep. Cool. And we are going to just about start game or round 2, mind you. We have people joining up into the lobbies. So again, to make it on to day 2, which is Sunday the 3rd of February, if I'm not mistaken, you have to be in the top 8 of day 1A and day 1B. And now the top 8 of day 1A, congrats to them. They've already been chosen. But day 1B, we still have a lot of fighting to do today, a lot of rounds. And so far we have 12 players in the top 6, or in the top with 6 points, excuse me, in the top 12. So strength of schedule is definitely going to be mattering today at some point, I have no doubt, but we definitely have some work to do. And also, again, after round 1, all the players that are going 3-3, you're still definitely in it. Even those who got swept, maybe had token no wins, you do have a chance of making the top. Regardless, making day 2 isn't, you can have fun regardless, right? Like, Netrunner's still a cool thing. So, do you want to call a table to jump into? Or Sash, you want to make a pick?
Let's kind of a quick look, see what we've not seen. I was looking for a Shaper game or a NBN game if we've got one, because we've not had one of those yet.
Yeah.
So that'd be kind of nice to see.
I would be really interested to see Shaper and NBN. So far, we've seen Criminal, HB, Anarch, and Jinteki, and Wayland. I think actually we haven't seen HB. So yeah, there's still a lot we haven't seen.
So there's a couple of Shaper against Jinteki games I'm seeing. So because some of the games haven't started up yet, they haven't got the IDs.
Oh yeah, right. I see them at the bottom.
So
Shaper, Jinteki. All right, we'll wait there for everyone to boot up. I imagine you can still do your mulligans here. I also want to check who's on the top tables. That might give us might be more exciting games. We'll find out. So
yeah, that's another option. So obviously, this top 6 tables should all be people who've swept their first.
Oh yeah, because the tables are labeled. Fantastic.
See 1 to 6. 1 to 6 with something we've not seen. That'd be kind of nice.
Table 2 has some Anarch. That's a thing we've seen. NBN on table 22 against Movable. And that's Half Corp. That's always interesting to see. Let's see if we can keep it to top 6. Let's just wait maybe a second for everyone to come in. format.
I don't think the round has started yet anyway.
Yeah, so we got some
I
time.
don't think so.
Table 7 has some HB on it with Manta. I'd be down for that. That's a 3-3 table, but of course, it's still going to be exciting to watch.
I mean, I'm happy with that. Again, I've not seen much HB, and
I think
can do that.
you always play Seder over of Stronger Together, right?
I think so. And also the lack of recursion. If Seder actually starts firing, that's pretty big.
Yeah, that's nutty good. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Criminal, a lot of Anger, not a lot of Shaper, which, you know, Shaper generally has been pretty consistent across most metas. They did lose that Magnum Opus in this format, which is kind of a big deal. That was like the sit back and do nothing economy engine that would do a lot. But now they have to work.
NBN either.
No, so far we've only seen one NBN, Hofcorp. They're rocking the NBN. Spark and Making News. I think Making News is probably a bit easier to get value out of consistently, but Making News is nothing to bat your eye at. I just want to see what table 1 and 6
Oh,
look
there's a Seder on table 5.
Oh, no way. Table 5. What are the names?
It's Mal, and I'm terrible at pronunciation. I would apologize.
I just can't find table 5 here. Let me search.
It's sort of near the bottom.
Sorry, yeah, I'll do that. Oh, yeah, dope. Let's do this. Boom, Leela against Seder Laboratories. We're actually like pretty far into this one. When was time called? We got a lot of ice on remotes. We're icing up all centrals. Bank Job seems to have fired off of that Naked Maryland. Again, Bank Job is a thing to respect, and it looks like we've hostaged out a Proco. Mao sitting happily on a lot of credits, and single ice means inside job. We're off. We're off to a game. There's quite a board state here for HB, and mind you, if you're not familiar, Leela does kind of pull back board state in a large way, but I think HB has been pretty industrious. So Seder's ability fires when the runner loses or spends a click during a run, which there's not that many options. You can always click through some of the Byroids, but I don't think any of the Byroids are that scary where if you face check them that you have to not let them fire. The worst one definitely is Ichi, but if Mao just doesn't install any programs, that's actually not a big deal for a long part of the game. I think the only other tricky thing is there's one copy in this format of, oh man, Mason Bellamy, I believe is the name, who will rob you clicks if you are breaking subroutines on ice. So the only way to get around that, if you don't want Seder to fire, is to run last click. And I don't think Strongbox is in this format. So that might be a big deal.
I don't think so, yeah. So triple advance. Wow.
Triple advance. Ace-Null is leaving that on the table. And mind you, this is Leela. And Leela loves bouncing advanced cards. If Mao runs R&D, if Mao's inside job, sneak doors, even just like a Fem on the ice on R&D, Fem on the ice of HQ, and you play a multi-access card, R&D interface, legwork, Maker's Eye, you have a big chance of finding an agenda, bouncing that card into hand, but it looks like Mao's actually just going to go straight for the contest. Corroder and Fem, mind you, still a killer, but that Mighty Enigma robbing a click, getting rezzed, ending the run. Mao has one more click to get into that server if they really need to, but Sentry...
Doesn't that trigger Cider?
That does trigger Cider. Yeah, fuck yeah. So they have to click on the Cider abilities. Oh my god, I totally forgot about the Mighty Enigma. And now running R&D here is actually kind of useless because I'm assuming Ace-Null is just going to put the hedge fund on top of R&D because Cider fired. So we know what's on top of R&D, so this fire... Yeah, so Ace-Null is actually asking, which is super polite, if they want to run R&D.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah, do you want to run R&D? No. I think that's pretty reasonable. And that's actually a cool thing about this. If you do have a way to tax clicks on R&D, you are protecting the top of R&D. And Ace-Null drawing that hedge fund off the top means that if you want to get a bounce anywhere, it's going to have to be on HQ.
Yeah, I'd be honest, I'd forgotten about Enigma trigger as well. That's a really interesting one as well.
Totally did as well. That's pretty dope. So there are maybe some face checks that are bad. Triple Enigma in this format. And server 2 could even be that Pyrec. It is a Pyrec?
Wow.
Now, this will res ice that can't get bounced. So showing not a lot of value, but showing the Enigma on HQ. So you're not going to lose that click. Not going to get that value. You could have also resed if you really wanted the upgrade of the remote, but I probably don't think that's going to happen. And that triple advance seems pretty strange, but it gives you an extra click to repair the damage that Leela has done.
I think Pyrec has to be a piece of ice they res. I don't think they can res anything else.
Oh, I mean, sorry, but like you want to up res the upgrade maybe so Leela doesn't bounce it
Of course,
sometimes.
yes. So I do apologize. Sorry, yes. Yeah, you do want to.
Yeah, totally. So interesting, 3 credits on a res on Enigma. Maybe they just want to do that so Leela can't bounce HQ ice and then play some ridiculous lineup. Play
Oh,
we have it, but the Abagnale has come down. That's triple Enigmas, all the click losses we can get. And that's only going to be 1 credit to break with Abagnale. Singing a single axis off the top, getting that dirty laundry credits. And that's a paper trail off the top. So maybe that Enigma on HQ feels good now, but we're bouncing the upgrade. Ace No could have rezzed it, but I think, yeah, it's either that or the remote ice because you don't want to bounce what's been femmed.
one of the options now potentially, it is not a May. It must happen. Is that if you'd res the upgrade
Yeah.
and then the archive ice gets bounced, you could actually get that femmed ice bounce back to hand.
Yeah, you
You could
have to
reuse it
bounce
somewhere
it.
else.
Yeah, which is pretty great. That would be awesome if that happened. But that's cool. That Enigma res, honestly, it's kind of interesting on HQ to prevent Leela's ability. But with all 3 breakers out, as long as the economy is strong enough, and with Proco, that's some pretty good economy attached to drawing. Pressure R&D, especially with that R&D interface. If you ever want to install advanced events in a remote server, you have to make sure that they're not going to see an agenda in the next 2 cards. And I think Ichi here would be pretty good. That's actually pretty expensive. But that's just a Victor, which is also lines up pretty well against Abagnale. Abagnale boosts strength by 2s. So the Victor is actually 4 credits to break. You want to do 2 for the boost, 2 to break until a data sucker comes down. This is a 5-credit server. That's actually pretty expensive.
Yeah, that's going to be expensive. I mean, the RDR at least means you're getting more value from it, but you would like to get the sucker down. You can't keep boosting Fem to break ice, realistically.
Yeah. There also could be Mimic in here. We don't have the MU for Sneak Door Beta, which is probably a good thing for Ace No. That's a second hedge fund. Really good money, and we knew the next 2 cards on R&D were not agendas. So looks like Mao is probably going to hold back for 1 turn and then run the following. And we've replaced that upgrade, jammed something on top of it. Again, there's 3 Adonis, 2 Marilyn in HB's collection of cards in this format, which is a lot of things to jam into a remote server.
I think the one thing in the Corpus favor is having scored that 5-3 early. It's one less 5-3 that can be stolen.
Yeah.
Scored 2 regular agendas.
That's,
as it were.
Yeah, that's such a big deal because, yeah, now Ace No can close the game with 2 more agendas as opposed to needing 4. Easy mark, 3 credits. We're contesting the remote server. We have everything we need besides what might be this upgrade. Again, I think it's either Ash, but even a single Mason Bellamy does do work in Seder. Femdice might not just get rezzed here because you kind of want to get this bounce. You want to res this. You want to not res this so it is forced with a bounce. And there's an Ash trace. And while Ace Nil doesn't have the credits to keep out, this is generally a 7-credit tax for the linkless Leela if she wants to access what's in this remote. And it's actually just the Mason Bellamy doubled up on the defensive upgrades, going down to 2 credits with only a Proco for economy. Server isn't protected. Now,
I wonder if you would have rezzed the Mason Bellamy there because you could have got the hedge fund back.
I think they had no more clicks to lose. They ran that last click.
Of course, it's clicks to lose.
Yeah, so Mason is cool. It does force you to lose clicks, but if you run last click, which is generally the counter to the single Mason Bellamy, it actually does nothing. Ace No, just drawing up. Drawing up generally draws HQ aggression. And again, the big question here is, do you rather play Leela or rather play Gabe? And Gabe actually has a lot of way to make money. No doubt that Ace No would be playing differently regardless. But HQ is actually wide open against a faction that probably has legworks, probably even has HQ interfaces. The big difference between Criminal now and Criminal in old core sets is there's no account siphon. I think the pressure from HQ is honestly not that strong as long as you don't flood up for agendas and you have a place to put them. And with 3 breakers out this early in the game, like Ace No might be sweating. Needs some traps, needs something to bait Mao into running. Because otherwise sitting back with Caddy and Armitage, the money's going to be there. And that's more HQ pressure. Drawing 2 cards, a third with the mandatory, might have drawn the blue level. There's a chance of finding 2 agendas in HQ at this point. And behind this
the other thing is obviously Bartic Labour is obviously potential a way out at some point later on if they can get to 5 points.
Oh, that's true. Well, yeah, even on 3 points, right? Like this double biotic, triple Project Vitruvius. Leela is going to cause some havoc, but you can biotic out for 14 over 2 turns and score to 7.
As you say, you've got ice rezzed everywhere, and as we say, without Siphon, you're less scared about the Leela bounce at this point.
Yep.
R&D's
Sorry?
Fairly expensive. So, and if they want to run HQ, okay, fine, provided you're not flooded at that point.
I think the only really strong HQ pressure you have to worry about is a single copy of Emergency Shutdown, but if as long as you don't go ahead and res that Heimdall 1.0, which I don't even think is a good ice in this format, you'll probably be okay. I think you can afford 3 more credits. Now, going for that big remote server, now that is going to tax out some economy. It does make more expensive Leela bounces if you need to reinstall. Mind you, ice costs credits to install based on how many other ice are on that server already. So this is a 2 credit install. If Leela bounces that's a pretty big tax. And again, unadvanced cards are pretty scary in HB. There's a big chance this is an Adonis. There's a big chance that this is a Maryland campaign. But the question is, does Mao unload Caddy and go for it? Because otherwise, maybe Ace-No can biotic out a 4-2. And there's 4 4-2s in this deck.
I think you I think you have to. You don't want them to get to 5 points. That'd be really bad.
Yep, that would be
You've
terrible
got
at
at
that
least,
point. Yeah, you're not favored to win.
I think you unload the caddy and you've got your breakers out. I mean,
I have no doubt Ace-No's running 2 copies of Ichi. Paragon coming down, giving you extra MU, but the Data Sucker's coming down. No run this turn. Ace-No, in theory, could biotic out a 4-2. Very unlikely. Not a very common play you see. But we're set up to deal with Ichi. We're set up for Femme Fatale to be a permanent breaker. And I think this Data Sucker also means that the R&D run just went down 2 credits. With a single Data Sucker, you no longer have to boost for the Victor. And this is now a 3 credit run. And you get a credit back from Paragon, so only a 2 credit run.
I mean, had that been a paper char on the remote and they've had a biotic in hand, that would have been a devastating turn.
Oh my god, that would have been so good. You lose Armitage, Caddy, and Proco. I love the Biotic 4-2 plan in a deck that has so many things to jam into the remote.
So they're just drawing up now. So obviously you say next turn they're on a Caddy and start, and I think lock R&D down and just really put the side of player in the vice, as it were.
As soon as you start putting cards in a remote server and advancing them, ooh, looks like we have an overinstall. That looks like a snare for days, right? But as soon as you like that install advanced card basically means, hey, Mao, there's a 3i server there on server 2, but you can just like Maker's Eye R&D. You can just run R&D, and you have a big chance, considering there's still a lot of agendas in the game, to just return that and basically rewind an entire turn. That time walk, the time warp. I don't know what Magic the Gathering is, but even running HQ also seems really good right now.
Good question. Where do you run? Do you just go straight for the remote, or do you try and fork them and run somewhere else first? And say, as you say, try and get the bounce.
I think you definitely run HQ first, get the Data Sucker token, then you run R&D, then maybe you take Armitage and then run server 2. I think the chance, considering they blue level clearance, considering it's turn 13, there's probably 2 agendas in HQ.
I mean, they're halfway through their deck, so
yeah,
assuming they should see half the agendas. We've only seen 5 agenda points, so
we've seen no legwork so far, which
statistically wise,
it's a legwork is a 2 of. We have all the breakers. You want the Paragon to fire. It looks like Mao opting to take 2 off the Armitage. And there's that legwork we talked about of a 2 of. And there's nothing to keep him up. Just the mighty pop-up window. No breaker necessary. That's a 2 credit swing. And then you can pay 2 for Enigma. You don't want that Enigma to fire, considering Satyr's ability. And this is definitely going to get a bounce. And even if you get a bounce here, it returns the card in server 2 to HQ. You can just go again. This Enigma pop-up window server is pretty flimsy. Hitting a Maryland, hitting a celebrity gift. Them having a gift in hand means that they don't want to show the agendas they have. There's a Vitruvius, returning server 2 into hand. They have another legwork. Things are going to get real gross real fast. And there's even a chance he just wanted to bounce an ice and then on server 2 and run server 2. I think you can get in, but putting it back to HQ is definitely not terrible.
I think I was quite happy with that because, as you said, you want to try and keep them away from getting to 5 points as long as possible.
For what it's worth, too, I don't think they trashed the Maryland. I would have considered it. You're going to probably want to run HQ twice this turn. And Maryland is the kind of card that you want to trash when it's not installed. Because with that Maryland trash, this would be a 1 in 4 for what we think is agenda as opposed to 1 in 5. And those are pretty big difference.
The only reason maybe not, was that if they did trash it and didn't see an agenda running the remote, it'd make it a little bit more difficult on 6 credits. That's maybe what they were thinking about.
That's true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I guess if you hit the Vitruvius first in the legwork, you would definitely be more likely to trash it.
Yeah, completely different. Yeah.
Also, like hitting the Vitruvius last on the legwork is a big deal. If you hit that first, the card in the remote gets added to the pool of cards that you legwork out of. You don't pick all 3 at once. You pick them one at a time, right? So that could have been a big deal. And showing the whole hand has another agenda there. That's an SFT, the successful field test coming in from Terminal Directive. So we just have Ice, a single Biotic. Ace putting a target on their own head. This is not game point, but there is a 4-2 in 4 cards in HQ, and they do have the ability to come in. Ice on the outermost, probably the Eli, could be the Victor as well. Eli probably the most taxing. I guess it's 2 credit with Data Sucker, while Victor is 2 credits with the single Data Sucker. Sneak Door Beta.
Yeah, just
sorry.
Yeah, Sneak Door Beta. That'd be quite. Obviously, it has a slight MU issue at this moment.
Yeah. Yeah, you could. There's like a single Akamatsu. There's the Sneak Door Beta. I don't know what you want to trash, actually. All your cards are really good. Like, that Data Sucker is worth its weight. I also don't love the Sneak Door Beta install until the Ice on HQ is rezzed. Right? Like, go ahead and res a Victor. Go ahead and res an Eli. Take the brain damage. It doesn't really matter. But now we don't actually have a killer. Finding a Roto turret on Archives. Oh my god. Please, Roto. No, Roto.
Oh.
Just the pop-up window. And Sneak Door Beta hitting HQ. Paragon is firing. Have a 1 in 4 of hitting that successful field test. Finding the Eli, so we're pretty sure that's a Victor 1.0 on the outermost. I think you just keep Sneak Dooring over and over again. And with 21 credits, sure, you can Biotic out, but there's only 2 more 3-2s. There's the SFT. Absolutely brutal on game point now. Getting that bounce. Returning the Ice from on top of HQ. We know that's a Victor. We know there's nothing else here. Could consider running R&D and closing the game out, but we're opting for the more conservative play, hitting money on Caddy.
I think that's right. I think with them, obviously, you can afford to. If you go too poor, then they could give them a massive scoring window.
Now, bouncing that Victor means, like, bouncing the Ice off of HQ with Leela, I don't know if that's the best, because you're already pressing on Archives, so taking it off of HQ just gives them more opportunity to put it somewhere else where it was kind of dead on HQ. We do have a card in the remote server looking like a Maryland, and again, we do have that bit of that bluff there. If there is a 4-2 that's top decked, you could go ahead and Biotic this out. Even if you want to Biotic out the Vitruvius to make it a 4-2, it'll give you that Biotic back. Wait, that's really dumb, isn't it? But you could do it. Get back another card. Because still, Acenil doesn't look like they have a secure remote against all breakers. Mind you, they don't have a killer anymore. But
so that's potentially giving some options now, because
Rotos are a thing. Ichi, in theory, a thing. If you have to click through an Ichi, you're giving back an Ash. With 20 credits to Acenil's name, that's actually a pretty legitimate defensive upgrade at this point.
I think so as well. I think, I mean, you've got to assume there's an Ichi in this list. I don't see why there wouldn't be. It's a pretty good piece of ice.
Roto as well.
Works
Roto
the ID. Yeah, that again. So, Mimic, but then they haven't got the MU to put it down. It's kind of awkward.
I think you maybe trash the Sneak Door Beta at some point. Like, you're only saving 2 to 1 credit from running HQ as opposed to Archives. It also, you're going to want to legwork at some point too. I'm assuming there's one more in the list. So Sneak Door Beta only goes so far. But Fem is not a bad breaker with the Data Sucker down.
And that was the thing, so that's with that down. You was absolutely fine, because as we said, Roto it can break for 0. Ichi's only 2 strength above, so that's a couple of sucker tokens, which you can easily get at the moment.
Biotic Labor coming out. Oh my god, it is a 4-2? It is a paper trail. We have 12 credits. We can trash Katie. We can trash Proco. Boosting into the trace pretty heavily. That's a 10. Paper trail, trashing all connections and jobs. That's the swing we needed. And now we don't know what's in HQ. We don't know what's in there. That looked like the Maryland. That's the play we were talking about. They think it's the Maryland. They didn't trash the Maryland. Make it look like a Maryland. And Mao, I think, getting a bit fed up. Understanding they don't have the late game economy anymore. Spending only, 4 credits to get into this remote server. Mind you, they can take some brain damage. I don't think it matters that much. And we see 2 cards off the top of the stack. One, 2. Trashing the last Ash. If you want to go again, that's another card. Not a lot of money, but trashing that Ash is a huge deal considering the remote server. But again, still, if you jam in the remote server, Leela has that threat on centrals. And we have Earthrise going down to 0 attached to the Armitage code busting. So getting some card draw, but not a lot of burst pressure here. Haven't seen any inside jobs or spearfishings. So the remote server, even without a killer, might not be that safe.
Yes, it's a question. So obviously, if they can get a biotic and another 3, there's more than one biotic in the system core,
2.
I believe.
2 biotic.
So that. Oh, is that the Marilyn, or was that them trying to sneak out a 3-2?
If they have the 3-2, yeah, they could sneak it out here. Again, there's another biotic and 2 more Vitruviuses. So at any point in time, as long as Ace starts their turn with 7 credits and they have those 2 cards in hand, that's a GG. So Mao really needs to put the pressure on. Either make sure Ace stays below 7, or just make sure locking the top of the R&D. And there's the Mimic Sucker. We're coming in, losing the Sneak Door Beta. There's a Stimac for the remote. I think they're going to find a Maryland, but I don't dislike this play at all. Ace has proven to be baiting into the remote, and it looks like no res. You're going to waste that value from that Stimatic, take a brain damage, and go find what a Maryland campaign looks like. Let's see what it is. Could also be an Adonis. Someone is typing in chat. Uh-oh. Oh, it is a Maryland. I'd kill for that to be snare, says Acelin, and I'm pretty confident one of the cards in their deck is a snare. We saw a card being overinstalled in a remote server. It doesn't make a lot of sense to be anything else. And losing a spearfishing actually is kind of a big deal. I guess the Enigma's on the innermost makes it a bit less so, but oh my god.
Yeah, so you're quite happy now because Stimhac's now gone. There's only one, so you're happy that's gone. Mao's still fairly poor, so
yep. Might just want to draw up. Archive Memories for a Biotic Labor, I have no doubt. Maybe an Ash. Small chance of an Ash. And if it is anything besides the Biotic Labor, this Biotic Labor, you need to find those Vitruviuses now. They're probably in HQ, unless Ace is prepping for the future. And in that case, you probably just want to run HQ 4 times this turn. If you have a legwork, even better. Maybe you need to take some money off Armitage first. But easy mark from hand, even a bit better. That's in there. 7 credits or 8 credits is enough. Maybe a bit of lamprey work, but just running R&D, sing 2 cards. Again, still a fair bit of agendas in the deck. I think they have the money. With Data Suckers, this is a 2/2/1. You can take a brain damage. You don't have to break all on Enigma.
And obviously that's obviously quite huge, because obviously now they can't, if they do have it, they can't score out next turn.
Yep.
So you've got to assume they don't. You wouldn't res the Eli if you had Vitruvius in hand at that point, so...
Yeah, so yeah, you're assuming they don't have it in hand. Paragon, hitting 1. 2 cards on top of R&D. Again, this could be it. Second card, it's a Vitruvius.
Wow.
Second from the top. Almost had an Ace setting up with that Biotic, thinking of the future, and it was only 2 cards down. A turn away. I'd be interested to see what agendas they have in hand. Mao is asking nothing in hand, so the play that I might have gone on, which is run HQ a couple times, probably was wrong, and we saw it coming on the top of R&D.
Maybe that's what they're hoping to do by getting the Biotic, force them to make wasteful runs in HQ.
Yeah.
Sort of keep them out of R&D for a bit.
Mao is calling out the bait with a successful field testing. I love that play, the 4/2, the Biotic. Didn't actually fire the SFT, did it? Like, I don't think they used the ability on this thing.
No, because he didn't.
They scored it. Yeah. Excuse me.
But I think you had to take a risk at that point, because you're stuck on 3 points, and you just get yourself to 5 and give yourself a chance.
Yeah.
Should we see the reverse of this?
Yeah, I would love to see the reverse. I guess, yeah, I'd rather see the game from the beginning. Good games to both of them. We'll see what they're playing. I would still love to see a Shaper, still love to see an NBN. We'll catch that at some point, but we're looking for the reverse of Table 5. If you're just tuning in, by the way, welcome to the Nisei Online Single System Core 2019 tournament. This is only round 2, game 2. We've just seen Acenil and Mao trade games. This is Wayland against Anarch. That's a fun matchup always. Let's see whether it's a Blue Sun or the Building a Better World. And it looks like it's Raina.
Sun.
And Raina is cool against Blue Sun. You want to res a lot of ice. You're going to get some value.
I think Xanadu isn't as effective, because I think Blue Sun gets extra money back from Xanadu, I believe.
Yes, I think Xanadu increases the res cost. Interestingly enough, though, Raina Roja does fire on Overstate AI because it's an additional cost. Wait, no, that's wrong. Xanadu does, I think. I'm not confident anymore about that. We'll have to read the cards.
I'm sure it's all built into Jackie to do it for us, so we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. So if you're not familiar, Raina Roja has that link, which does sort of matter in this matchup. Wayland has access to Caduceus, which is a trace And it's pretty good. Oh, click one, turn one of Xanadu is what you need. This is a one of in the format. They found it in their hand. So now this Caduceus that we also talked about is 5 to res, and these traces are a fair bit worse when Raina starts with a link. I think you definitely want to boost into the first one. Second one matters a bit less. Mao not boosting, so Raina can spend all her money to deny 3 credits. I would love to see Mao spend 1 more there because they would ensure the credits. Is it more important that Ace has no money or they have money? The Trace 2 end the run does fire though. Maybe that means they have something in hand and Ace clicking up. So let's check the wording. The res cost of all ice is increased by 1, and it says when your turn begins, you may add 1 res card and gain to the res cost. So Xanadu does get refunded. Raina, however, doesn't because that's only the first res to each turn. Now setting back up, building a remote. Generally the cool plays we have in this format, we do have, well, in almost all formats, you have the Adonis, you have the Maryland campaign, which you can bounce, rinse and repeat in Blue Sun to get that strong economy, which you need against Raina and Xanadu. What kind of ice are you scared about on face check against Wayland? We saw a Sarugi, which I thought was pretty spicy, but I don't think there's much else in faction besides Archer.
Really, no. Obviously, Archer, we need agenda to be scored, and it doesn't really it won't get bounced around. I'm trying to think of what is actually quite scary in this.
In HB, I think it's only Archer and like mildly Caduceus, but that's largely it. Mind you, Mao spent 6 credits to res a Hortum, but that Hortum did give a credit back, choosing to bounce it. It's a pretty credit inefficient play if you're just reinstalling it. You do get some mind game space, but if they just want to keep their credits up so they can res HQ, they can res even the remote sometime soon. That does actually cost them a fair bit of clicks, and Ace Nil's aggression will be paying off.
Just wait for the early game salvos to finish up.
Now, if Ace Neil's not importing any tricks, spending the 3 influence for the inside jobs, there's actually not a lot of pressure they can do for an early remote if Mao wants to jam. I think the best case scenario might be the single copy of Run Amok, and it's really hard to play around single copies, especially when these decks have really great draw. And it looks like
this is the thing we saw in the last.
Yeah. Sorry. No, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say the thing in the last game in the stats we see is a lot of clicking to draw cards because this isn't the draw capacities in these decks.
Yeah.
That we're used to in sort of the standard format.
Especially on the corp side, Anonymous Tip is no longer in the system core. It's not that common of a card, but I suppose it did give you some draw. I guess we have blue level clearance as a replacement. Unadvanced card on server 1. Unadvanced cards in Wayland could be Alice's, likely to be Maryland's, likely to be Adonis's to give you that blue sun bounce value. And Ace Nil just setting up with a late game economy of Caddy, that sustained economy, and then that actually medium burst economy of liberated accounts. And looks like Mao not opting to res the server 1 might actually be a contract killer, might just be a bait, but it looks like double advance.
Oh.
Installing a new remote, not exactly sure what that's about.
I'm really confused. I mean,
did they misclick and try to put that on server 1?
I assume so. I mean, I'm generally intrigued by that backline. They've made no indication they want to take it back, so you've got to assume it's what they wanted to do.
Yeah. So double advance here. Again, if that's a paper trail, that would be absolutely brutal, destroying the Caddy Jones. Actually, only the Caddy Jones, but you still never want to see Caddy go. Priority requisition as a 2 of in every deck we're going to see today has some actually additional value in Blue Sun. You can res a big ice and bounce it to hand, and now we're looking at contract killer for days, I'm pretty sure.
I'm fascinated with this is now. This is I've not seen this before.
I don't know what's going on.
I mean, contract killer is a good shout.
No breakers. We're face checking here. Not a lot of threat again. Just that mighty ice wall. 3 credits for an end the run. The mini wall of static and Corroder coming down. We're gonna be able to get in here. Spending 1 to break. Spending, I think, contract killer's 2 to trash, but this actually might be a bit more than contract killer. Mind you, double contract killer is setting up to do 4. That's a priority requisition. Is punitive gonna kill? You need double punitive or punitive into archive memories could be lethal right now. Actually, punitive into contract killer in server 1 could be lethal.
Oh my god. I mean, you've got to assume it's something like that because I don't, otherwise that's...
Yeah, because they clearly planned this turn a couple like turns in a row. So taking the credits from Caddy, still probably not possible, I guess. No, you can do it. Yeah, you bounce the ice wall for 3. You can, or for 2, you can do this. I think you do punitive credit or credit punitive. Oh, it's a reversed accounts. This is also one of robbing the credits. It's a punitive.
Oh,
Do we have a neural or double punitive? They have no credits. One link. Do they have double punitive ahead? Do they have archive memories? What is this? They have double punitive. Oh my god.
wow.
Well, shoot. GG. That is fucking awesome. Getting the kill. The odds on this are actually pretty unlikely. There's only 2 punitives. Let's check if they mulligan. But that reversed accounts is actually pretty cool. If that was a contract killer, I think it would also have done the work. But reversed accounts, I think, is only 1 influence. That card is super strong. And Mao kept their hand.
Yes.
Just top deck the
Well
second
played, I think.
punitive. Damn.
Oh.
So Mao taking the sweep. We did see that priority. Whenever you see that, like, it's something you have to respect. If they're doing these weird traps, if they're jamming 5-3s, and as soon as they get in there and they see the priority requisition, you can't draw up to 6 hand size. They took all the money they could, but that reversed accounts. One of, mind you, still perfect.
I'm not sure what else they could do differently there.
Yeah, not run is the best you can do, but then they score priority requisition. Oh man, those were good
Do we
games.
go find another game?
Yeah, definitely. Let's dive in. I wanted to check out if we can see whether I think Hoff was playing that NBN deck, but it looks like they're no longer on it. We're looking at Criminal for days, which I'm not surprised about. Like, everyone's playing Criminal. Do you want to take a shot? Who do you want to jump into?
Should we go to table 2? Because I think it's a BABW, not a Blue Sun.
Hmm.
Started, I think.
Yeah, just let me search it up. I can't find it. Oh, I found it.
Refresh.
I gotta refresh. Yeah, you're right. If you're just tuning in, by the way, what a game we had. This is just round 2. The table we just watched has finished, but we have a lot more tables going. There are 44 players today. I think there was a bit more yesterday, but a lot dropped after round 2 or round 1, unfortunately. But we have a lot going on today. Just let me pull up table 2. We should have some more. I'm joined by Rotaj. Rotaj, you want to introduce yourself for those who just tuned in?
Yeah, hi, I'm Rotaj, also known as Dave. I'm from the UK. I'm mostly known for bringing diaper to the world, which I'm sure we all love.
It's an apology every time.
So we've just seen a contract killer.
Yeah,
Killer
we
Caddy
have.
Jones, which is very exciting.
Oh my god, yeah, that got the caddy trash. And unless they bounced with Blue Sun, it looks like the contract killer was actually naked.
So obviously, yeah, because BABW is interesting.
Yeah, BABW has a bit more transactions than they did in any other core set, I'm pretty sure. They do have blue level clearance, but on top of that, IPO is a 2 of in this box, so there is a fair bit of transactions. Oh, come on. The second caddy coming down eliciting the response. 20 copies of caddy. I believe public support was also trashed, and Overstate Eye went off, but it looks like it went off on an Archer, which did get destroyed by a Fairy. That's kind of the threat. That's one of the best cards that they have to deal with Archer. So you're trading 4 credits to make sure that Archer doesn't stay up. Actually, maybe that's what the contract killer was on. No, that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
I mean, we have to probably go back to the chat and work out what's going on through the game log. But
Archives run. Getting that Paragon credit, that's actually something that's a bit scary to do. If you have such a big credit differential between you and the corp, interacting to get that scry, as we call it for Paragon, and the credit might be a mistake, considering C-Source is only 2 influence, and I think C-Source is pretty good in a deck like BABW that screams, hey, I'm going to have big money, I'm going to find you, and I'm going to trash Caddy the second time.
I guess the two...
Sorry, go ahead.
So the 2 copies. Are there 2 copies of C-Source?
Yes, there's 2 copies of C-Source, 2 copies of closed accounts, a single psychographics, which doesn't really work well with C-Source now, does it?
Oh, I see my archives now.
Pretty good against Criminal, especially Gabe, who definitely is be running 2 copies of that Snake Door Beta. And a big thing with Gabe is Gabe does have a bit of that snowball potential. If Gabe can get into HQ, they will make more money, which helps them continue to get into HQ. So making sure, especially with maybe that Wayland money you have, that I'm gonna res some ice on R&D or on HQ and archives, you're not going to be able to get value, and you're largely going to be playing a blank ID for the first half of the game. This is game 2, right? I'm assuming this is game 2, considering it looks like it just started.
Assuming, I think it's a start. It must have been game. I think all these will be game 2 at this point.
Wayne in YouTube chat is saying that it looks like out of the 44 today, there's 34 Crim decks? Is that right?
Oh, wow.
That was
I mean,
that's my favorite
Wolves,
going in today, so I'm not totally surprised.
people may have seen what happened yesterday, seen that Criminal was doing quite well and just went with it.
Yep.
We've 30 minutes left on the round. I've just been notified.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So that's still a fair bit of time. Discarding a hostage. Now, hostage does have some cool flexibility in this format. You can play a single copy of Proco if you think it's going to be a late game. Triple advance in the remote. That looks like a Project Atlas. That's just a blank 3-2, but you do need some of those to get to 7 points, so not too bad. Risking the inside job. Again, a lot of times the unadvanced cards and oh, I guess it's not Blue Sun anymore, but sometimes they do look like Adonis's and Maryland's, but it's a bit different.
So I think
now.
normally you want to advance it, but you say with inside jobs and spearfishings, it's just too risky. I think.
Yep. Now, talking about big money, if that's the threat that BABW Building a Better World is going to put onto the runner, installing the liberated accounts, having that Caddy Jones at 12, does mean that Turk has to do something. Because at some point in the near future, Caddy is going to be walking away with maybe 18 credits if there's no tricks to go on and maybe bring her out of the sky. I would love to see a paper trail. Overstated AI in BABW, finding that huge target, that huge bird wall, Hadrian's Wall, 10 to res, hitting 7 strength with 2 end the run subroutines. Mind you, Corroder breaks this for 7 credits. You only have to do it once, but that's a one of, and that's up now on the remote server with a single card in it. Is unfortunately perfectly positioned against inside job for the runner, but otherwise that's not bad at all. That's a one of. You want to get those 2 cards together for sure. Birdwall.
What do you think's in the remote? Do you think they're trying to push out another agenda?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was another Atlas. I don't think that much else makes sense. Maybe there's a small chance that you want to bait out the inside job so you can get into the remote. I think again the best case scenario is maybe they inside job this remote, they trash whatever garbage you have in there, and then you can push out a paper trail. That'd be kind of cool, but it probably is just another Atlas.
I think so because for them to actually get in there, they need obviously to get the money off Catty, get a breaker.
Yeah.
Deal with what the other right is. It's not enough clicks to deal with that, I think.
There's also a fair big chance for this identity that is seems to be like economically focused that they are splashing 2 copies of Ash, maybe even 1 copy of Ash, because if you have big money, you want to find a way to use it. So having Ash in the remote behind, I guess Ash and Hadrian's Wall overstate AI, you only have to break it once, but still, that's definitely a tax.
Really interesting to see overset AI not in a Blue Sun list.
Yeah, well, I think this card is fine. The fact that it comes back just outside of the system core experience, this lets you rush fast and Titan. This lets you rush in any Wayland deck. Just res whatever you want. Even in this like format, res the Archer, which seemed to happen this early in this game, and that's actually like a legitimately good server and very quickly. So I'm hoping this is Ash, and next turn we got the paper trail, 15 credits on Caddy, but now the paper trail trace is going to be a bit harder considering the liberated accounts took 12 credits off of it this turn.
So I think they're also unloading liberated, yeah. So they've got the money now at least. They don't have to unload Caddy at this point.
And so far we're only like what, 12 cards into the stack. The chance it looks like they special ordered for a fairy just so they can get through that overstate AI. That early overstate AI, and there's only 2 special orders in the format, so the chance of them having the breakers when they need it, they're on game point, mind you. That's just the second Atlas going down to 4 credits, but this remote is just all you need. Spending 2 credits to get this is probably good enough. Install advance, or actually, you scored another 2-point agenda to just hostile out of it. Like, it's Wayland. Wayland can actually go pretty fast.
Options. Yeah, I think Gabe needs to get some breakers down.
Yeah, and maybe actually with 4 credits, Gopher could actually put that pressure on HQ, get that Grape value, get that Paragon value.
I think, yeah, you just poke HQ, and if they res something, I don't think there's anything that scary at this point they can res.
No, not at all. Like, if they res Archer now, it's probably a terrible res, but like, you don't care. You have nothing installed. Ice Carver coming down. I don't know if that's actually going to do that much in this game. I guess it helps against like maybe that single Hortum into Abagnale range. No, that doesn't even work. Interesting. Probably means they're on Fem, and there we go. Whoa. You got to do something, Gopher. Otherwise, we're going to score this. We're going to get that hostile takeover. We're going to close the game out in a Wayland fashion, which is by turn 15. I was hoping it would be a smaller number, but it's turn 10.
It does feel like that. It feels it's gone really quick.
Yeah. And you've seen, like, we haven't seen a lot of players playing with advanceable traps and remotes, but I think actually, no, we have seen it a bit, and actually pretty cool ways to do it. But the problem, well, not the problem, the thing with this format is that if they have the breakers, runners can always get into the remote servers. So having that sort of bluff is kind of a big deal. But right now, it's just like, hey, I oversighted AI a big old wall. Figure it out quickly.
You don't. I think 4-0's not ideal, but 6-0 be disastrous because effectively you have to then unlock R&D down constantly
Yep.
to stop them getting the hostile at that point. Assume then they might already have the hostile.
All right, so possible plays: take all the money off of Caddy, install Cripsis inside job. We haven't seen Cripsis today, but with the 31 credits or what have you, it's gonna be pretty good. It looks like that wall is going to fall pretty soon. Even stim hacking it as if there's not enough money on the table. If this is Enigma, if this is a Hordem, if this is even a Caduceus, probably won't cut it. You can trace through it, but it's gonna be an option. This is gonna be
Roast would be quite entertaining at this point.
Toll Booth taking the last 3 off of the stim hack, getting a brain damage. With 1 credit left, that's exactly the amount of money you need to close off the Oaktown renovation. Mind you, this is going to give you money every time you advance it. Losing a sneak door beta to the stim hack brain damage. This Hadrian's Wall should be destroyed. I don't think it does it automatically. Just
losing the sneak door.
Exactly 1 credit left on top. That Oaktown's going to get scored, and now we're on hostile takeover. So at this point, there's nothing Gopher can. There's nothing that Gopher can respect. They just have to slam. They have to find, mind you, there's 2 hostiles. On top of the hostiles, there's a slight chance that this deck is running public support, a cool 1-point agenda, pseudo agenda.
Oh wow, inside job.
Okay, never mind. They have a click left. They have the inside job in hand. If they lost that to the brain damage, how bad would it feel? And we're getting that agenda. We're coming in the Oaktown. That's a huge turning point.
It's not only for the fact them denying them going to 6 points, it also means they're stuck on 1 credit now.
Yeah, and they have to click for credits. Gophers did play the single inside job, so their remote server is still pretty good. This isn't Blue Sun, so femming the ice. We know where we want to put our femme fatale token on the toll booth to make that a 1 credit remote server. It did do some of its work, but probably not enough yet. Wow, a lot of big ice. It looks like a lot of stuff to oversight AI, and we're jamming into remotes here. Again, this is really easy for bank job, which actually Gophers doesn't really need now, sitting with $18, 18 credits on Caddy.
No, catch and check all of those. Unless it's one, because snare, they haven't got the money for snare, so actually there's nothing you're scared about.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, I know Caddy gets checked what those are.
Poking HQ, good time to get Gabe value.
Yep.
You're going to get 3 credits and a Paragon trigger. Again, snare, as you said, would have been lethal, but you got to count how many credits they have. You should be fine. Punitive in hand. Again, credit differential is not going to be at any point soon into Turk's favor. 18 credits on Caddy, and we didn't get C-sourced any time in the early game. Poking R&D. I don't think you actually have to check those remotes, right? Like, there's nothing you have to worry about.
That's true. You could wait for them to be res. I can't believe one of them's a hostile, so yeah, you're probably right. You just wait for now.
Yeah. Now, mind you, in this format, also...
Wow.
Yeah, that's the biggest caddy we might see all day. Again, when the corp is on 2 credits, you don't have to respect. Actually, Contract Killer could kill here. Well, not kill them, but kill caddy, right? Like advance contract.
Does a Contract Killer res costs as well?
I think it's free. Oh, it's 2. Never mind. Ronin is free to res. So that's a bad campaign. You're resing that at a 1 credit loss. I have no reason. There's no reason why Gophers wouldn't trash that, considering they have a boatload of money.
Definitely trash that. I don't know why. They're on 4 points. There's no immediate rush, but leaving a pad up at this point wouldn't be ideal. So you definitely get rid of that next turn.
And now all those plans that BABW might have had in mind that involve having that huge credit differential, things like Ash, things like C-Source, are no longer viable. So now they're going to have to just jam behind that toll booth. They do have some amount of traps with Contract Killer, but they just couldn't interact with Caddy, and that might actually cost them the game, because I don't know how else Gabe would be making a lot of money without this Caddy. Besides, actually, now HQ seems pretty open right now. 3 credits might get you a Caduceus, but you can always get through that if you need to.
And yeah, as it's not Blue Sun, they can't bounce the ice again.
Yeah.
Corp going under 0 credits, so you're always happy with that, because that would just slow them right down. Although BMW will have beanstalk royalties, so they could potentially recover very quickly.
It's true. And so far they have played also the blue level clearance, so only so far 3 transactions: the beanstalk, the IPO, and the blue level clearance. It's worth saying that in the system core 2019, there is an advanced ID and a simple ID. This is the simple one. I think Blue Sun might be strictly better, but it's also a lot more complex to play. That being said, having that burst economy based on the game plan that they were going for, which is rushing behind ice, is pretty good. Caduceus getting rezzed. Trace 3. Gabe can deal with that. Trace 2, specifically, Gabe wants to deal with that because they get their 3 credits back for making a successful run. I've been informed 22 minutes left in the round. Again, if we do get to 22 minutes in, whoever has the most agenda points will close the game out. Get a full win, mind you. That's a new change, the tournament ruling. Paragon hitting that scry, seeing the top card of the card. Gabriel Santiago's 2 credits on top of that, going to see an Enigma. And actually a pretty relevant piece of ice. Putting that in front of the toll booth will ensure that it can't get that last inside job. Poking on R&D seems pretty safe. Hitting the hostile off the top.
Oh, yeah.
Turk would love to have seen that on 2 credits. Another fresh card off of R&D. Data suckers would be pretty good right now. Those priority requisitions are still somewhere.
Campaign, I think I would have definitely considered trashing it.
100% you trash the pad.
Don't know how much catty money you need at this point.
I mean, I don't think you need 35 credits to close this game off. Oh, well, maybe. It depends how long it goes. But yeah, that pad campaign is basically giving an extra click a turn. That's cool. That could be a Maryland. It could be Adonis. They're 1 credit short of rezzing Adonis, but Maryland actually is pretty reasonable.
Any one of those is fine, because if they spend a... Is there any more spearfishers left? They've used 1...
They've used 1...
Well, used none so far. So
yeah, so it's 1's fishing, 1 inside job left.
Okay, so...
Also, Abagnale in theory has a bypass ability against Toll Booth. If I'm not mistaken, you still lose the 3 credits due to the timing structure of it. But you can get through it if you have no money. Considering there's probably no reason talking about having no money. That's probably the biggest caddy we'll see all day.
I thought, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think money's going to be a problem in this game. I think it's just a case of getting the breakers and getting the accesses.
Yep. And we're going back in, spending a lot of money on the Caduceus traces. Gabe not having any link, but being able to get into HQ is worth at least 3 credits, let alone that single access. And Gophers has been doing a good job seeing every top card of R&D, so the accesses on HQ are not actually that valuable. Another card that's really big right now, if Gophers can find it, and they haven't been doing a lot of drawing, is the single emergency shutdown that might be in their list. Shutting down that toll booth would be such a huge swing that Turk will have no way to close the game out anytime soon. That toll booth is at least to some extent a bastion of defense, but if that goes down, oh, we just have
and you called it.
Oh my god, absolutely disgusting. Nothing to show on the table anymore besides that single pad campaign. And Gophers going in to check it. I don't think it's an agenda, more likely to be a Maryland or something that's bounceable for credits, and we're seeing another actually a pad campaign. Nope. Again, trash these pad campaigns. Turk is definitely gonna res the next turn. I know you sometimes want to wait for them to spend 2, but you've already spent the click on this run, and money doesn't seem to be an issue.
Exactly. As you say, there's a time when your click's more valuable than the money.
Yeah.
And this is definitely that time.
Using the credits, more clicks on Caddy. That other pad campaigns. I think that pad campaigns now give him 3 or 4 credits. It's double pad too. All right, so at least no bank job, am I right? But those phones are going to be sold. I think Gophers just want to cleanly clear all of those. Another ice on HQ. That Caduceus, while still being trace based, is definitely still relevant. Maybe they wanted Turk wants to overinstall here, going for the undo click. I did not mean the second one. Okay, should be fine. I imagine people are pretty forgiving on like a real tabletop, but when it's like digital, it's like really easy to just click the wrong thing and you can't stop it midway. So, you know, people
exactly. We've all been there. Obviously, clicking for credits pretty trivial, really.
Yeah.
Oh, they've just.
Wait, what happened?
I wonder how. So I think you took the credit anyway. I think they were obviously considered doing something else and chose not to.
But did they ice credit? Oh, because they undo click and took the credit again. Yeah, okay. I see.
So I think now surely you just unload caddy,
Yep.
R&D or 1HQ.
Yeah, I think you want to unload caddy. You want to trash those pads because otherwise Turk is going to be at 6 credits, which is like you can start pulling out of the hedge fund zone. Finding an R&D interface would be huge right now because Turk doesn't have any resources to commit to defending R&D. Even a Maker's Eye would be pretty sweet. But again, trashing things lets you see more on R&D. There's a fair bit of assets in the Wayland card pool for the system core. Like that Elizabeth Mills. Trashes a location, clears a bad pub. The location, I don't think there's that many options. I think it's just the Earthrise, which is pretty common. And Aesop's, I guess.
So yes.
Another card off top of R&D. No trash, no steal. This pad campaign still living pretty well out there in the remote servers, and also maybe checking HQ is not the worst here. But it looks like we're gonna get a trash on a single pad family. Still at 5 credits. Turk could maybe go get that 5 credit boost from the BABW boosted hedge fund. That would feel good.
I mean, a hedge into an IPO along those lines would be really good right now.
We're halfway through that storyline. Hedge fund, 5 credits with the extra transaction ability of building a better world and just building up the remote. Now we know the ice in that remote is a toll booth, which is all the money. So if Gophers wants to make this inside job proof, which is one more in, or if Turks wants to make that inside job proof, which there's one more probably in Gophers deck, who hasn't been drawing, mind you. They've been putting the pressure on instead of building for the future. That needs to be, I think, either pop-up window or ice wall into toll booth.
Possibly, and again, it could just be a Marilyn or an Adonis just to get some more money.
Yep. So it looks, for the most part at least, Turk has weathered the storm. That scar of the emergency shutdown, probably the biggest issue there, but they are back into some credit pool. 9 credits is the beginning of when big ice can be res. Even a Rota turret here would be pretty cool. Something to trash that Corroder. Sarugi would actually be lethal. Neural Katana would actually be lethal. And sometimes hitting that like face check punishing ice in a Wayland deck is pretty cool. Talk about face check punishing ice. That's an Ichi 1.0. I kind of would love to not res that until later in the turn where they're not expecting it, because this they'll just click through. But sometimes you can surprise them.
That's it. If they run R&D, trash something, then run again.
There's a small chance that Gophers will just let that Corroder be trashed. The trace is never going to be relevant anytime soon. And if you don't have the Corroder, sure, you'd have one fewer program, but then you can slam R&D. There are trade-offs.
Yeah, but obviously, as you said, the trace for the money they've got is not that relevant at the moment.
Looks like we're going on to break subroutines. So 2, we'll break it. Actually, breaking the last subroutine. I think you'd let that fire just pay a click. I think your click is worth more than 1 credit.
And then you can swing around to the pad and trash that.
Yeah, seems good. You could even charge the remote. They only have 4 credits, so they can't res. Oh, fuck. Off the top, that's a paper trail. Game point for Gophers. Hedge fund. Coming off the top, probably the next top deck. We're back up to 8 credits, and we're due to advance. 8 credits is just enough to res the toll booth, which Gophers doesn't have a way to break or even to bypass. Spearfishing, inside job, both will do it.
Then they res the toll booth, they can't score whatever that is, I assume, at that point. So
no, they cannot.
Unless the hope is to use the outer ice and then the toll booth in a dire emergency for whatever reason.
It could be fair. They did spend the time putting that ice there. It has to be a code gate, right? Unless it is like a Rota turret, which would be pretty wild. And again, Gophers hasn't been drawing. Does that mean their hand is just like inside job and the last inside job and a spearfishing? Because they haven't been spending time looking for what they need. They've been trying to close the game with what they have. And also Paragon hasn't been getting full value, right? Because they haven't been drawing.
Exactly. And if this is a party wreck, they just win the game.
Yes, they can. They are on game point.
I mean, depending on what the ice is.
Yep.
You have to contest it. You have to force.
You have to force something. Yeah, forcing the res on the toll booth isn't that bad. You'll lose 3 credits, but you have near 30.
Again, if that pad had been trashed the turn before, they wouldn't be able to res a toll booth at this point. Which obviously they wouldn't have done an advance at that point, but it would have.
Yeah, it has a huge impact on the game. Like the pads, especially with the credit lead, I think they almost always trash. Gophers has 4 clicks to enter the tank, come out on the other side, hopefully not lose the game. Priority requisition would be a 5-3. Turk needs to end their turn with 3 credits to be able to score it. We are not Leela, so even running R&D and HQ, finding an agenda, I guess if it was anything besides the hostile takeover, it would close the game, but you're not going to be able to bounce that. You need to actually access that card. Also on 5 points, the mythical play of the notoriety isn't going to do it, which I think is a card you might see in some of these criminal lists. And there's
not seen. I think we saw one notoriety yesterday. I think.
Oh, nice.
So
Gophers realizing that they might need more than what is on the table and the 2 cards in their hand, drawing up a click, something they probably wanted to do a while ago while they had control of the game. Now the control is in Turk's hand. Femme Fatale coming down. That is going to be on the toll booth, no doubt. Not the strongest card. Oh, excuse me. This is not Blue Sun. A very strong card. Femme on the toll booth. So now the outermost ice has to be a code gate because a sentry Gophers can get through. Did I think they top decked the Femme? Or do you think they had that in hand?
A good question. I mean, maybe the Femme was like the backup option and they see what they would draw, so they're ignoring the remote for now.
Wait, what is, oh, that's an Ichi, right? So Ice Carver actually saving 2 credits here. Breaking all the subroutines, not a big difference at this point, but I think you can take the tag and brain damage if you think it is the end of the game. Paragon fires. So they might have known the Femme was there, let Paragon bury a card every time, get that Femme to the top, get ready for it to draw it. Charging this remote. An Enigma on the outside most here will be a problem, but barriers and sentries, Gophers has an ability to deal with.
I wonder what that is. I'm sure I saw Enigma in HQ at some point.
Turk giggling a bit in chat. It's the mighty ice wall. 0 strength. Always had the answer. Breaks for 1. They no longer can res the toll booth. And we'll see what's in this remote server. Might just be the Pyrrhec.
Could be Junebug. I can't think this is an agenda. I don't. It seems so fragile to try and score that.
It's a Pyrrhec. The Junebug, mind you, would have been lethal. Scoring up to 8 agenda points. Gophers gonna close the game off. Just jamming it. And like, I think that they knew the Femme was, they definitely knew the Femme was there because of Paragon. They might have actually been Paragoning through the deck, setting it up on top, but absolutely nuts.
So I'm guessing they really put the article there purely to stop the inside job, I guess.
Yeah, definitely to stop the inside job. There's also a bluff element to it. For my money, at least, I would always face check into Wayland Ice. It's none of it's really scary. I guess Archer is like the worst threat, but even if you trade your Corroder for 2 points, 2 of their agenda points, like you're probably fine.
Exactly, yeah. So I think there's 10 minutes left on the round.
All right, we can dive into something else. What a game. Man, that's cool. Building a better world. They get more value? So, I don't know. We only have criminals to look at right here, so
2 games still going on at the moment.
Let's hit up table 24. Is this gonna work or do I need to refresh? No, that's good. So I went into table 24, mind you.
Seem to vary. Sometimes it works. Yeah, table 20's vanished. Table 24.
All right, so Disperse on that Blue Sun. That's the other Wayland ability. We've seen that triple Enigma in the last Blue Sun game that we've seen before. And Ratkin playing Leela, having quite the board setup. We have breakers of all kinds, R&D interface. We have Armitage taking Earthrise and Caddy, and it's 6-4. The credit advantage, though, currently is in Disperse's side of the court. And they have an Ash in the remote servers. So if Ratkin can't beat the Trace, you have to just trash Ash for 3 and run that remote once again. Looks like in chat, Ratkin just stepped away for a second, so there probably is going to be a pause on the timer, but we definitely have a game here to watch. He just stole 4 points out of agendas out of R&D. And Enigma into Wall of Static, or excuse me, Ice Wall into Enigma. You know, sometimes Leela just gets in. Oh yeah, they definitely did steal 2 points because Disperse is holding 2 cards in hand, 7 cards in hand, so there's definitely a double bounce. So Disperse's board state probably was more impressive just a second ago. Whether that means that there was something jammed into server 1, now it's an HQ, so Ratkin can come in with that Abagnale for 1 or 2 credits to see what's in there. Wow, Ratkin back, throwing down the Maker's Eye. 2 credits to get in.
4 cards here.
That's a lot of cards, and you only need 1 more point. Still a fair bit of a... Actually, there's a lot of agendas out of the game, but 20 cards left in R&D. Ratkin going for what they call an all or nothing. I don't think they need it now, but I think we are sneaking up on time. Double Snare will kill. That's in the deck list. And just off the top. I think there's 3 agendas in a row. Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah, that's rough. Wow, there's actually an aggressive secretary. Did that fire? No, it looks like they trashed it from Centrals.
Apparently, they had punitive in hand, so I think if they don't win that turn, they.
Oh, that's why they thought it was now or never, because they stole 4 points. Looks like they stole 4 points, so it would have been punitive with that credit differential. Yep. So they really.
They don't even need to bounce the ice at that point. They got so much money.
Yeah, and it looks like it was reversed accounts in this remote server. So Disperse played really well setting up that punitive kill, but that's Leela. Or not even Leela. I suppose Leela didn't matter too much, but Maker's Eye R&D interface, sometimes it's just on top of R&D. That was the last game for today, I think. Well, not for today, for that round. Wow, we actually still have a lot of Netrunner to go on. I think let's see how the standings go. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is Nisei's System Core 2019 online tournament. This is the second online tournament they've been running so far. First this year. It's free to join. You can watch all of the first round, which had about 70 players started yesterday. You can watch that on Trace 5. Find them on, I think they're only on YouTube. Maybe they're on Twitch too. But check that out. And today we're going to be streaming. We have 3 more rounds after this if you just tuned in. The format is a single system core, which is a group of cards that the Nisei folk have put together to be the basis of constructed play, and they have to play with only one of these boxes. So these numbers here are really important to know: how many copies of Legwork, how many copies of Inside Job, how many copies of Pipeline, because this is what everybody is building their decks with. And I think today, so far, we've seen a lot of Criminal. So far, no NBN. We've seen no Shaper. But we've seen all the other factions do something pretty cool. A fair bit of Wayland. We've seen one RP. I think we've been trying not to watch enough Jinteki. No, we've actually seen a fair bit of Jinteki. But things have been pretty cool. How have you been finding it so far, Ritesh?
It's been very interesting. I think it does seem apparent that people were watching what happened yesterday because, as we said, we've seen just a lot of Criminal, a lot of RP and Blue Sun, and a lot less HB and Shaper decks today. People were.
So we got some updated standings. I don't think everything is in so far, but most importantly, the standings now include IDs, and you can see Blue Sun or Blue as in Criminal for days. But I'm pretty sure right now in the top 8 we actually do have a real kit peddler. So that's some code gates. That's a cool Shaper. I'd love to be able to watch in on that. But otherwise, we have some players up at 12 points undefeated, and the top 8 cut to the next day is pretty ambitious. It's gonna be a pretty difficult cut. So. Still a lot of work to do. 3 rounds means a lot can happen. Again, for those, if this is your first tournament and you're not on the top cut, you're still likely going to have a lot of fun today. Again, as the rounds go on, you're paired against other people who have the same score as you, so your games will be more competitive. So don't worry too much about that. Hopefully you're having fun out there in your first online organized play. 48 players, that's a lot of players. Doing pretty all right.
Seems really good. I don't know and it's looking like there's not been any drops so far, or maybe not many drops anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Just want to shout out Trace5 is in YouTube chat saying YouTube only. Yo, what up? Kel for Christian. Not sure who's behind that name today. Ben Blakemore said, I played Shaper in NBN yesterday and made the top cut. Don't believe the meta. Yo, huge shout outs, Ben. That's dope. I'm excited to watch that on Sunday. Mind you, the top 16 cut will be on the Code Marvelous's channel. You might know self-modifying code. That will be on, I think, both YouTube and Twitch. But that'll be Sunday. Next Sunday. Ian, ooh, I can break it through the top 40. Yep. We did see Ian's game in the first round, and I think they were pulled away from you at the last minute. You weren't totally expecting that to happen. Wow, looks like we're sitting up for the next table. For 1 second, are you still going to be here, Rotaj, or are you?
I don't know. I mean, I assume that someone's meant to be joining you.
If you're here, I'm excited to have you. So
I think you've got more people joining you. So I think I'll wait for them to join. I'm
cool.
Just waiting to be told how they want to do this transfer across.
Yeah, cool. Just before the next round starts, I'm gonna pop off to the restroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. You technically have the floor. Do whatever you want on it, but yeah, that's it. I'll be back in a second.
So we're just waiting for the other people to join the commentary team. So they should be here any moment now. We've got Dis joining us, and Reality Check will be joining us as well. Hear me? Feel free to unmute yourselves and join in.
Hey, Radich.
How's it going?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I haven't got a chance to watch any of today's games at all so far, so this is going to be quite interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how we're going on.
You want to do an introduction for yourself, of who you are, and cause I believe you work
Yeah,
for
sure.
Nisei.
I do indeed. This is Reality Check. I am the community manager. You've all read so much crap from me over the last 6 months that I'm sure you've got a fairly good idea about what I'm like. I'm from the UK. Been playing for absolutely ages, it seems. I never seem to get a chance to join in these Jinteki events because I'm always busy.
So we've seen quite a lot of I don't know if you've heard anything at all. There's quite a lot of criminal and RP today.
Ah, lovely. I do like a nice bit of Jinteki representation. They are my faction of choice.
But we've still got a few other decks
My
have
corporate
made.
choice.
So obviously we'll just wait for Andre to come back before we can join the game. Just heard a noise in the background. That might be him coming back now.
What up? What up?
So we've got Reality Check on. So I'm gonna bail out now, but I will carry on watching the stream. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks so much for dropping by again. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for doing this, mate. Much appreciated.
See you guys soon.
Typical. There goes my door. Back in a moment.
Yo, Dan is in YouTube chat. What round is this? This is the beginning of round 3.
So I think you've got Reality Check and Dis joining you. So you've got 2 fellow commentators now.
Cool.
I think Dis is in the Discord, just waiting for him to unmute.
Well, Reality Check was just speaking so beautifully, so I thought I'd wait. I also don't have the stream up yet, so I've got no idea what is being shown.
Yeah, hey, for what it's worth, it might be easier instead of watching the stream just to jump into the same lobby because the stream will have a delay on it.
No.
Also, how's it going? Do you want to take a second just to introduce yourself to those watching at home?
I think we just we had RC's introduction while you were away.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm Ian. Another Ian from Nisei, where I work in the creative team, mainly naming cards and doing flavor text and fun stuff like that. And
super cool. For those watching, is there anything you can talk maybe really quickly about the next cycle, Ashes, that's coming up? Anything? I don't know what you can share.
I don't actually know because once RC gets back, he should be able to approve what can be spoiled and not.
Fair enough.
But today I've just been spent writing a article which has some spoilers in it, so hopefully that will be around soon.
Cool. Always exciting to hear. Well, welcome to the stream. We're just watching
now.
Hey, welcome. RC, what's up?
I just had the police at my door.
What? Was everything okay?
I was like, yeah, they're just looking for know if someone's been seen in the area. I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about. So no, I've not seen them.
Shit, I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll never find out what it's all about, but...
Yep. Do you want to take a second, RC, just to introduce yourself to those? You might have just done it from my understanding, but what's up?
Yeah, yeah, as I said, I'm community manager for Nisei, so I approve all of the articles to go out, write a lot of them. I'm in charge of spoiler season.
Cool.
So that's going to be quite fun. I'm really looking forward to that.
I was just asking Ian, is there anything you can talk about right now about Ashes, the upcoming cycle? Is there anything to tease?
Tell you what, let me have a think about that.
Yeah, it's all good. Just putting it on the spot for fun.
What I can tell you is that there are 3 resources coming out that everybody is going to love.
Hey, super
Guaranteed.
Cool. I don't know if everyone has fonder memories of what they're inspired by, but some people will love them.
But they're not. Yeah, okay. 95% of people are going to love.
Is there a subtype maybe we can talk about?
Oh, I don't even know what the subtype is, to be honest. I know the names and I've seen the artwork, but I haven't actually looked at the subtypes. The
Alright.
artwork is absolutely gorgeous, though. I cannot wait to show all this stuff off. I keep asking Pat, is like, can I show you this stuff off? Can I show you this stuff off? He's like, no, wait, hold your horses. Wait till the card is complete and the text, and we can show the whole thing off at once. I'm like, it's so pretty.
For those who are watching at home, also, I know to some extent spoiler season was mentioned. Has that been talked about when that's happening? Does anybody know about that?
Spoiler season will be starting, I'm fairly sure, in Feb. I don't want to give an exact date
That's
at
cool.
this moment. But, you know, we will be starting dropping spoilers within the month.
Oh, super exciting. I did, for what it's worth, just jump into table 3 if y'all want to join along, because table 3
cool.
specifically has somebody called Internet playing, and I think this is one of our few shapers we have, and right now they're doing pretty well. I believe they are undefeated, playing against building a better world.
I'm surprised there's so few shapers today. There were quite a few kits yesterday.
Yeah, to some
at
extent, Dave was talking about how maybe people saw yesterday and did modify their decks based off of what they had perceived the meta to be. Deck lists aren't locked in, right? Like you could change it to the last minute, right?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. For what's worth, Internet just ran HQ and hit a snare in Building a Better World. Might have a bit of money to fire it, and they did lose 2 copies of Battering Ram and an admin. I'm not sure how many copies of certain breakers they'd be running in their deck. I guess Kit might be a bit more flexible with that ability to paint things into code gates. But losing 2 barrier breakers against Wayland, one of the factions with the most barriers, actually might become a big issue.
Yeah, I'd be worried in that position myself.
So they have an aggressive build. Like this actually looks to some extent like what criminal decks we've seen today. We have John Masanori backed up with the power of Paragon. The console that Shaper can work with is Dinosaurus, which is actually pretty cool with cards like Gordian Blade that have extra value with Kit. But with just a single Gordian Blade with Paragon the Data Sucker, like Riel is ready to start checking just about any server. I'm also like super excited to see what Aesop's pawn shop means in this meta, because I don't think there's that many targets of things to sell. You got that empty Armitage, but maybe Bank Job. I don't know what's good.
You could sell your Ice Analyzer after it doesn't give you any value.
Yeah, right. Ice Analyzer has 3 credits on it. Do you want to click it? Oh, you don't actually click it, I guess, but I hear you. Bandura rushing for the remote. Double ice is what you want against Kit. So if that is anything into barrier, it's actually going to be pretty. It might be an issue. Now, tinkering is a 2 of in the format, something that Kit also likes a fair bit. So if you're tinkering the innermost, get some Armitage money, maybe even Stim Hack, you're probably okay to get in here.
Yeah, Corp's only got 4 credits though, so
Aesop Pawn Shop sold the professional contacts. Need value now. Thank you. You've done enough.
Fair enough.
That's awesome.
That's a person who knows no fear.
Yep.
They live in the now, not in the future.
And speaking of
I
fear,
don't need money.
seeing the punitive counter-strike in hand, just slamming the Armitage 3 clicks straight after that, they need to know that they're getting their money up. And 4 advances is going to get the paper trail, and that's actually super cool. If they saw that paper trail coming, they sold the Proco to get value. They're still going to maybe lose their Armitage and their Aesops. Actually, no, this is connections. It's their whole board that gets wiped. All the resources if they don't boost through this trace. And they're not opting to boost. Losing what might be their draw engine, losing the Aesops, which again we don't know how good it is, but I think there was like 6 credits on Armitage.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
But hey, Bandura went down to 3 credits, has 2 pad campaigns taking away, and an R&D interface is going to put that pressure onto R&D. Caduceus is a code gate, mind you. Real Kid Peddler, the transhuman, does make things into different things. And now with the Data Sucker, 2 credits is going to see 2 cards off the top, not having to worry about punitive counter-strikes anymore when Bandura is down on 0 credits. So that's the big thing that I'm not sure about Shaper in this system core meta, is I don't understand what they do for economy. I think liberated accounts you're going to see everywhere. I think Bank Job is a really solid criminal card. Easy Mark is okay, fine. But I just don't know what Shapers do. And like just having the ability to trash the DBS and pad campaign is something that Bandura really wants to do, but their money is just falling apart.
Yesterday we saw a number of kits with Cyber Feeder as a one influence, save a bit of money option, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure how viable that is.
So internet trashing the daily business show. I think I've been saying this all day. That card needs to go. It makes sure that you can put it really disincentivizes running HQ because Corps will never be forced into drawing agendas unless 2 are drawn in a row, which is incredibly unlikely. And putting cards on the bottom of the deck means they're basically out of the game. And Oaktown Renovation now, if this is scored, Bandura is on game point. There's 2 hostile takeovers still in the Wayland deck. And with 2 ice and a single breaker, I think again tinkering is a possible out. It's not impossible for internet to contest this remote. And as long as they keep 4 cards in hand, they don't have to worry about punitive.
Yeah, that was the perfect agenda to come up at the time there. Because
Yep.
money up and advance, that's a win.
I'm really happy that this card exists in the system core. One of my favorite Wayland agendas. I love the whole suite of Wayland agendas. This is only a one of, so for a single system core, it's a bit of a unicorn that you find every once in a while to give you money. But the fact that you play it face up is actually really a big drawback in a format that has so many advanceable traps.
Yeah. But it makes sense, right? Once Oaktown's been renovated, you don't want to renovate it again.
You re-renovate it every year, yeah.
Kind of hard the renovation as well. You know, you put up some scaffolding around it, everyone knows what's going on.
Yep. And that's actually a cool thing also about, well, one of the best things about this card is the fact that it gives you money when you advance it. A big strategy you can have against Corps with cards in remote servers they think they want to advance is that you can get them to low credits so they can't score it out. But with even a single credit, you can score out the full Oaktown Renovation. Test run for Battering Ram. Betting the innermost ice is a barrier. We are charging this remote server. Gordian Blade going to be used on the outermost. It's cheaper than the Battering Ram. And then the second one, if that is, it has to be an end the run sentry, which Archer would be pretty devastating. And it's a roto turret. Perfect res right there. Not only ending the run, but trashing the Battering Ram. I would assume you trashed the Gordian Blade there, considering the Battering Ram was, oh, it's the last Battering Ram. Okay, maybe that's okay.
And you've got to assume the kit has got 3 Gordian Blades.
Yeah, that's very true. It does give more value though for running like R&D at this point, considering the outermost. But like Bandura is now on game point, gonna end up. They could even advance this one more time to get that Magnum Opus click. Looks like they're opting for it. 2 hostile takeovers, maybe even some public supports in this core set Wayland. Internet needs to keep the pressure on. They need to see the top 2 cards of R&D basically every turn. Otherwise, the hostile will easily sneak in. And there's the tinkering. This is now a code gate. Bandura only needs to keep 1 credit if that pad campaign lives to score the hostile takeover. Oh, going to see 2 cards on top of the R&D and Spiderweb. You're going to get that through that for 3 credits. Battering Ram lines up against that well, or it used to? No, not even.
No.
2 cards off the top. Again, this is all about the public support in the long game, but more. Ooh, 2 points on the top.
Ooh.
Tinkering is until the end of the turn, but only getting 1 run off of that. If the hostile is in hand, we can score it out. Bandura has some options here. Might want to ice up R&D more. Might want to just draw up and hide a hostile that they draw into the 1 and 5 on HQ. Clicking for 2. 3rd ice on R&D. Now that's a big deal. With 3 Battering Rams down, with an admin down, that Spiderweb might actually lock them out of R&D for the rest of the game. Oh, it's only 2 Battering Rams down. Why is that? Oh, because they test ran one of the Battering Rams back. Excuse me. So that top deck is not the hostile. Need to close the game. Jamming into remote. There's a lot of things. I keep thinking this is Blue Sun, but this actually could be. Like this remote actually still seems pretty good, but there's a chance that this is a public support. Paragon seeing the single punitive in hand. We've known that for a bit. And on 4 points, punitive Counter-Strike isn't a thing you really have to respect. Any 3-pointer will close the game off.
Yeah, I'm not sure how valuable a public support would be here, because the runner will definitely have time and incentive to go and get it.
It distracts them off of R&D, I think. What does have a fair bit of value. Now, Bandura, without having any ice on HQ, spending clicks to draw as they did for the first is actually relatively risky.
Ooh.
Maybe that is an
That's a
agenda in server
server.
4. It would have to be a 5-3 or a paper trail. Otherwise, they would have just jammed the game out. Running HQ just to get the Paragon trigger and the credit and the scry doesn't seem bad at all. But Internet needs to find a way to deal with that spiderweb on R&D. Otherwise, it's up to Bandura just to hopefully draw that hostile out before they flood out. And drawing right here is so scary because if they draw an agenda, they don't have a server to jam it in. If server 4 already has an agenda within, I don't think it does. Maybe it's an Ash. I don't think Wayland has any defensive upgrades besides Chrysium Grid in this format.
No, I don't.
Poking HQ, we're seeing a punitive again, but that is a filtered card draw of sorts from Paragon. Not exactly a card draw, but also a credit. And Internet is just drawing through for an answer. Maybe they have a Femme Fatale. Femme Fatale does fit well with both Test Run and with Data Sucker and Kit.
Yes, and there's still quite a lot of Kit's influence unaccounted for. If we assume they've got a set of Paragons and Data Suckers, there's still 4 left.
So that daily business show doing a lot of work. Now every turn we see 2 cards off the top of R&D. Gives an even better chance of finding that hostile takeover off the top. And we're advancing the card in the remote server. Was that actually a 4-2 agenda the whole time?
I'm confused as to why they didn't do it. Start doing that the turn before, but
I think that they didn't feel it was safe. It might not have been safe. If there's something like a toll booth on the remote server, they didn't have that much money. Like IPO came out that turn.
It could be a reversed account and they're setting up.
Could be a contract killer.
Data. Oh, that as well.
Well, that DBS needs to go. Bandura needs to pressure R&D. Again, 21 cards left in R&D. We're seeing 2 a turn, so it's a 1 in 10 chance of just top decking the win by hitting the hostile. Internet needs to decide. Diesel drawing up to 3. 7 cards in hand. It's a fair bit of options, and there's a second tinkering. Now, Kit has a reduced influence pool. So far, we've only seen 2. So still a lot of tricks. Oh, 4 with the Data Suckers. So still a bit of unaccounted influence. For what it's worth, Inside Job is a fair bit of influence, but it does work well with Kit's ability. Gets it a bit further.
I think spearfishing works even better with.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. The last one is the one that you care about.
But it's the same influence, so they can probably only have 1.
So Internet entering the tank again. If this is just the last paper trail, this 4-2 will close the game out. Now the Rota turret you can't deal with. Even the Ice Wall can't deal with. We need a couple good answers here. You could always Femme Fatale the Ice Wall and then run. If you do have, I think there's only 1 test run in the format, and that's already been used to return the Gordian, to pull out one of the trashed battering rams. Man, I struggle to differentiate between test run and modded all the time.
It's just CT doing stuff. It's fun.
Yeah, right? A final battering ram's coming down. Tinkering onto the rototurret. No ways to deal with a sentry in the second most position if the outermost is rezzed. So this Gordian Blade is going to be able to cut through the battering ram. But it looks like Kit had the options here. It's all down to this ice here. Archer would be pretty rezzable. Internet even laughing. Archer me.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Found it. Archer me. You don't taunt like that. That's gonna hit super hard. Now, obviously, losing a 2-point agenda to that is not something you want to do, but wiping a Gordian and what looks like the final battering ram, absolutely perfect.
It's the final Gordian as well.
Is it the final?
The other
Gordian?
2 already are in the bin.
Oh my god, Internet losing an admin, 3 battering rams, 3 Gordian blades. There's a big chance that they can't even interact for the rest of the game. Making a calculated risk there, though. They knew that there's only 1 card. Only a contract killer, though. Trashing a Caddy Jones and Femme Fatale from hand. There's the Femme we talked about. So we're looking at maybe pipelines, maybe another Femme. But code gates and barriers, how are you going to ever... That's a concede.
Yeah.
That's a full lockout. Out of breakers. Oh my god.
Oh, so they didn't have pipeline. They just had the 1 Femme. Or maybe that meaning just the fractors and decoders.
Yeah, probably the coders is the biggest issue, let alone the other fractors too. Losing the admin early was due to Snare. I think Snare hit battering ram, Earthrise admin, which is incredibly good, But that is actually, I wish to see a Shaper take a game. It looks like they had a very different rig than what we've seen in some of the other matchups, but just the raw power of like Roto and Archer, and not that much recursion. Again, only one test run in Shaper, showing its limitations.
Wow. The MVP was that Ice Wall.
Yeah.
Absorbing Kit's ability, meaning the Archer fired off.
Oh, Apathy is correcting me. You're right. I think the snare did hit Ram Admin, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty nuts. We've invested into this storyline. Let's see how the other side of the table looks. It looks like it's a Criminal versus Jinteki. So back into table 3. So we have Leela versus Replicating Perfection. If you play Netrunner for the last 3 years, I think it's already been now, you might be very familiar with this matchup. Actually pretty interesting. The Nisei tokens do a lot of work against Leela if she needs to get in and try and get that bounce. Now, the Paragon and Dirty Laundry is a perfect turn for Bandura if they want to check their remote server and not spend the extra click on it. Probably a pad campaign, maybe even daily business show. Looks like Bandura just wants to set up a bit. And I think Replicating Perfection classically has done pretty well. I talked about this a lot, but I think Jinteki has access to so many different types of win conditions, ranging from Glacier to the smallest bit of fast events, but mostly Glacier, net damage, kill, traps. They just have a very big selection, which is really exciting to watch. Hostage coming down, spending 2 clicks, paying the additional credit basically to get a professional context down. Getting that down on turn 2 means that's probably going to pay off. Mind you, this meta does have double paper trail, so you have to be a bit careful, and internet building out well. Getting that early Sundew, a 1 of an RP. If you don't deal with this, you're getting 2 credits a turn. The corp is getting 2 credits a turn. This is the sort of card that I would not hesitate to spend an inside job, a spearfishing on, just because there's not a lot of recursion and there's only 1 of these.
And also, having to deal with the Sundew means that this DBS is probably going to tick for several turns.
Yes. Yeah, the DBS, especially in the early game, ensuring that you don't draw an awkward agenda nowhere near the point when you can deal with it. Stealing a priority requisition from hand, bouncing the ice probably on server 2, getting the Sundew, absolute brutal swing. And this is actually one of the interesting things about Hunter, is that the amount of tags you have in this format, specifically against RP or Jinteki, it's either 1 or 0. So if Leela wants to kiss goodbye to her Proco, she could just keep slamming through HQ over and over again. And you might be a bit more interested in doing that when you already have 3 points to your name.
Well, on the other hand, she might be feeling very comfortable now and wanting to sit back and get as much value as possible before she punches in again.
Now, if they want to capitalize on that HQ pressure that criminals have, you definitely need to deal with a daily business show. You can still run archives, run it to trash, get some Paragon value too. Might not be the worst, but that card's going to ensure that internet has the best possible draw, and it looks like even might be jamming for a Nisei right here, which is something you definitely need in the early game to recover from that 3-point loss. If they hit an agenda here and get the bounce, it's going to be absolutely disgusting. Hitting a Fetal AI, getting the bounce, losing a Sneak Door Beta and a Career Fair, probably bouncing server 3, not even going for the bounce of the installed card. Might want to go for a Sneak Door, or excuse me, an Inside Job here. I might have been tempted to bounce what's in server 3 and just run through the Hunter. Leela's ability, mind you, lets you bounce any unresed card. It doesn't have to be ice, and it looks like that's just the spearfishing. This actually could be game. Hashtag Leela in the chat. This might be just it. Paper trail off the top. 7 points. Absolute fastest game we've seen today. Turn 5. Just all it takes is 1 good turn, and that's the power of Leela. When you get that agenda off of R&D, you get the bounce. It enables so many more plays. Having that spearfishing, have the inside job at the hand. I do think that double install rush at that point in the game was a bit ambitious, but it all came down to that Fetal, I think.
Yeah, there was some luck on Leela's part, but it was definitely very played to the opportunities variability opened.
So internet, even with the daily business show, I guess they only saw 2 proper agendas. One was the top deck. I want to see whether or not they mulliganed, because hitting that the priority requisition in hand early game, they kept. So they might have just mandatory drew that up before hitting the DBS.
They were seduced by having the Sundew in their opening hand.
Oh yeah, so
Really?
easy. It's like, oh, you have a Sundew and an ice. Yeah, you're fine. You're totally fine. And Hunter on HQ, obviously not the best, but it's actually the first time we saw this ice today, and this ice isn't the worst. All right, let's join into another game. I think table 7 has Manta playing another Shaper. We want to jump into that one. You want to catch up on table 7?
There was 7. Yeah, coming in.
Thank you. Oh, it's just over. What happened? Oh, wait, something wrong happened. I need to refresh.
Me too. I just ended up in the same game again.
Yes, I think some people have been having that problem with Jinteki today. I think they just needed to refresh the browser.
Yeah, I've been doing that pretty consistently.
But yes, it looks like their game is only just starting off.
Just begun. All right, so we have another kit. We're seeing the same sort of package that we saw. We probably saw what is a modded battering ram that's going to deal with big multi-subroutine ice. Not that many multi-subroutine barriers. It deals with Eli for 3, which is actually not the worst. Proco setting up, you have that ice analyzer, which is technically a card you can play. Arbitrage, code busting, and liberated accounts coming down for some strong money. And a triple advanced card in a remote server is something you see so rarely in Netrunner. Largely looking more like a lot of times it looks like a Ronin setup, but
either that or the June bug pretending to be a Ronin.
Oh, there's a big chance that they did that so they could play an IPO the same turn, but we'll see. Tsurugi will end the run there, protecting what's in their remote if they really need to. Now, if this is a June bug, you could just pay the credit to do more net damage, so it looks like it definitely is an agenda that they want. And if it's a Pyrec, scoring that, going down to 2 credits would be fine if you res an ice on R&D, especially against a Shaper.
Yeah, so if you let them through, does then the runner think it's a trap and not continue on?
It can be scary. Now, special order for a modded down a Gordian Blade. Unfortunately, Kit could have gone through that remote server had they done that in a different order. Getting the credits also from that ice analyzer, so they eked out 1 more credit of value, but they had the ability to contest the remote. Unfortunately, it looks like advance is going to be a priority requisition. Resing nice for free. Let's see something big. And big is correct. That is a Tsurugi hitting a Femme Fatale from HQ with the personal evolution damage.
Yeah, with these Tsurugis around, they really wanted that Femme.
So far, we've only seen 1 priority requisition scored today on the stream, and it res an Enigma, which, you know, doesn't feel great. But with only 2 credits, Manta is going to be able to go for the riposte. See 2 cards off the top of R&D, and with only 2 credits, Howger cannot even threaten the snare. But that's actually a really good ice there. The mighty pop-up window. Hey, you're the 100,000th visitor. We gain a credit, I guess. 2 cards off the top of R&D. That's also ice analyzer value. Hey, let's go. Trashing Hokusai grid for 4. Getting the paper trail off the top. A good hit. Losing a tinkering, not the worst, but we are now on the board. So server 1. It's very important to know the Jinteki agenda suite is a bit different than all other factions.
They're gonna counter-strike neurally and beat them.
Holy fuck, they have a punitive. That's 2 meat damage. No cards in hand. If they have a neural, not even. That's a value punitive. And they knew there was a battering ram in hand based off of the that kind of confusion. And they lost another Gordian. That shouldn't matter too much. But with no cards in hand, it's hard to contest what might be Hokusai. We have seen today the idea of fetal AI into red herrings, which is actually pretty potent considering the on-axis effect of fetal is great. Seeing 2 more cards at the top of R&D. That is trading a Maker's Eye.
Oh, look at that.
And that's the game.
Good game. Holy shit.
Pop-up is great value, but it does let them get accesses.
Absolute value. Oh my god. Saw 2 cards, saw 5 points. The chance of that is incredibly unlikely. No doubt Howger feels that was pulled away from them. But okay, Manta taking 7. That's a win for the Shaper that we wanted to see on the stream today. But that Punitive was 1 Neural EMP, or actually I think it was credits away too. I think they didn't have enough credits away from going for that kill. Oh my god. Alright, well, that's probably game 2 on their side. I think we can dive into something else.
That's only that game was only 4 cards accessed by the runner.
Get
3
out.
of them were agendas.
Wait, really? Yeah, it was like Hokusai
Yeah.
agenda. There's like, yeah.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
Yeah, that's
damn, they're good.
damn, they're good. Do y'all want to choose the next game that we'll jump into? I picked the last one.
RC, do you want to?
What we got? We got Table 8's another Shaper.
Yeah, let's do it up.
Okay.
Oh, and Net Jogging is there. All right. I gotta refresh my thing. 1 second.
Yeah, it's for that last game. Sometimes RN Jackson loves you, sometimes he doesn't.
What table
3 out of
did
4,
you
that's
suggest?
nice.
You
Said
said
8.
table 8. Okay. Oh, I see.
Oh, and I click Chaos Theory.
All right, jogging up 5 points with the Project Atlas counter, against another Chaos Theory. So, or the first Chaos Theory, but another Shaper, mind you. Blue Sun also running some traps. We see a Junebug in the bin, a fair bit of money, but a very important thing is with the Atlas token, if they are running a Biotic Labor in the deck, that is a way to close the game. But another option is to find the last hostile takeover if you can find the first one. Also, Punitive Threat. The Atlas token actually goes pretty far. If you have a single Punitive, you can pull the second Punitive. Even Archive Memory sometimes is a good thing to pull when you actually just need something from your archives. But Chaos Theory setting up, mind you, a 40 card deck does make your deck a bit more reliable. That extra MU, I don't know even if a lot of people can capitalize on that well in the single core system core experience.
Yes, but it does beg the question: if you're spending all this influence to import other factions' cards to Chaos Theory, why aren't you just playing that faction instead?
Yep, 40 card deck is the best answer I got. The CT Club, Jeremy says in chat. And we have a card in the remote. Holy shit. Behind a single Enigma, he's getting the double advance. I thought that was going to be the Atlas, which would put them on game point after they pull the hostile. That would be it. But Jogging over here is running Junebug. Jogging is running some traps. Double advance card is actually a bit scary. Gordian Blade coming down. Lucifer looks like they might actually want to see what's up. And mind you, Wayland does have 2 copies of a pretty good double advance trap. Ooh, actually going for
and the Stim Pack.
Stim
The
Hack.
one of.
So if Lucifer will have more money than Jogging at the end of this, but if this is net damage, like Junebug is actually lethal here due to the Stim Hack brain damage. If it is a 3-pointer, there's a small chance that Punitive can be an issue. I guess you still need to land 2 of them, and Lucifer does have a fair bit of credits. Ash being res, no trace boost, so that's actually going to take the rest of the credits off of the Stim Hack.
Oh, it is.
Oh, the brain damage is lethal.
Oh god, that was just a BM Ash, which they didn't need to res. They just wanted to show that they had it.
If they didn't res the Ash, they would have 100% got the win, but they still res the Ash. Jogging, what are you doing? What style? Oh my god. Win the I don't know if you needed to Stim Hack there. Like, you had a lot of credits. I guess the Ash Trace should be something, but you could have ran it twice. But yeah, the Stim Hack actually killed the runner.
I think he might have been worrying about the it being a 5-3 and then bouncing some ice and playing a punitive or something.
Oh yeah, with the ice bounce, that could be a thing. But at that point, like, the Stim Hack has 2 cards from hand, and you're probably just better drawing. Oh, I guess you can't draw to 6. Yeah, I see what you mean. You still want to be above 3. But still, yeah, wow. After seeing 1 Junebug and bin, do you expect the second? I don't know, but absolutely perfectly played 5 damage. That'll get you.
Always play 2 Junebugs. Then
Yeah, right?
The third. It's like snares. You play 2.
And yeah,
Where's the
where's the third one? We got Cody playing against Loud on table number 2. It looks like Criminal against Wayland. Do you want to jump in there?
Table 2, cool.
We saw Loud play, I think, round 1 or round 2, and Cody has been around the stream for a while now, playing from San Francisco area, if I'm not mistaken. All right. So we got Dalila, we got a rezzed Archer and Blue Sun. Looks like the hostile takeover was forfeited. Standing pretty comfortably up 4-0 against Cody. Loud has the Alice token, which again in this format represents punitive, represents ability to find your last 1-2 hostile takeover to close the game out if you can score the next 2-point agenda. And also sometimes lets you just find that Ash that you need to make your remote server pretty secure.
It looked like these destroyers claimed at least one icebreaker. There's a decoder.
Oh yeah, a Mimic and an Abigail. Actually, there's a big chance that the Mimic got hit by that big old Archer. So there's a cool synergy here. We say Aesop's Pawn Shop alongside Bank Job. The cool thing about that is you can take 7 credits off Bank Job, leave 1 credit on it, and then Aesop's it later. But it looks like Cody's just going to get guaranteed value and pawn it immediately. It looks like Loud has no reason to build a naked remote. Femme Fatale hitting up the Archer. Now, unfortunately, you can bounce the Archer. Not the best bounce in Blue Sun because you still need to figure out how to res it. But it looks like Cody is going for the double axis on R&D. Again, punitive can be really scary here. Finding the last hostile is a really big deal. Leela bouncing the installed card in server 2. That's a really big swing for Cody. Not having to worry about punitive. Getting that card out of server 2. And making sure that if they score another 2-pointer, they're probably going to have to score another 2 agendas, if not the 5-3.
Yeah, but I think they can just keep putting this back in the remote.
Yeah.
As, if those other 2 ice aren't sentries, which they probably aren't, then they're relatively secure.
Problem with Inside Job is they have to be able to res both of the other ice. But again, if you need to end the game by scoring, you can always bounce a piece of ice to get the last credits you need.
Yeah. But right now, they barely have the money to fem through the Archer, because it still costs 4 credits.
Yep. And
yeah, so I'd leave it there. Just 4 credit tax is pretty good.
So we had the Alice token used last click to get the IPO. That's pretty cool. There's some flexibility in that. It means that there's some things that Cody doesn't have to respect anymore. You don't have to respect the ability, that toolbox ability Wayland has to pull from the deck, but also Loud has 5 more credits, which might be all they need at this point. Also, with that double hostile out of the game, then maybe that Alice token has a bit less value. Cody is drawing up. Play to gamble, get that money up. With a single sentry, you can probably face check. I guess the worst might be like a toll booth where you lose some credits on the encounter. I think they do have 1 bad publicity, which does make that a bit easier to manage. And it looks like we're going advance. Not a third advance. And here on R&D, you need to be very careful. If there's an agenda in the top 2, R&D interface will find it and reverse a lot of that time and effort you spent advancing a card in server 2. Upgrade on R&D. Not a lot of options. Crisium Grid does not work against R&D interface, but Ash is looking okay.
Yeah, it's almost on the Ash, or the Crisium pretending to be the Ash.
Crowder on the table. Now a code gate would be the best defense for Loud. Unbreakable at this point. Loud is considering it again. If they can spend a lot of money on this ice, considering Blue Sun will be able to recover if they need to. But also, Loud is representing game point there in the remote server with what looks to be like a priority requisition. So either Cody has to get into server 2 or find an agenda here on R&D.
Now, if this was an Enigma, it would be fantastic for the...
Enigma would be absurdly good. Ending the turn, ending the run as well.
But due to the fact they're not snap resing it, probably not.
Loud is thinking. No action. Looks like we're going to go for an Ash Trace. And again, I believe they can spend most of their money just because, well, they probably still need enough money to defend the remote. So this is actually a bit more interesting considering it's not last click. You want enough money to at least as a code gate on server 2. Perhaps 2 ice if you have to play around an inside job, which so far only 1 has been played from Cody.
Yeah, it's quite complicated maths because if the upgrading remotes in Ash, they could possibly make the runner spend enough here that they can't get past the Ash as well as getting past the Fem. The Archer.
So it looks like Loud has done some math of sorts, spending 4 on this. So Cody can get the bad pub value, just trash the Ash for 2, and then return. That's kind of the issue with Ash without having any sort of ice res. It doesn't really increase the tax. You could just basically pay 3 or 2 at the bad pub and come again. So I don't think there's much of a reason to boost here. Unless you're considering to run server 2 as well.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of pause for thought from both players, because this is probably the end of the game.
Yep. So Cody accessing from the root of R&D. If this is the last click, trashing the Ash really doesn't matter, and all that Cody can do is hopefully inside job the remote. They have it. So with only 9 credits, there needs to be a code gate in the innermost ice, and that Loud needs to have the credits to res both of them. And there also could be another Ash in server 2, which does have some effect on the math. Cody,
Yeah, so
please no
ice
Enigma.
wall into Enigma is the
Yep.
best thing here.
There's also a Hortum. There's a single Hortum, which
Oh,
could
it's
be
on,
done.
yeah.
I don't think there's much reason to splash Lotus Field, but it's an option. Ice Wall.
Ooh.
All right, it looks like Cody might still be in the game. It comes down to those Ash traces. That's going to be bypassed. 4 credits to get through the bypass of the Archer. You have to bypass every subroutine. You can't just choose 3.
If a corp throws everything into an Ash trace, they might be able to keep them out, and then
It definitely is another Ash.
Bounce the Archer to score the agenda.
So it's all about the math. 4th plus 6 is 10. It's 1 short on Cody's side. 1 credit short of the game.
Mr. Loud is the maths king, it appears.
Mr. SC Loud going to be able to bounce the Archer just to do advance. This game coming down to 1 single credit.
Mm.
How did they crunch the math so quickly? That's nuts.
Well, I think both players were onto that due to the fact the encoder didn't pay into filtration R&D. He definitely read that there would be Ash and a remote as well.
Yeah.
Oh, well played.
But that's okay. So like they needed to contest. So they ran R&D and they boosted into the trace, thinking like, okay, if they didn't trash the Ash too, which is maybe not surprising. But so they boosted it just enough so that if they inside job the remote, they'd be 1 short, while including bad pub.
I think that's what they did.
That's wild. That's so cool. Excuse me. So it looks like actually a Rota turret fired at some point. Did not expect Rota. Very good games. Wow, that was really cool to see the end of that. That's awesome.
I think it was a Rota turret which took out the Abigail.
Yeah.
You can see in the bin.
And maybe the Archer got the Mimic. People in chat are asking if Cody just overspent on the bypass. Cody did spend 1 on the bypass, but then they fixed it right after. That's what this +1 is here. So they corroded Ice Wall, but then they fixed it. So they caught that one. Wow, good game.
Yeah, it was turn 7. The Roto turret got rid of Abigail.
Hey, that's a 1 influence card. You have to respect it. The best thing you can do is not install any breakers and start face checking, because I haven't seen a neural katana all day. Actually, we did, but it was in the archives. Do you want to jump into table 4? We got a criminal versus a Jinteki.
Sure thing.
Also, do y'all know how much time is left in this round?
I do not, but I will query.
Wow. We are looking like an uphill battle. Decau Pop has 2 Nisei scored with the installed double advance in the remote server. Hey Andre, hey man, how's it going?
It's about 24 minutes.
Thank you. Charging the remote server, they need 3 clicks to do that, but on top of it, like the Nisei, you could double Nisei them. They already spent 1 click lending essential. There's an upgrade in this remote. This looks like it's not gonna go well for them. Ichi,
Runner's only got 5 credits.
yeah, and the Femme Fatale. Double clicking through this, that's GG. If this is a 5-3 agenda, the Nisei will just end the run. Seems to be a bit short on economy. Let's look at the economy. They've gone through a lot of their deck. They've already played double spear, single spearfishing, double inside job, and the Nisei token is going to end in the game. How long are these pad campaigns going for?
I suspect since it's server 1, right from the
Yeah,
right from
right from
turn
the
1,
beginning. Wow, Pyrek does get that cheeky res of the Wall of Thorns. Wow, this is actually like probably the best Glacier we've seen out of RP. Like that 3 ice remote with an upgrade and the Nisei token scored. This is a really strong showing. And like even that Hunter on R&D for decks that are playing Caddy, that's actually a real annoyance. Like a 4-strength Sentry is hard for Mimic, it's hard for Fem.
Yeah, so looking at the numbers, the Corp gained 80 credits, but only clicked for 4 of them. So those pad campaigns were pretty valuable.
Turn 3 and turn 4.
That being said, that
two pad campaigns.
They didn't res a lot of ice. Like so far, they resed a Hunter and a Yager, which are 1 apiece. They did end up resing the Tsurugi that turn and the Ichi, but like they didn't spend a lot of money resing stuff. But like, wow, that's really, really strong.
Oh, it sounds like there was a blind Fem.
Blind Fem. I'm hearing on chat from the last game that they didn't play inside job. Cody might have made in the server. Yeah, it depends on the outermost ice. I think if it was a code gate, they wouldn't have. So I don't know. We'd have to ask their opponent.
Yeah, well, if it was a barrier which cost them less than 2 to get through.
Yeah. I'd assume it's like an Enigma or something. We haven't seen any code gates. All right, still 25 minutes in a round. I think there's still a couple tables going up. Do you all want to pick the next one?
Should we have a look at an Anarch on table 19? There's an NBN on table 9.
Yeah, let's do that. I was hoping you picked that, actually. I just realized there's a Shaper NBN. Thank you.
I'm surprised there's so few NBN today, because it seemed yesterday that Spark was...
it's over. Oh, wait, no, that's my thing goofed up. I need to refresh. Yeah, Sorry?
So it just seemed yesterday that Spark wasn't doing badly, so...
I talked to someone in chat, Ben, who said they made top 8 yesterday playing NBN and Shaper. But yeah, we've seen very little NBN. I don't know. I feel like NBN doesn't have the most distinct win condition compared to some of the other factions. Like Ash is a Biotic is a win condition, Punitive is a win condition. But NBN has C-Source closed accounts, which is incredibly strong still, but...
Yeah, I think looking at the numbers, there are only 2 NBNs today.
Nice. I think Hoff is on one of them, and it seems like ZX CVBN is the other, which is the bottom row of the keyboard. So, it looks like we're actually pretty soon. This is only turn 4 for the Corp, so we have 20-ish minutes to close this game off. Making news, I don't think is a pretty fast Corp. They do have a fair bit of 4-2s that take some time to score, that don't actually do anything when they score them themselves. And speaking of 4-2s, install advance here. These actually 2 extra making news trace credits do pretty good against the Paper Trail, and it looks like Shiuga is respecting that, taking all the money off of Caddy. So if Paper Trail fires, they probably will lose their Caddy and their Armitage, but at least they have 18 credits to back them up. Triple advance. Well played from Shiuga, seeing the Paper Trail. This is a trace 8 if they want to use their extra tokens, and if not, you're going to lose your whole board state. In fact, the entirety of their board state is attached to jobs and connections.
I think
you've got to pay into it as Shigura, I reckon.
Yeah, you might as well.
Left on Armitage.
Oh, actually, for that, I don't know.
It's early in the game, so you want to keep the Katia around.
Yeah, the Armitage for 6. So ZX is not using the extra making news credits. That was free value. I think they might want to use this. Maybe they want to save them so when the runner hits like a Caduceus or something. But there's a big chance the runner's not going to run right now. I just don't think they have any good reason to besides going for singles. Also, mind you, we're on Chaos Theory, so we have that smaller deck. So the ability of them to find some of their strong one-ofs, their strong cards, it's a bit higher than you might think. So credit IPO, back up to 13. Still a 2 ice remote, and we did have a special order pull a Gordian Blade from the hand. We're going to mod that out right now. Now, actually, I don't know if... Does NVN have any strong code gates in this format? I don't think they...
Toll Booth.
Oh, yeah, Toll Booth. And Pop-Up. I think that's the only ones they have.
I think they have the best code gates.
That might be true.
They've only got a limited number of them, so...
I think the best ice that we're going to be seeing on the NBN side is Raven. Which there's no way to deal with Raven elegantly besides criminal cards. Femming a Raven would be fantastic. Inside Job is also pretty good, but a lot harder to pull off, both on influence and positioning. But that's something that you're gonna have to deal with, and the in-faction killer that Shaper has is not particularly strong. It's out of mimic range as well, so you might have to just trace through that thing.
Ooh, speaking of something which doesn't
Ooh.
work too well with Data Raven, John Masanori.
Yeah, incredibly rough against Data Raven. If you want to go for that end run, you're going to get a tag. And if there's any color on the table on the corpse side that's going to be running maybe 2 copies of closed accounts, it is yellow. So John Masanori chatting all day online going to be an issue if that ever hits that end the run subroutine. Card in server 1. Again, we got 3 Beals here in NBN. 3-2. It doesn't do anything when you score it, but feels good. And building that wide board for that paper trail trace to fire at some point. Proco coming down. Shuga putting on absolutely no pressure. If I'm not mistaken, this is turn 8, and they might have only run once to trash the daily business show, but they need to... Sorry?
They are not afraid of another paper trail. They're cavalierly putting down these connections and jobs.
Yeah, there is only one more, that being said, and this card in server 1 isn't advanced. Even if they biotic it out, that'd be pretty wild, but...
Well, there's the Fem.
Yeah, Fem in the bin. That actually might mean retrieval run. Test run also is pretty good, but you definitely want that card in this matchup, considering there's no doubt you have to deal with 2 Data Ravens. But otherwise, Shuga is set up for a late game. They have good economy, good draw coming in. For what it's worth, the Earthrise Hotel might actually be in direct opposition to the Proco. It's hard to Proco for the next couple turns with all that free card draw. So ZX probably just building for the remote server. Cool thing about making these specifically is they can utilize 2 different defensive upgrades with relatively good use. You got that extra 2 trace credits to make Ash a bit stronger, and on top of that, you do have the Infaction Red Herrings, which is a really strong card. Ash plus Red Herrings plus Exploded Palooza is kind of a non-bow, but at least you have some flexibility.
And it looks like Shugo is going for R&D to trash those Red Herrings before they arrive in the remote.
Trace 5 boosting into the Hunter, still an annoying card when there's 5 on the table, 5 resources. Not clicking on their ability to get those credits back. Those should be free credits. I
think they must have forgotten.
Yeah, I think they forgot about their ability. Data Raven on the innermost of R&D.
Well, I think they remembered it, but they haven't remembered they need to click the ID to get the money from it.
Yeah, totally. John Masanori getting that free card draw. They actually spend 5 clicks to dodge the trace on this Hunter, which is a lot of money for a card for an ice that you rezzed for 1. But like, you can always take the click, you can always take the tag and then spend a click and 2 credits to remove the tag, which is probably a lot cheaper than 5. There's no cards that interact with you being tagged mid-run in this format, so even accessing R&D with a tag isn't that big of an issue. Yeah, they're definitely missing out on some value. They should have 2 more credits than they have now.
Yeah, I think that might have been why they didn't pay into the paper trail earlier as well.
Data Sucker hitting the table. That does some work if the pipeline comes down. Mind you, pipeline boosts to 1 strength for 2 credits, which is the opposite of what you'd want it to be. But R&D interface is going to put that pressure on R&D. That lone Hunter might be able to close accounts, might be able to even trash some resources, but it's not going to keep you out at the end of the day when it really matters.
Yes. I'm still not sure if they'd be running pipeline over Fem, but as well as Fem.
I think you might want to. There's actually a big chance that instead of pipeline, they just run admin, like admin at 4 plus, or admin at lower plus Data Sucker might be enough for the format.
Yeah, admin at 4 is their best solution to both Hunter and Raven.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. We're going another ice on R&D. Server 3 has a naked remote, probably a pad campaign, slight chance another daily business show. And server 1 looks to me either like an Ash or a Red Herrings because it's been sitting there for a while. I'm not surprised if there's another agenda in HQ. There almost definitely is. And there's a chance that Shuga is more unlikely to run based on the fact that John Masanori is kind of stressing him out.
Well, is this building up the R&D and building up the remote an indication that the corp doesn't have any agendas and that they're just waiting to slam one as soon as they draw it?
Yep, and the later the game goes with the Caddy Jones taking away and that Proco, I don't think it's going to fight you're going to win unless you can run some pretty cool traps or have some really cool swings with cards like I don't know. We did see today some pretty good aggressive secretaries, and our Shaper player here is throwing out extra copies of cards they don't think they're going to need.
Don't have a lot left in their stack though. Only 7 cards left.
Yep, 40 card deck. Get through it fast. That's limited Proco value at some point. Maryland rezzed in that naked remote. Once it's up, it comes back. Sorry?
Katie, I guess they're planning on Katie to carry them in the late game once the deck's exhausted.
So click for 3 credits there is not a very exciting turn, but we have to remember that ZX did miss out on 2 credits because of their ability. That could have bought them an extra turn, depending on what they need their money for. So unfortunate to see. Shuga still Procoing very quickly. Dirty Laundry into Archives. Again, if this is just like something annoying, like a Rotom turret!
Oh no!
Boom!
Ooh,
We're on
ooh.
duty. That thing spins around. It's not only going to deny 3 credits or 5 credits. It's not only going to trash a program. It's also going to give a tag and then end the run. This card has done so much work. We've seen it in just about every deck archetype in every faction, and everyone who hits it's been surprised. Losing the Gordian, which mind you is the second Gordian. They threw out the other one. We talked about this before, and they need to find a way to interact. They also, I think C-Source needs a successful run, so that's not actually that big of a deal, but they are now, they have fewer credits.
Yeah, clearing that John Masanori tag is just adding insult to injury.
Yeah. ZX sitting pretty on 13, and the loss of the Gordian Blade might scream scoring window. Those mighty enigmas on server 1 might be enough. And on top of what we're assuming is a red herring, install double advance. If we can get a free res toll booth with a priority requisition, ZX is sitting very comfortably at that point at 5 points. And Shuga not even bothering to check, just drawing into what probably is either a test run or their last copy of the Gordian Blade. But I don't know. I think with John Masanori, it's hard to check, but I'd love to just run that remote to make ZX spend some money getting some ice up. If they have to res the toll booth now, they're not going to get priority requisition value.
Yeah. If this is the paper trail again, I think the Making News will definitely be able to clear out all these resources, which is CT's only thing to carry them now. They've got no deck left.
And mind you, this caddy is second caddy. So if this caddy goes, that's everything. It looks like advance to 5 is the priority construction on game points. ZX, let's get a free res. Show me what you got. That's a big old toll booth resed on the outermost. Good luck with that. Not only do you need to hopefully mod it down to Gordian Blade for a credit, this is a really expensive one. And ZX is losing their options. There's the Mimic Sucker. It looks like we're going to Archives, spending 2 to gain 3. You could always Dirty Laundry that. You could Dirty Laundry if you just want value that Maryland, but maybe they want the Data Sucker so they're able to break what they're assuming is a Data Raven. And hitting that Psychographics in the bin means going Tag Me might not matter. Retrieval run. Fem's coming back. We're femming a toll booth.
Oh, they might be going for the
Gordian probably.
Gordian.
It's more important.
Only got 2.
Yeah.
So we've also reached a stage in the game where John Masanori is nothing but a liability.
Yeah, right? 40 card deck. We're already through it. We asked Rob Ass in chat to open the heap a bit. This is what we're looking at. So throughout all the consoles, so far 1 Gordian in the bin as well, 1 Fem. Mind you, also they tossed out Deus Ex, and Deus Ex does do some pretty cool work in this format. If you're worried about that big archer, you're working about that AP, you can get through it.
Well, Deus Ex doesn't break archer.
Does it not?
It's only AP.
Oh
not
shit!
destroyer.
I'm thinking of sharpshooter. Ignore me. Install advance in the remote server. You do have the Gordian Blade. There's still 3 ice on the server, and what I'm assuming is red herrings. If you ever hit red herrings and then also fire Explodapalooza, enjoy that 10 credit swing in which you don't steal an agenda, or you do actually in that type. Armitage, 13 credits for Shuga. Running glass click and end the run here does mean a tag, and even if this isn't a score, if they can't score this, there's a big chance that it'll be C-Source to closed accounts if they have to steal something big through a red herrings.
And if this MBN is splashing an archer, it's going to be a bad time.
Yeah, that as well. So Data Raven will still give a tag. You need to go through that. You can still break it for 1 credit with Mimic, but you're going to have to take that on-axis tag. There's no way around it. If it ends the run, it gives you a tag as well. That Mighty Wall of Static, this is only going to be 2 credits with the Battering Ram.
But I think it means that the runner can no longer beat the Ash Trace
Yeah, let alone red herrings. Neither of those.
Or red herrings, yeah.
Oh, sorry, red.
And that's an Ash. There you go. That's probably a good game. That Ash is going to be Trace 6 if they use the NBN credits. As long as they end their turn with 3, that should be enough to score what we're assuming is going to be an Explodapalooza.
Gone Trace 4.
Ooh.
Wait, why?
What? Oh, no, this is the... Yeah, sorry, we're just saying...
Oh, the initial. Yeah, perfect.
We know how JNet works.
So that seems to be good. GG. ZX not actually getting any value from the making news credits. They could have, but still having the ability to close the game off from a runner that I think played pretty slowly on the setup and not enough pressure, I suppose.
Yellow doesn't need any ideas. It's fine.
Man,
CTM would be much more fair if it was blank.
The Caesar's close the counts play, which is like the strongest play that Shigo is likely playing around the whole game. Maybe they don't want to interact too early, but absolutely closing it off, getting that beautiful pry wreck into the toll booth. I think it's actually the best you can do in the format besides the single Hadrian's Wall. So that's also a different victory that was taken by ZX as well. Man, that rototurret, right? Every time it shows up.
It is very strong. Yeah. We've discarded the psychographics. I wonder how many MBMs have actually been able to psychographics people out in this core experience. I would
assume none. If you ask me, there's something really weird about the single core experience, and that's the value of tags, right? Because like single tag is a problem. You saw everyone clear the tags because you can lose your key resources and everyone depends on caddy. Let alone NBN has closed accounts. Now, if you weather through that and you take multiple tags, the fact that your win condition is a single psychographics means it's like really like there's so many games that you'll go tag me and then you'll not get punished. I even think I built NBN decks where I didn't play this and it never really mattered. Like I just didn't play it in my deck, and because I don't know, it's interesting for sure. We got
5 minutes left.
Yeah, we got 2 tables up. Actually, Big Unit is playing on table 12. A lot of people watching right now. I'm just gonna duck right in. Oh, this keeps happening with JNet. It opens the last game. You're just tuning in, by the way. Hey, my name is Andre, and I'm joined by Ian and RC from the Nisei. And we are in the first... What's this? System Core 2019 tournament, single System Core. Whoa. Against Leela, there's 6 advancements worth of cards on the table.
That is brave.
Not anymore.
Brave. And with 3 credits, that's not enough to hit the snare. Hit the snare right there, actually, off the top. Interestingly enough, if those were Ronins, you can go ahead and pre-res them so they can't get bounced, and then you can do Ronin kill. But I'm at that point, I think Unit just runs them, right?
Well, yeah. Well, the punitive Counter-Strike has been accessed, so if this last card is a Ronin, they can kill...
well, Big Unit has way too much money.
Oh, he's got way more cards, yeah.
So we're poking HQ through 2 small code gates. We're seeing 2 cards at the R&D interface. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Nisei Mark II bouncing the other. That's so much cards and credits and time spent. Install, advance, install, advance, all return to hand. And again, if there's one place you want to find those advanceable traps, those June bugs, it's in HQ when they do nothing and trash for free. Hologra Phoenix thrown back a fair bit on that turn, that Leela swing turn, the 1-2, the waltz into HQ, into R&D, pull your board apart. And unfortunately, on 2 credits, there's not a lot of plays that demand respect from Unit besides click for 3 credits.
And a lot of holographic Phoenix's economy has already been spent.
That's true. Sundew out, single snare out too. They're not on 3 credits, but at this point now, the only on-access trap you have to respect is Fido. And sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes Fetal into snare can be lethal through R&D interface, but that's super unlikely. Sneak door on HQ, saving those credits, not having to break Tsurugi. Singanise Mark II. My god, what's happening? Bouncing Ice on server 1 with 3 credits. You can res Enigma, Wall of Static, wrap around Himitsu Baku. Nothing really scary. And Unit not even bothering to check server
Yeah.
1. And at this point, Philodic Entanglement does 3 damage. That's kind of cool, I guess.
A moral victory. But probably not an act.
We did also see a Punitive in hand, which is now very much a useless card. If there's any agenda scored by unit, that's going to be game. So Holograph Phoenix has a lot of digging to do, and almost all of it is up.
Ooh, we're doing the value punitive.
Value Punitive, trading 3 for 5. You could even take this damage if you really cared, but and there's credit. So I think Holograph understands that they probably can't take this. There's not a lot of time in the round 2, and if you're behind 6 points, there's a big chance that unit can just like click for 3 every turn, click for 4, and you probably won't have enough time to close the game out. 4 minutes left, in fact. It's really hard to score 7 points in 4 minutes when you have 2 credits. That's something that might not be entirely obvious to a lot of players, but like the amount of credits you need to score 7 points of agendas is a lot, let alone the amount of clicks.
But the big unit is not going to waste time. He's going to put this game away.
Wants to go for that out of time win. Seeing 4 cards here again. No snare credits from unit. You have to keep 2 credits to be able to steal Fetal. Unit is doing that pretty well, and off the top is a paper trail.
Last access as well.
Hey, yeah, you're right, eh?
It looks like the big unit, he did access quite a lot of cards this game, so staying up with 16 cards and 4 agendas is quite what you'd expect. So I think he's just was on top of the court most of the game. Also,
unit had the notoriety. I really like that card. That's the point of the game where it's actually really easy to use it. A lot of times, if you don't find if you don't steal prior to requisition, you're going to need to steal 4 agendas, which can be a tall ask. So having a card like notoriety is really cool. Lets you close the game off in your own way. That's it. That's the end of round 3. I think everyone has wrapped up. We can check the standings and see how they look. Again, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We are cutting to the top 8 after 2 more rounds. The top 8 will continue on to fight against the other top 8 from yesterday on Sunday, February the 3rd. You can watch that on Dan's channel, Self-Modifying Code. Find that on YouTube and Twitch. So far most of the results are in, and we have one outlier, Bandura, who we watched on Building a Better World, and Leela sitting at 18 points. That means that they have not lost a game. Yeah, they're undefeated. And if you also want to see, the top 10 is exclusively, or top 9, excuse me, is exclusively criminal. We've seen a lot of criminal today. I think only 10 runners today are not criminal.
Yes, they've been the majority of the field after doing quite well yesterday.
That's pretty exciting. We're seeing otherwise in the top, we're seeing a mixture of Wayland and Jinteki. We did see a bit of Blue Sun today, or excuse me, a bit of HB today, and you have Asnell, which we saw on stream playing the Seder Laboratories. I like the deck a fair bit, just at 12. And mind you, the top 8 make it, so there's a big chance, like, people all the way down here to 17 have a big chance of making it. It might come to strength of schedule, but by no means, if you're looking at like the competitive play, you're still in it. Maybe, I don't know if a 9 can make it. That might actually be a bit difficult. If they sweep everything, there's a chance. But I'm hoping for those who are watching this either right now or post, and maybe this is your first experience to organized play, hopefully you're having a lot of fun. As the day goes on, I understand it can be harder to focus, but hopefully you're meeting new people, having fun against their decks, and I'm glad you came out. That's a cool thing to do.
You're doing it from the comfort of your own home, so you can get a coffee and a glass of water. It's all.
Yeah, it's actually a very different experience than going to like a store or an event where it's, you know, it's, you don't control the volume. There's a lot of things you don't control, so that's pretty cool. Hopefully it's going okay for y'all. Do you guys mind if you vamp for like a minute? I'm gonna check out to the restroom and grab a snack. I'll be right back. Chat.
Yeah, sure. I've got no idea what he means by that. You still there, Rossi?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just looking, just reading the Discord. There's discussions about what people need to make it in. So if you go 7-3, 21 points, that got into the top 8 yesterday. So that was round 3 just gone. So if people are in Splitsville and they sweep it all the way, they can still make it. But if you're on 2-4, you're out of luck.
Yeah. Is anyone looking to go undefeated today?
I'm just actually looking for the results.
I think we had some people undefeated yesterday. So I say that while desperately checking the fantastic Cobra.ai, where things can be seen. Plug for Jono, a dead channel who produced.
Yeah, absolutely amazing bit of software.
Yeah. So if you had played in this tournament, RC, what would you have brought for?
Oh, almost definitely would have brought RP.
Is that because you like it, or just been doing so well today?
I'm a big fan of Jinteki, and I will play Jinteki unless I am being super serious. If I'm being a try-hard, I'll play what's good. But if I'm playing for fun, I play Jinteki.
So you wouldn't try hard this tournament? You don't think it's important?
No,
it's serious business. System core.
I'm a try-hard at kind of like nationals, continentals, and worlds. Sometimes I'll try hard at regionals, but mostly no. Mostly I go for fun. I don't make the cut generally, even if I do try hard. So I might as well have a deck I'm fun with. We've got one person. Bandur hasn't dropped a game yet, and we've got the next 7 have only dropped 1. So doing well.
Wow, looks like the competition is quite tough then.
Yeah.
There's everything to play for those people. Yeah, no, it's been great. I as a big NBN fan, am disappointed that not many people brought it today. Because obviously they don't like taking people's credits away.
Yeah.
With Spark, which is what I've enjoyed most about Core Experience.
Yeah, 24th is currently the highest placed NBN ID.
Yes, that was the ZX BN we saw just now.
Hey guys.
Yeah. So we've got 2 NBNs, but they're both in the middle. So, not doing terribly, just not doing well.
We've just been discussing the standings where people are at, Andre.
Oh, perfect.
And how Bandura is the only undefeated player currently on Wayland and Criminal.
Do you know what the ID representation looked like yesterday compared to today?
I have it available, but I just jump through.
It looks like the 4th round is just starting. If you're tuning in, by the way, we're on round 4 of 5, so we got 2 more games this evening. Things have been running really smoothly. Shout out to the Nisei organizing team.
The thing yesterday on Core didn't have the IDs put in. So...
Yeah, the Cobra yesterday didn't have IDs.
But didn't Bluehead Hacker Girl post a little breakdown somewhere? I'm sure I've seen
possibly. I've not actually got Slack on this laptop.
That's no worries. No worries. We'll figure it out at some point. Patrick's saying in chat, you should spectate us. What's your name? Patrick, there's a chance that we'll be able to jump in after whatever we're watching for the first thing. I think for the first game, we want to watch Bandura just because they're undefeated. And I want to see how that goes. Because they're playing Building a Better World. An ID I have no faith.
Really, you don't believe in the Better World?
No, you can play Blue Sun. Why would you do anything else?
Well, rather than make a better world on Earth, you'd go to the moon and mine helium.
It's way better. It's more interesting. More choices per minute. That's all you want. You want a high CPM.
Oh, it does, yeah. And I think the great thing about Blue environment is that you can recover from mistakes.
Yeah.
And if you do something wrong, you can just I'll pick it up and try again next time.
I've been told that Bandura might be going for an ID. For those who don't know, ID is intentional draw. So you basically agree with your opponents that you split the game without playing it. It's something that happens at top tables when you're when you're trying to make like the top cut or the second day, and it ensures that you pass it on. I think with the Bandura standings, if they ID for the rest of the evening, they'll almost definitely make day 2. So they might do that. Regardless, they're in here. I don't think the round has started just yet, so we can hold on. We'll check in. Maybe they're talking about it. Oh no, they're off. Hey, we're in game table 1 if y'all want to catch up. And as we saw, it's Leela with a strong opening. We have the gamble into Dirty Laundry with both Paragon and Data Sucker, so a lot of good reasons to run. Sitting across the table, Bandura's Wayland Building a Better World has so far played 2 transactions, 2 credits of value. Let's go, Engineering the Future. With the daily business show on the table, controlling that early game draw, a very important thing to do when if you draw that priority requisition, there's nothing you can really do with it.
Yeah, and it's interesting because if he was Blue Sun, as you say, he would be able to defend that daily business show and then later pick the ice up to use somewhere else. Well, here it's just going to be gotten rid of.
Looks like Diomedes is understanding that daily business show has to go. You're a criminal. You pressure HQ. Make sure that HQ gets nice and ripe with agendas. Single career fair, mind you. This is like a really wild thing when it comes to the system core. This is a one of, so it's like super volatile whether or not you get it. But it's more, I think, in there just to be for the constructive play scene that can use as many copies of the system core as they want in their deck building. But hey, Earthrise for 1 is not bad at all. We have another remote server, and up here we have is that actually Elizabeth Mills herself? I'm not sure, but public support. Riling up the people in a couple turns. That's going to be worth 1 agenda.
Yeah, it's hard to tell whether it's Mills. She's got slightly different hair, but the same. So, but that's not saying that Mills can change her haircut over time.
Dirty Laundry checking the remote. That's actually the second daily business show. Always happy to see that, specifically when you're getting extra value with the Dirty Laundry credits. And we also have an upgrade on R&D, which is interesting. I think if you want Crisium Grid, I assume you'd put that on HQ to defend against Lightworks, to defend against emergency shutdowns. But on R&D, maybe an Ash. I don't know what else you'd put there. Product placement is technically a card that costs 1 influence, I think.
Yeah, it certainly does, but I'm not sure if we see choosing to spend their influence on that versus daily business shows, and when they could use it on that could be a copy of Roto Turret instead of a product placement.
Hey,
well, we've seen the value of Roto Turret today.
Oh, Roto's been so good. I think Bandura has the Rotos. They definitely do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. IPO, we want to spend a click getting 6 credits. You can do it. Just make sure it's terminal. And it looks like Diomedes was waiting to get that public support. Again, you have basically 2 to 3 turns to get it. And this on the final turn, Bandura seems to have produced the ice to ice it up. Maybe you want to check that with the Abagnale, and that's when the Roto Turret really shines. But I think product placement, or excuse me, public support also largely yells, hey, I have Archer in my deck, which is never a surprise considering you're playing against Wayland. 2 credits.
Yeah.
3 to trash, considering that the Paragon is going to give you some value here. Public support down. And I don't know when you play Netrunner, maybe for those watching at home, but at least in this meta, there's not a lot of recursion of assets. So when you trash something, it's not coming back.
But this might have opened a window in which Bandura can slam down another piece of ice in an agenda.
And there you go.
As they just did, yeah.
Single advance. Sorry?
Sorry, I said I'm glad I managed to finish saying that before they actually did it.
Yep. Single advance, sometimes you just have to score that paper trail when you need to because it's what's in your hand. That paper trail won't do anything for the board, but it does affect how Diomedes plays. They don't want to install Caddy this turn. They don't want to install Bank Job, stuff like that, or Armitage. Like that actually is pretty interesting. But it looks like Inside Job on the remote. That'll do it. You're playing against Criminal. And you might be wondering why res the Spider Whip when it gets Inside Job, but we're playing against Leela, and Leela can only bounce unresed ice, so that server is actually kind of safe for the future.
Yeah.
But it looks like we might see some HQ pressure or some R&D pressure after a piece of ice is bounced here.
Yeah, and it costs them 2 more credits now to break the Enigma, so...
Yep. All right, Inside Job. A card you have to play around. Bandura taking a bit of their taking some chances. This is definitely a 2 of in every criminal deck we'll see today. Punitive, not really a threat. 5 cards in hand, you're sitting pretty even if you don't have anywhere near as much money as Bandura. Actually, not that far off. Diesel for 3.
Yeah.
Armitage coming down. And that's kind of it. If you don't find a Corroder anytime soon, there's a chance that you could play Abagnale. Or not Abagnale, Damara, I think is another factor that criminals have access to. But Bandura could try again to jam to this remote server.
Yeah. Yes, tomorrow is in, but I suspect, like all the criminals we've seen today, that Diomedes will be on Corroder. But who knows? They may surprise us.
So Icing HQ, we got another jam of the remote. Another advance. Let's go. So Diomedes has... Sorry?
You suppose if you've got they've got one inside job just played, what are the odds they're going to have another one in their hand right now?
Yep. So actually, you know what? Now that we think about it, like, how many outs do they have? It's either second inside job, which is uncommon. They haven't played a single special order, so special order into Corroder, you'd need something else with that, something like Stim Hack, so that's kind of hard as well. You don't really have enough money to fem this spiderweb, let alone it's not a good fem target. So yeah, this one actually feels a lot better than the first one for sure. Oh, never mind.
There's the Corroder.
Corroder in hand. That's going to be a 4 credits, and then 1 more back from the Paragon. Absolutely disgusting.
Never didn't have it.
Never didn't have it. And that's sort of the thing. Like, it might feel bad to like lose to these. Well, not lose, but like, you know, when you're putting at the runner, do they have this in hand? Are you when you're putting them at that? But you got to remember, Paragon is firing, right? And Paragon does give you a lot of control to make sure the next card you draw is good. It's somewhat like Daily Business Show, but not entirely.
Yeah, and yeah, so Paragon's possibly even more powerful in the core experience, where unlike standard, where your whole deck is good cards, you definitely have some cards you'd rather not see, and so putting them at the bottom is...
Yeah, there's a fair bit of redundancy. Criminal also does have the shuffle effect. I think the only shuffle effect. No, I think there's 2 shuffle effects at the whole. Another one? Are you serious? Wait, they can get in on this one. What is this one?
Oh, this will be aggressive secretary.
That's what Chad is hoping for, the aggressive secretary trashing. I think you'd go for the Corroder. That's the one they spend influence on. They might not only have one of those. But like, this is always the play that's so exciting to see what the runner does. I can get in. Why are they doing this? Do I have to... What do I do this? Do I go in? And install advance also. Is it the final atlas? The final atlas would be the worst case scenario, giving them that ability to tutor a card when they need it. Giving the ability.
I know, even
Sorry?
Even scoring the final atlas will leave the credit hole. So
yeah, but then next turn you can pull the hostile, which also turns on Archer. That might not be the worst. So they're thinking. Leela,
I would be thinking too.
Yeah. I think it's also like, if Leela really doesn't want to touch this card, if she does believe it's a trap of some sort, the other option is to run centrals and get it bounced. But it looks like we're just going to go for it. We want to spend 5 credits to get this access, getting 1 back from Paragon as well. But let's see what this is. Is this another Atlas? Please no. Please not another Atlas.
You're only spending 4 because you don't need to break the first Enigma sub if you're on last click.
Right. So I think they have a click left though.
Trick.
It's a contract killer. Here we go. The man with the gun, Hitman himself. Yeah. Not poising to do anything particular, but will be able to do 2 meat damage. You might want to just keep that on the table so they can't play Caddy, but it looks like Diomedes is going to go down to now 2 credits after an Armitage code busting hit. Is this what a window looks like? Probably not exactly.
Yeah, so for the cost of advancing a card once, they made the runner spend 8 credits, which isn't bad.
Feels good.
Yeah.
Beanstalk Royalty is coming out. That's basically what Hedge Fund is now, right? We are building a better world. And if Bandura's kind of at the point where like an Ash in the remote would actually be really strong, just because that remote honestly is somewhat taxing, and Diomedes hasn't found a consistent economy solution. No Caddy, no Liberated. Basically gone through a single Armitage so far, and the bank jobs are not getting a lot of value. We've seen a lot of people today, even playing against Criminal, build naked remotes, and I don't think that's the right play almost ever, because giving them 2 clicks for 7 is way too much. Paragon firing on archives gives you that data sucker, gives you that condition, that check to draw.
Well, it's Bandura. He's got the third ice for remote, but he might not have anything to shove in there just yet. So he has shoving something in 3 times in a row. You run out of cards to do that.
That you do, but it looks
No,
like
no,
not just yet.
Yeah.
And as soon as this gets installed advanced, that might look like a priority requisition, which would put Diomedes up to that 7 points they need to close the game out. So Bandura figuring out what to do with the last click. Install double advance. Diomedes, can you break this roto turret? If you can get in. A special order for a fairy. Oh, actually just a mimic. With a single data sucker, that gets through each E1. Only 3 credits to their name. Do they have that stim hack in their pocket? Also, for what it's worth, special order shuffling the stack, now it makes all that work you do with Paragon, it undoes a bit of it. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse.
Yeah, there's certainly some barriers and code gates this third ice on the remote could be, which would keep Diomedes out.
Well, even if they click for a single credit, they can't break any. The outermost ice just can't be broken. They need 4 to get through here. And they only have 4. So if they can res this outermost ice, Bandura is fine. Like, even a Mighty Ice Wall. They're drawing instead of clicking for a credit. So, basically, they need Inside Job or Stim Hack. I think they might have jammed the Mimic a bit too soon, realizing they just didn't have the numbers to back it up. Oh, holy fuck, they have Stim Hack.
Jesus.
Oh.
They had literally every answer. Let's go. Roto turret from the top. If that is the Prycon, that is good game. Roto taking for 2. Junebug would be lethal here, mind you. Holy shit, Junebug would be lethal. They have exact money, and it's another brain damage kill.
One. We've seen that once this evening already. Come on.
Let's go. Let's go.
Drum roll.
Uh-oh. Typing in chat. Oh, no. Wait, that could mean anything.
It means the game is over, but we don't know how. He's got a credit. That's all.
Paragon fires. Fuck! Shit!
Ah.
Oh, man. Bandura taking off the lossless streak undefeated, but losing 7-0. Diomedes having the ability to jam the remote. Having the answer from hand every time. I don't think on JNet we see what you do with Paragon, whether you put to the bottom or you don't. It just says that you use Paragon, which I think is a bit unfortunate. I think that's public information. But yes. Junebug there would have been lethal. Still going in for it, risking the whole game, and it's working out. Worked out pretty fine for Diomedes. All you need is a bit of breakers and just a bit of economy, and you'll be fine.
That luck though, that was something else.
Yep. Yeah. That's quite important. Man, Junebug would have been so good. 1 credit left. Oh, perfect.
And I think they played very well. They special ordered at the right time. They
they
kept their credits just high.
Oh yeah,
they played perfectly.
Well played.
Like we don't want to take away from that, but they just had what they needed when they needed it, and I think Bandura was hoping for a bit worse. Oh yeah, RC you joined. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Celestia says it does say if they bottom it, but only says they use Paragon if they don't bottom it. Oh no way, that's super cool to hear. Just tuning in? I think Cody was asking for this a bit before. That's what the splash screen looks like. That's cool, huh? But this is the second half of round 4. We're closing off a long day of Netrunner. Bandura, mind you, representing what was an undefeated player at the top of the pack. Diomedes, I don't actually know. They were 4th place with a good strength of schedule.
They dropped 1.
They dropped just 1 game. So currently these players are even. Yeah.
Yes.
So this last game seems very important.
Bandura's had not lost, and the next 7 were all only dropped 1 each. So top 8 was pretty tight.
Perfect. And we got Leela again showing a lot. I think at the top 8 currently as of last round was all criminal. The top 9 even. But we were seeing a pretty good distribution between Leela and Gabe. I'm on Team Gabe, but we've actually seen Leela do a lot more work than I thought she would.
There's possibly quite a different Leela to Diomedes one
Yep.
if you've got professional contact.
So Proco is cool. Again, Criminal got hostage back, so you can choose to hostage for Proco. You can choose to hostage for Caddy, and if you even want to like really play a bit risky, you do have the John Masanori. Always makes me uncomfortable, especially in this format. And Diomedes does run Nisei Mark too, so if you want to run and not be sure to have a tag, it's gonna be pretty difficult out there.
It looks like Diomedes doesn't have the good asset start, and is instead building a fortification.
It's also worth noting Diomedes mulligan, so the quality of their hand can be questionable. That cheap fairy costs 0 to install, gives Bandura the flexibility, gives Bandura the confidence they need to start face checking into some of those mighty sentries. And single axis here finds a rototurret. Talking about mighty sentries, losing the data sucker might not be the worst, but at least we're prepared for that future.
Yeah, so whenever that fairy gets expended, they'll now have to worry about the rototurret. So
there's a lot of good killers here. Like you have Fairy, you have Femme. Even some of these criminals are spending that single influence on a Mimic, which with the data sucker actually goes pretty far. And if Diomedes is not looking to res on HQ, I can't imagine they're looking to jam into remote too soon. That being said, inside job is a thing, so a lot of times against criminals, it's a bit of a push your luck game unless you can double ice the remote and have enough money. 8 credits left. Throwing out 1 card into archives might be setting up for an IPO next turn, because the chance that they might not be resing ice so that they can set up for like a hedge fund or an IPO, but it looks like that's all changed here. Getting that Enigma res does have a cool face check, but also it is a resed card, and having just resed cards versus Leela has some pretty good value that you're not going to be punished into like a legwork without any ice onto HQ once she bounces something. Diomedes.
Yeah, but definitely.
Sorry.
But definitely, I think you were right though. Set up for an IPO. This is a big now what kind of pause when they're looking at their board.
Double credit jam. If it was, you don't actually. If it was a Sundew, you don't have to res it right now if you don't think it's safe. But putting in the remote may be okay. But that could look like a daily business show. There's 3 copies of Pad Campaign you could be playing. And Bandura just wants to set up, find their multi-axis. I think an R&D interface would go pretty far. Crowder coming down, Abagnale coming down. Now it's all about money and finding those pressure cards, finding that multi-axis. They have the ability to charge any remote. Double sentries in a row would be scary. They have a chance here of hitting a snare, which wouldn't be lethal unless Diomedes also has double neural, which is unlikely, but the Proco could be trashed. And there you go.
Snare.
There's the snare. If Diomedes wants to go down to 3 credits, hitting a legwork, laundry, and special order, they can trash the Proco. Running last click is pretty risky. And exactly at 3 credits, if Diomedes perfectly has 2 copies of Neural, they can do credit Neural. Super unlikely, but worse has happened. I think you want that Proco dead no matter what.
It leaves you very low on credits.
Yes, it does.
You might get thoroughly Leela'd in the following turn.
You might be, but I think that Proco just represents so much. Okay, next turn Bandura, all they're going to do is draw 4 times or draw 3 times and clear the tag. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So it's probably just that and click for 3 or click for 2, excuse me, and then hopefully the ice on R&D holds up. And Bandura could decide not to clear the tag, play the rest of the game tagged. I have no doubt they have Leela. If they're playing Proco, they're definitely playing hostage. Maybe even more Procos. So even them clearing the tag actually might slow them down. So I imagine they'll wait as long as they can before they want to clear it.
Yeah,
hitting the Fetal, had 2 cards in hand, perfectly lined up for that. They can still draw up to deal with the Neural EMPs. Still having a tag.
At this point, you've got to, just in case.
Yeah. All right, 2 points up. Gotta respect the Fetal AI. This is a card that has returned to the System Core 2019. This was something that came out in the first cycle, in the Genesis cycle, that we haven't been playing a constructed play with for about a year and a bit now. It's cool to see that baby come back.
Yeah, Fetal's always been one of my favorite agendas.
Whoa. Triple advance in that naked remote. Philotic entanglement doing 1 damage. 2 on the board for Diomedes, having R&D ripped up.
Well, yeah, Bandura couldn't have checked that remote.
I think they
As a
could
draw.
have.
Well, if it had been another fetal, they would have just died.
Yeah, if it was another fetal, they would have died.
Or snare.
I don't think
Well,
Meaty's had the credits
Oh,
for
no,
snare.
he only had 3 for snare. Yeah.
But yeah, fetal's the risk. I just don't know if you naked install fetal into a remote. But like, I don't know. Flodic is like really hard to play around as a one of. Apathy's asking how many are in SC19. I believe there's 2 Procos in SC19, 2 professional contacts.
Yeah.
So Diomedes starting with no credits, but doesn't have a good way to defend that Flodic, so they did opt to score it out, doing a bit of damage. I did hit a net damage there. But largely when you're at 0 credits, unless you're Wayland or spending that influence on the Beanstalk, all you can do is click for 3. And there's also 4 face down cards in archives, and in this format there's no traps to put into archives, no breach domes, anything like that. The Mandora might want to check it, but checking with no credits into 2 credits. Yeah, Yagura is the only punishment there, Yagura or pop-up window. So Yagura is gonna fire, protecting the top of R&D. If you bottom a 5-3 agenda with this, it's basically out of the game. Let alone you do get that value net damage. Hitting a femme fatale from hand feels good. Paragon looking at the top of the stack.
Hit another fetal and be very sad.
Oh, so Paragon does say so. Paragon did bottom a card.
Yeah.
Diomedes clicking for 2, jamming at the remote server again. Well, replicating perfection does make bank job a bit clumsier. I never liked the naked remotes, but I don't think Diomedes has a lot of choices here. I think they would choose to res a pad campaign if they could. Now we're sorry.
I suspect a lot of the cards and archives are the ice, which Leela's been bouncing.
Yeah, there is a fair bit of ice that has been moved around. I think there might be one more roto turret somewhere in play, and then it might not feel like the best res when the fairy's on the board. But both of these players are just trying to crawl back into some sort of efficiency, into some sort of reasonable amount of credits. And there's a pad campaign, double credit. We got another card in another remote server. Bandura just drawing up a bit, missing their Proco, clicking for credits. Going for singles, maybe wants to check server 3. But you want to spend only 1 credit on this, opting to take a net damage. With 4 credits, Diomedes is exactly a threatening snare. Paragon firing, getting that filtered pseudo card draw, and seeing nothing of value on the top of the deck. Maybe they want to go trash that pad campaign, dragging both players down. Like lobsters in a bucket. Where's it crabs? I think it's crabs.
Crabs is, I think, the common idiom. But if you want to go for labs, if you want to be high class, and go for lobsters in a bucket.
Bandura trashing that pads. Yeah, but Daily Business Show coming back up, and honestly, while money might be good, drawing into agendas in front of an Enigma probably feels a bit worse. So these are going to be bottoming some of the bad draws, and that's actually pretty interesting. Leela paying 1 credit to get into HQ, opting not to. I suppose if you see the top of R&D every turn, you don't really need to, and Diomedes is not clicking to draw. They need to click for them credits. Hedge fund here. Oh, not actually possible. Icing up the DBS.
It's very important card right now.
Quite. Criminals want that HQ pressure. It's not going to work out too well. And Bandura, again, just like a turn we saw maybe 2 turns ago, just drawing up a bit and clicking for a bunch of credits. And that's the problem. If they want to swing to Caddy, if they want to swing down to Armitage, I think Caddy would be a lot worse. You still need to clean that tag. And Diomedes hitting that explosive burst that you need. 5 credits gives the value, or gives the ability to go check out that stock market with the hedge fund. Removing the tag, and there you go, Caddy. So that it has to be that huge tempo lost turn. Spending 2 credits to remove a tag, spending 2 credits to install it to Caddy, and then another click to load 3 credits on Caddy. It's going to take like 5 or 6 turns before Caddy actually becomes like pretty efficient in terms of clicks and credits. So Bandura is... Sorry?
Diomedes has done well to navigate low credit zone, one more agendas.
That's a big difference between what you might be used to in like System Core, or excuse me, like Core Set Criminal, is that they have that HQ pressure. They used to have a count siphon. They used to be able to kick you down, but we've seen a lot of players here be able to go to those low numbers and then recover. And actually, talking about recovering, Armitage, the perfect draw at this point. You want to be able to click for 2 alongside Caddy Jones, which is a bit slower to pay off. And second hedge fund also for Diomedes, not too bad at all.
Yeah, it's interesting to think what Dami's next step will be. Will he build another remote server, or will he try and fortify centrals more?
So I'm not familiar with Diomedes' list, but there is a big chance that they're running defensive upgrades. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the next agenda you'd want to score, unless you can fire a pretty gnarly paper trail, is to get that Nisei token. At that point, a single Ash on top of a double ice remote. Even with like Ash is also super strong with Fairy, right? Like if you have to Fairy or Rototurret and then come back when you lose the Ash trace, it's going to do a fair bit of work. So I think that's probably the best thing. Spending a click to draw here is actually kind of scary because you're no longer filtering your draw with Daily Business Show, and if you do end up drawing into that massive priority requisition, it's going to be a scary thing to deal with.
Ooh, a naked remote. Well, RP naked.
RP naked, and that's actually a big thing with RP naked. If Diomedes doesn't choose to res the outermost ice on a server, it's basically just a click loss. And hey, Pad campaign, we're selling phones again, while Bandura on the other side of the table is probably working at maybe a phone company. I don't know what Armitage code busting exactly is. It's busting code, right?
Yeah. Sitting at home with your cat and just holding the code as a big ball of light.
I'm pretty sure if you zoom in on the big ball of light, it looks exactly like the big ball of light from the hedge fund.
Oh.
Maybe that's what money looks like. No, this is a terrible idea. Daily Business Show bottoming a card. I think Diomedes is now at the point where they're going to consider how they need to win the game. They're no longer recovering. It's all about building a remote. And talk about defensive upgrades. Server 3 has it. I do encourage, I love when players run remotes that have defensive upgrades in them and try to deal with them before there's an agenda. And with 17 credits and all types of breakers, Bandura might want to go for an HQ access and then swing over to that DBS remote. And hey, the mighty Neural Katana might just actually take that Fairy off. And then the Rototurret on server 3 possibility could be scary.
Well, yeah, even if there's no agenda in the remote and kill the business show.
Yep. So Neural Katana is a really weird card in this format. Very exciting for newer players to hit this, but this card looks like absolute trash once the Mimic comes down. If you're going for Femme Fatale Data Sucker, at least it's a bit more annoying, but you know, it has a pretty limited value based off of the time of the game.
Yeah, this is the first Neural Katana I've seen spectating this tournament.
Yeah, we saw one get thrown out, but I think more importantly, Leela hitting that Beetle in hand, having the two cards, losing a special order and sneak door, opting to bounce the ice. So now server 3 is basically just an upgrade and a Daily Business Show. You might want to deal with that. 2 clicks left. Also, you could check server 5, likely the last pad campaign. Small chance to be a Maryland.
Not wanting to res the Ash there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the worst to res an Ash. If they worst to res the Ash, they basically lose a click, and it's like the same thing. Oh no, yeah, maybe it would protect the pad.
You lose 2, they either lose 3, and you keep the business show, or they lose 4. And then...
Yeah, you basically trade a 2 for a click. Yeah, that's not great, is it?
Yeah, it depends, I think, on how far ahead you are. If how important that 2 credits is to you.
So obviously that fetal AI hit was pretty unfortunate, but that's the power of Leela. That remote server with the defensive upgrade with the ice on it has now entirely disappeared. Luckily, you can start switching to protecting the Maryland campaign, a card that you can choose to destroy whenever you want to shuffle it back in. It looks like that's another Ash maybe and another ice on the remote server. HQ, you're going to have to wait for a Mimic or a Femme before coming back in again, and I think that might actually been the second sneak door. Oh, only the first sneak door, so that's something you also have to watch out for. Undoing. Taking some clicks back. Maryland campaign getting trashed. Gonna shuffle that back into R&D, I imagine, unless you want to make sure you don't draw it. Oh, what's happening?
Oh, did he trash it by mistake?
Yeah, I think they did. So undo click is cool. I don't think it lets you undo more than 1 click. I think it only has
you've got to undo your whole turn, I think.
That's an option.
We'll see if it comes to that. Yes, you can do undo turn, but I think the other player has to
consent to it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So we're just
Oh,
gonna
I did not know that was the thing.
rewind on.
Oh, yeah, cool. I didn't know that was real.
Oh, maybe it isn't.
Oh no, I think it's definitely.
Yeah,
it's an actual count.
I checked the chat commands. It was in there.
Yeah.
Dean is asking in chat who won game one. Game one was taken by Diomedes. 7-0. Hey, cool. That works. As long as they both turn the key at the same time, they can undo the turn.
Yeah.
Next version of Jinteki will have undo game.
It's like I don't like how this game is going. We're just going to rewind.
Yeah, we'll just can we do a redo? Take a mulligan. Now, unfortunately, with how Server 5, Server 6 works, there was a bit of a telegraphing here that the card in Server 6 is actually an upgrade, right? Because Diomedes successfully installed it over the Maryland campaign. Oh wait, never mind.
Yeah, so it might be. I think the first card he installed, and then the second was an upgrade, and then he's tried to install another card.
Yeah.
In the.
Bandura is going to let this go, installing the Earthrise Hotel, getting the card draw that they need down on 2 cards, and there could be a triple advance here, which would get a Nisei token. There's a big chance. Even at this point, a paper trail would be massive, trashing everything besides the Earthrise. There we go.
Yeah.
Caddy
Dun,
down,
dun, dun.
Armitage down. So enjoy your Earthrise cards because you have no money to install them with.
Yeah, this is quite the turn.
Now R&D is technically open. Those are not subroutines you need to break. And again, we're one priority construction away from requisition, away from closing the game off. And I do believe some of them are at the bottom of the deck. This is actually a really big deal that I think it helps. It's kind of difficult to do, but it helps a lot. Every time Daily Business Show draws, it draws 2 cards and puts 1 on the bottom. So there's a big chance that there's like 4 or 5 cards in a row that are like a bunch of agendas at some point, right? And now we're at the point of the game where those start coming up again because they were drawing 2 a turn as opposed to 1 a turn. So you actually get through your deck pretty fast. So I'd reckon we're about like 3 or 4 turns before those bottom agendas start coming out.
Well, in one turn, we're going to shuffle R&D.
Oh, yeah.
Shuffle R&D with Maryland.
Yeah, that's actually a big point. That Maryland will shuffle that, which should distribute that in both positive and negative ways.
It's whether Diomedes want or if they are happy to keep those agendas at the bottom.
Yep.
It's
2 more remotes. Honestly, not sure what these could be. We've seen so far only 2 pads, so it could be last pad. It could be another Maryland. But Bandura did have the Armitage to help recover. I'm going straight for the Maker's Eye. I can break those 2 subs. There's a chance of closing the game off here. Diomedes does have the snare money. I think there's only 1 snare left in the deck. All the Fetals are out, so there's no way that it'll die on Axis alone. But just hitting the single priority construction, priority requisition, damn it. We'll close the game. We're seeing 3 at the top. Nothing. No bounce.
Well,
And again, that was the point of the deck that was pretty sure you'd see multiple agendas in the row due to the Daily Business Show, but I might be a bit off in my very simple math.
I think we're about 3 or 4 turns to that, but it is coming.
Yeah, it's definitely coming up. And the shuffle here is going to happen. Wait, what? Oh, that's the second DBS.
Oh.
What? Wasn't there 2 DBS this game already? Am I forgetting something?
No, just the one.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, yeah, it was in the remote with the Ash. Yeah, super cool. So that's actually going to be pretty good. The deck was just entirely shuffled. Maryland campaign opted to shuffle back in the deck. So that sort of thing where all the agendas that you might have bought in with Daily Business Show, those are now all separated. Diomedes also finding the IPO, bursting up 5 credits. Maryland taking away, DBS taking away. Bandura still has a fair bit of work to do. And unfortunately, we've seen no Niseis so far, so Diomedes' ability to protect a remote largely depends on finding another Ash if they have one.
What? Was the other Ash bounced earlier rather than...
I don't
So
know.
I see only one in the
trashed.
bin. Well, there's one in the bin, but did we see another Ash earlier?
We didn't, but we did see them install something on top of the Maryland and then undo their turns.
Yeah.
There might be another one. And there you go. There's the Roto that we've been holding on for the whole game. Eating the Fairy, which Bandura installed before making the run, which is super cool. And you might be thinking, why are they running now? They just Maker's Eye last turn. They're going to see a card they saw before. But again, that's a really big thing that Bandura sees. The Maryland did shuffle the deck. So this is actually a brand new card.
We'll see if any agendas have floated to the top.
No dice. Bandura going for the DBS, having to make a run on the central server. It doesn't have to be successful, mind you, but you might as well do it while you're up. And Diomedes now top decking exactly what Bandura saw. And with no killer just yet, even not exactly the money to install Fem from hand, having lost 1 to net damage, I believe. Having just like a Roto or a Tsurugi on the remote server sounds pretty okay. That being said, I don't think we've seen any inside jobs yet or spearfishing, so I would have to put Bandura to having at least one of those in their hand if they're running all 3, which I think it's probably objectively wrong not to be in this format.
They have gone down to very few cards, so then they were certainly earlier running the Yogura, which they might not have been happy to do if they had a spearfishing or inside job in hand they want to protect.
That's true. Credit, draw, IPO. Might have just top decked the IPO. It took a bit to think about that. Always important to know. And Bandura dropping down to 5 credits to install the Proco. I think at 4 to 4, you might not want to go for that card. It might not actually have enough value at this point in the game. It's kind of like finding a caddy that's late in the game, which actually I think both caddies are now dead. So maybe that Bandura opts for the Proco just as an economy option because they don't have a lot left. Both Armitages, both caddies done. They don't have liberated, so they can't land a bank job elegantly. They're not going to have a lot of money in the deck anymore.
Yeah, they still have 14 cards left to draw, so that's probably at least positive value on the professional context.
Yeah, probably. It's just like I don't think they're going to get drawing through their whole deck.
Oh yeah.
So ice, double ice on the remote server. I think Diomedes might still have a defensive upgrade, and triple ice on the remote. Actually, wow, Leela would love to take that apart. Spend some more clicks and credits on that, and I think Diomedes is posturing to jam next turn. We're running archives here. Wayland campaign doing a lot of work. That's a Tsurugi. I think you just do the 3 net damage to that one. I don't know whether you want to pay the extra credit. Diomedes paying the credit. That's taking a stim hack, a Maker's Eye, and a Paragon. 2 of those incredibly strong value, and we're gonna see 4 face downs in here. So now Sneak Door Beta not looking too hot. Let's
now
see.
we get to see what the 4 cards that got ditched were.
Big old ice. So we saw the second Tsurugi. We did see the splash of the toll booth, and then an Ichi splash and a wall of static. So that was in the early game where they were clicking for credits. So makes a lot of sense that they wanted to ditch some of the more beefy cards. And now Bandura is forced to draw up.
Yeah, it looks like these RP decks are trying to grab as many sentries as they can to tax out.
Yeah, sentries seem really good in this format, right? Like Fairy's not permanent, Fem is really expensive, Pipeline is kind of trash. But like Mimic Data Sucker is kind of the biggest issue. Whether Bandura has spent the influence on it, we're not actually sure yet. And the Maryland getting shuffled back into R&D, so there's 2 more Marylands in there. I think the Diomedes did just spend 6 resing that ice, which means that the remote server might be a bit harder to pull the credits together for. Apologies if you hear a siren outside. The snow clearing truck has arrived. Install advance in the remote server. It's getting a credit. 12 credits. Is that enough? And the cool thing about the server is that the outermost ice on all the central servers are actually pretty relevant, so that you can't run into it and bounce off. For instance, like having a wall of static on the outside of a replicating perfection central server is a mistake because it can just spend a click. But all of these are sentries with very relevant subroutines. So you're probably going to have to break 2 subroutines. Yeah, this is really good placement. So if Bandura wants to get through it, they have to figure out which they can face tank. They can probably face tank the damage on the Neural Katana. In theory, actually, the Tsurugi costs Diomedes at least a credit, so that might actually be optimal. And then they need to charge the remote. That being said, though, even install single advance does not represent game. But if that is an Nisei Mark II, that might be the closest thing we have to game. And a legwork is coming in, seeing almost all of HQ. That's the final legwork. Neural Katana taking 3 net damage. Losing a Damara. Losing the John Mass and the bank job. Enigma. Gonna be 2 credits. Could be game here. No more traps to... Actually, there is 1 snare to respect. We're gonna see 3 cards out of 4. Paragon. Mind you, a lot of these cards might have been Daily Business Show filtered. We're seeing a Celebrity Gift, a Wall of Thorns, and final card. Priority requisition.
Ooh.
Finding it. Damn. Wow. Bandura pulling back up to only losing one game so far. We are 7-1 playing Leela and building a better world. Had to hope for the miss, I think is right. Now there's only one more legwork, so the chance of all that lining up was pretty hard. Finding out that they can tank the Neural Katana is super cool to see. This does not end the run, and sometimes if you have enough cards in hand, this doesn't actually matter.
Yeah. Yeah, no, those were all cards which they didn't care about at all because they were not useful in this matchup.
Yeah. Man, that's a really cool game. Good games to both players. Played very well. Very exciting to see that go out, going the distance. And you could see, like, you always see that sort of narrative arc on how things go poorly, we're coming back, and it keeps swinging back and forth to whoever's losing or whoever is losing control. Super exciting to see. That's
It was
super
a
cool.
fun game to watch. Did enjoy that.
No doubt we have a bit more time in the round. Still a lot of tables going off. Excuse all the sirens outside. I don't know if they pick up on here. Let's jump into another game that we can find. I would love to see some more HB, but it looks like the lobby is not going to allow us to have that. Let's see. We have table 3. We've been seeing a lot of loud today and some ender. Do you want to try table 3?
There's
Sorry?
Table 8 has got HB.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Right.
25 minutes left on the round.
So, perfect. So, no, we're good. We're good. Looks like we are on game point. Ratkin has the RD interface down. 7 credits to the name. All the breakers they would possibly need. 1 data sucker token to get through the Ichi wall. On the other side of the table, Vitruvius tokens are really scary. The ability to recur both Ash and Red Herrings. Acenil going for the double defensive upgrade. Something jammed in the remote against Leela. Again, you don't only have to protect this remote, you have to protect all the essentials. But Ratkin forcing their way into the Serper. Ping 3 for the toll booth, maybe 2 more. If the data sucker token does save a credit with Abigail, makes things a bit more comfortable. Enigma only 1 credit last click. If this is an Ash, this is going to keep them out of the server. You're going to be able to trash the Ash, which isn't the worst thing. But with the Vitruvius counter, that can come back really soon.
There's 1 Ash and 1 Red Herrings already in the bin for the corp, so I still have some left of both.
Yeah, and there's a chance that this is Mason Bellamy. Mind you, are playing Seder Laboratories, who does get some value from that upgrade. So chances it isn't the Ash. Maybe this actually works out for Ratkin.
This is the Red Herrings that gone below.
Secretary? Shoot, forgot Paragon.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no. Of course, Paragon.
Oh, Paragon. They have the money. Paragon triggering to give the 5 credits they need for the Red Herrings. Unfortunately, they can't trash the Red Herrings, but it doesn't matter because that looks like that is game. 1 credit difference. We've seen this before. We've seen some pretty good Ash traces, but at the end there, just in time, that Paragon giving a credit on successful run, giving the 5 credits Ratkin needs to take the final paper trail for 7. Whoa. It looks like some math was done there, and yeah, just 1 credit off. Sometimes they'll do it.
Well, especially a credit which will turn up in the run, like with Paragon. It's very easy to miss.
Yeah, it's like missing the net damage lethal with John Masanori, which we've seen John do work against that.
Yeah.
All right, well played to both of them. Always cool to see things come down to last click, last credit, because it's not only last credit, it's also last click, right? Like click 0. I guess they wouldn't have put Acenil onto game point, but still, it's scary with Biotic and Vitruvius is going around. All right, let's see what else we can jump into.
Looks like all the Jintekis playing are Replication Perfection.
Okay.
I can't see any Waylands.
Do you want to do table 5? Blue Moose is on to Shaper.
That sounds great.
Perfect.
Shape Wayland, love it.
Okay, 1 second. I gotta refresh. If you're just tuning in, by the way, welcome. My name is Andre. This is Metapol Grid. I'm joined by Ian and RC. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick for those who might have just tuned in?
Sorry. I'm Ian. I'm on the Niso creative team, mainly naming cards and writing flavor text. I haven't really done much else in Netrunner. Made some t-shirts, made some fun decks, but that's about it.
You made our most excellent Team UK T-shirt for Magnum Opus.
Yeah, that was fun. That was the first time I had to make one with only 2 hours to go.
We gotta get these printed now.
Oh, that is what happened.
That is exactly what happened. We came up with the idea that we wanted for the design, and both me and Alice said, we don't have time to do this. Someone else will have to pick it up. And then a week before we flew out, it was like, has anyone ordered the T-shirts?
Oops.
Crap. All right, looks like I'll do it then.
Whoops.
And then the parcel went missing. So, but the company that was making them offered to ship them out to Minnesota for us
Oh, no way.
if it didn't turn up in time. But luckily, it turned up very last minute before we left.
Yeah, so I think one person had to get on the flight with 40 T-shirts or something.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, every single, and bizarrely, mine, when I got mine, it had a random American football reference on the back instead of the name list. Just one random misprint out of the whole lot.
Did you wear that one?
Yeah, I did wear it. I was walking around and people came up to me and saying,
What's that about?
"What's that about?" I'm like, honestly, I don't know.
No
It was
idea.
like a half American football, half Leroy Jenkins reference.
Not too bad.
It's really the storage of the important thing.
Yeah, RC, did you have a minute to shout out about yourself too? Did we get that?
Oh yeah, sorry. So I'm Reality Check, or RC as most people know me. I am the Nisei community manager, so I get to write all those fun articles that hopefully everybody reads, telling what's going on. And I'm currently in the process of planning out spoiler season for the Ashes cycle, or at least part 1 of the Ashes cycle at the moment. So you can expect to see some interesting stuff coming out within the next month.
Super cool. Yeah, February is gonna be an exciting time.
Yeah, I am really looking forward to it.
Somehow,
so looking forward to it.
Somehow people don't know. You can check out all those Nisei articles on nisei.net. We have a game here. This is Kit versus Blue Sun. And slamming out that Gordian Blade plus a single Tinkering plus a Stim Hack will get you into that double ice remote to get the Paper Trail, but Rick's not slowing down at all. Install double again. 12 credits. There's always some thread here about the punitive counter-strikes. We saw one double punitive today. Now, punitive is only a 2 of in the format. If you want to splash another archive memories, you can kind of make it like a 2.5 of. But something you sort of have to respect sometimes. And it's hard to rush out. It's hard to rush out against Kit. First ice you encounter each turn gets a code gate on top of it. So a single Gordian Blade gets you pretty far. I think ideally you want your code gates on the outermost of this server. And Aesop's Pawn Shop to sell those ice analyzers. These cards do something, right? Or are they just so they can sell them?
They're for decoration.
Huh.
To make your deck more pretty.
So double token on the Project Atlas. Not only is that a big deal, giving Dumbbrick the opportunity to jam in the remote whatever they need. They do have to show it to the Muse, actually. Excuse me. But this also allows Muse or Brick to pull out double punitive counter-strike. So if ever a 5/3 is stolen, if ever Brick has the advantage, which it's not that hard to get the financial advantage with Blue Sun bouncing some of the most expensive ice, that's punitive into punitive, and that will be it. That can largely kill a runner. There's no meat damage protection at all in this format.
Yes, I wonder if Dumbbrick gets the hostile next turn to spike up in credits.
Yeah, that's not a bad option. We have Mimic as a killer, and while that does get through a Kadusha, still the thing you have to worry about here is the Archer. Now, you might not want to forfeit an Atlas with 2 counters on it, but you can always use the counters before you res the Archer in that same sort of paid ability window. But Mimic probably doesn't, I don't know how far that goes. I guess it goes through that Mighty Rototurret we've seen time and time again over this day.
Now, here you are, the standard disrespecting of Shapers in that they can do nothing to HQ or archives.
Yeah.
So there are only 2 relevant remotes.
And I don't mind this. A lot of times this is how my Wayland games go. If I draw something, I jam it. That's as simple as it is. So protecting HQ might not be that important. And these cards are probably some operations, might be a punitive, maybe an archive memories. I think getting an Ash and even jamming to remote would be good, but with 3 ice on a server, Muse is actually poking this. And if any corp cannot be that worried about rezzing expensive ice into this sort of aggression, it's Blue Sun.
So and the interesting thing versus Kit is that if you want to defend the server, you need to put at least 2 ice on it.
Yeah.
So it's not like just slamming down 1 ice will do anything.
And we've seen Tinkering do a lot of work today, getting through that double ice. So this is now considered a code gate. Real Kit Peddler, the transhuman. This is now a code gate. That's 2 credits to get through from Gordian Blade. So if you want to keep going, there's nothing that's really going to be punishing besides, of course, that innermost archer, which would actually be kind of a really big blowout, losing the Gordian Blade and Mimic. But still, Brick would have to forfeit all of their points.
And they'd have to spend the Atlas tokens to bring things.
So single access, not finding anything of value. Again, I think Brick just kind of wants that boosted economy if you want to threaten the double punitive. I think every single Wayland deck probably today is running double punitive. It's just an extra win condition, and there's almost no reason not to include it. Card in server 1, again, we haven't seen it happen that much today, even though we've seen a lot of Blue Sun. But rezzing an Adonis campaign or a Maryland campaign, taking credits off of it at the beginning of turn trigger, and then returning it to hand at some point before it's going to expire, gives you that near infinite economy. And there you go with the Maryland campaign. Brick doesn't have to bounce it now, but if they want to, they'd get 2 extra credits. You'd have to do that before beginning of turn trigger, or before, mandatory draw. It's all advance. We don't. Oh, we actually did use the token, the Project Atlas token on that. So hostile takeover, giving you that fodder you need for the archer, giving you 13 credits. 1 bad pub though might go a far way against a runner that definitely wants to run at least once a turn to get their ability.
Yes. So yeah, Blue Moose definitely has the money advantage right now with Cassie in this bad pub. So I think it'll be a bit of a journey for Blue Sun to catch up.
Slowing down a bit, spending the 4 credits on the Earthrise Hotel, having the Armitage code busting though, it's like a mini magnum opus. You can click this for 2 when there's 2 credits left on it. Maybe consider selling it off the ASOP. Dumbrick is doing the Maryland trick. It's actually kind of clumsy to do it on JNet. So if you call it in chat first, it's easier to pull it to hand after your mandatory draw. And 17 credits might just be enough. If there's a single punitive in hand, this Atlas might represent the second punitive. You might want to use this Atlas token to grab an Ash, or just largely to grab anything so you can jam right now. First click install could be followed by 2 advances, but it looks like we're going for ice number 3. And no advance on this ice, or on this card, could mean another Atlas, which 2, 4, 5. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of cards, a lot of decks today splash for Biotic Labor outside of HB. But in theory, Atlas into Biotic Labor. Every faction has 3 2s, largely besides Jinteki that only has 1. And Biotic Labor does represent a win condition, basically for everyone.
I think the economic hit is so big, and you want to spend that influence to get money rather than to spend money.
I hear you, but maybe specifically in a faction that has Project Atlas, where you can always pull to close the game, that seems a bit more enticing. Maybe you want to spend a little less influence, maybe advance an Ice Wall, maybe trick a light, but that actually seems pretty difficult too. For what it's worth, Assistant Court doesn't have that much advanceable ice. I think it's only Hadrian's. Oh, I guess Horton is a new one, and then Ice Wall, but there used to be things like Shadow and stuff like that. Caddy?
Yes.
Taking it up to 19 credits. Moose has the Fem, not the greatest install against Blue Sun, but sometimes you just need to get in. Choosing what to Fem very intelligently again. Blue Sun can bounce out at the end of turn to basically clear off that pesky Femme Fatale counter. Now it looks like Blue is setting up for this remote server, opting for the middle ice. And tinkering the innermost ice, or the innermost ice. So this server is actually going to fall apart pretty well. Gordian Blade also retaining strength for the remainder of the run, plus the bad publicity. I think they have a big chance of getting in here. 4 cards in hand, though.
This is the Kit deck run.
Yep.
Like, this is everything it wants to be doing.
Now, 4 cards in hand means that this is a 3/2. It's not going to be possible to get the lethal with punitive counterstrike unless somehow there's a neural EMP or something wild like that in there. Outermost is a caduceus. You're going to break that if you want for 3 credits. You can only spend 2 if you want to make sure that. Whoa, we're firing all. Oh no, sorry, that says Kit makes it a code gate. Okay, so Mimic gets it through 2. No reason to use the Gordian Blade, of course. It's only at 3 strength. Continuing on, Femme Fatale and the Enigma. Actually, that's pretty good for the court because now you actually have to bypass 2 subroutines. I guess you'll just break this with Gordian and spend 1, so that's quite okay.
Yep.
And the innermost is a Tinker Dice, so either Mimic or Gordian Blade, whatever is cheaper, that'll get it done. It's a barrier. Oh, that actually lined up pretty well, so you can break 1 for Mimic. And then you're into server 1, which could be a public support, could just be another Atlas.
Yeah. Well, this run was quite cheap. The deploying the Fem, I think, was quite the hit.
Yeah. The bad publicity actually does pretty fair against none of this ice being relatively big. And it's actually just a public support. That's fantastic for Brick. At this point, does Moose trash it? Spend all the time on here? Going ahead and trashing it, going down to 2 credits, C-Source into Trash Caddy would be pretty strong. And that's the last tinkering. So now if they actually need a way to get into the server, to get into get through archers, there's not that many good options if there's an archer is to show up. Also, that Enigma being bounced is really strong because it lets Dumb Brick put it on the outermost of the server, so that Caduceus on the outside, while it still falls relatively easily to Mimic, it at least won't be a code gate.
One thing to note is that if Blue Moose wants to install a battering ram, he doesn't have enough. They don't have enough MU.
That's true. I don't think we've seen a lot of dinosaurs today. I think we've seen more shapers play Paragon, but I don't know. Another ice on R&D, another on HQ. Not a lot of money here. I think that's probably the Maryland going back. But Muse, could actually probably get back in there with the mixing of Armitage and even maybe trashing something with the pawn shop. Like at this point, I think you actually pawn shop the Femme Fatale. Oh, no, I guess it does give you a panic way out of like E-Cheese and stuff.
Yeah, it can still break. Well, now you have Data Sucker.
Maybe with Data Sucker, maybe not.
But it did let you get through some sentries you couldn't before.
All right, that's the Maryland back in the server. If Brick wants to do the Maryland trick right now, it's too late on the basis that they didn't see the mandatory draw. So it's not like you can see, oh, I drew an agenda, now I'm going to bounce the Maryland. You have to do that ahead of time. So HQ again, not protected at all. I don't know if Muse knows what's in there.
Oh, 10 minutes left in the round.
10 minutes, all right. So again, 3 points up against Muses 2. Do the players in the game know the time? I don't know if they know.
They're supposed to keep an eye on.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Discord.
Okay.
And someone will come in and tell if they go over.
Dirty Laundry probably hitting up HQ. There's some unknowns in there. Overstate AI, that's a pretty good thing to find. Getting that archer up is actually going to be a bit difficult to break. If it's the outermost, though, which it likely will be, how it's installed, it gets a lot easier with Gordian Blade. Dean asks, has JNet found a way to do that now? No, it hasn't, unfortunately. Specifically, the players have agreed to work with the Maryland campaign. They just type it in chat that they're doing it, and then they do it after a mandatory draw. Fortunately, it's a bit not the easiest on JNet yet. It's put in at everyone in Discord, and the rules said it's a responsibility check. Okay, super cool. Caddy up at 6. Maryland ticking away. Dumb needs to find a defensive upgrade. And again, with an maybe with the Alice token, they're waiting to draw defensive upgrades if they have them, or they're waiting to draw an agenda. And whichever one they don't have, they'll pull the other and then just jam with the remote. Because I'm not convinced the Muse can get into here twice and beat an Ashtrace. Also, Admin in the trash, which, man, I haven't seen this card played today, but Admin Data Sucker is a really strong breaker suite. So hey, Luke Newcomb is also asking, what's the Maryland trick? So the idea with Blue Sun, is you can bounce a card to hand and get credits equal to its res cost. So Maryland campaign, they're all fire at the beginning of turn trigger. So you let Maryland fire first, giving you 2 credits, and then you Blue Sun back into hand, giving you 2 more credits. Unfortunately on JNet, it's hard to do both of them before a mandatory draw happens. So we kind of do it our own way.
The problem with Atman is the Data Sucker tokens have been so demanded by Mimic
that
you often can't
But maybe then you do
You
admin
don't
at
have enough space.
maybe you do admin at 6 or admin at 4. I assume 4 is better, and then just keep 2 for Archer. I don't know. But like this install advanced in server 1 doesn't look actually that safe. Aesop selling the Armitage with some money left on it to gain 3, with 15 credits, with a Gordian Blade, with everything besides actually they need to install, right? Like they just need to install a barrier breaker fractor. And as you did say, if they don't have Corroder, Battering Ram is going to be too much MU. Kit Peddler does only have 10 influence, so maybe finding extra influence for that Corroder might not be possible. And it looks like they're selling the Mimic just so they can get the Battering Ram down. I have no doubt that Muse is going to find a way into the server. Yeah, there you go. Wow, Corroder.
Yeah, I was just counting the influence. I think this is they've got one Corroder. Go with their Mimic since Career Fairs and Legworks or Legworks.
So Renegade Q, Siga Maryland campaign, not opting to trash it. I think they want the money for contesting this remote, and maybe it's things like punitive. But running this remote with 2 data sucker tokens, you're out of the strength of, well, you can still get through Archer, but most importantly, Real Kid Peddler is going to make that outermost Archer, in theory, a code gate. Toll Booth taking 3 away from Kid, one of them being a bad publicity. Still, Gordian can get through this. This server, not the best. That Toll Booth making it way better than it was before. That is 6 credits for the booth, 2 for the Caduceus, now with the data sucker tokens, and then just another credit if you want to use another data sucker token on the wall of static. I guess they used 1 on the Toll Booth. Oh, it's 7 on the booth, excuse me.
Yeah, it's still quite a lot if they're gonna have to get through that booth several times.
It's definitely a lot, but it looks like they might just be on game point here. I don't think this is a contract killer. If it's aggressive secretary, oh my god, I'll pop off. Just the paper trail, which would have been a fantastic score there, trashing everything on the table.
Well, now if there's a punitive in hand, he can bounce the Toll Booth back and Atlas up the other one.
That's true. Yeah, that would be lethal. It looks like they missed the bounce opportunity, but it looks like they don't have a punitive in hand. Otherwise, yeah, punitive Atlas punitive would have been kill.
With this agenda being punitive, kill is now off the table.
Yep. Now they're on 4 points. There's almost no way to be lethal unless you end your turn with like what, 3 cards in hand at worst, which actually they just did, so it might not be the worst. So Brick is definitely thinking there's a chance they might have just realized that the Toll Booth should have been bounced. But icing up Archives, very interesting. Probably understanding that it's all about the data sucker tokens to some extent right now. Maybe that they're looking for an Archer. But jamming card in server 1, and we're pretty confident that card in HQ is the Oversight AI.
Yeah. Well, yeah, losing that Mimic to install the Corroder is definitely a choice which may end up costing Blue Moves.
I don't think I minded that much. Like, you can always pump the Fem. Like, worst comes to worst, you're spending 2 extra credits on the Caduceus. But the Mimic at some points just doesn't work. So I'd rather have that flexibility than the forced 3 strength. Procoing still through their deck. And again, Gordian Blade makes it very easy to run that single ice servers. No reason really to run Archives. HQ, we know what we're accessing here. Slowing up. Getting that money on Caddy. I think next turn we're setting up to pawn shop the Armitage code busting. Get 3 credits instead of spending a click for 2. And then Maryland is back. The Maryland is ticking away. Dumbbrick still needs to find, I think, just a single defensive upgrade would have done so well this game. I'm surprised. I'm starting to think they might not have any in their deck. Otherwise, they would have probably pulled to put in that remote server. Because on that, if I'm not mistaken, on that turn that they had with the Toll Booth, having a single Ash would have been good. And again, the punitive also would definitely have closed the game off. Brick is drawing not very well protected HQ. And now 2 unknown cards in there.
Yeah, so I wonder if they're not spending their influence on Ash. I wonder what it is being spent on.
Might be a lot of big ice. Some people enjoy that Wall of Thorns. Toll Booth, there's probably more than 1. I think if they're running Oversight AI, which I almost definitely do in Blue Sun, you want to find a bit better targets. Because currently in faction, besides Archer, the only big ice is Hadrian's Wall, and it is only a 1 of. So I'd assume 4 influence down for double Toll Booth as a start. Maryland might be 2, maybe a single Adonis. That's 2 more. Still a fair bit to work with.
So
And Muse doesn't have to do anything now. They have abilities to get into any server. They have their econ engine, the pawn shop, the Armitage, the caddy, the Proco. Like, it's really up to Dumbbrick to make a play or have traps for the server that Muse will buy and run on. Otherwise, they can just sit back and make the money. Maybe even start poking HQ to build up those data sucker tokens. 1 run a turn is always safe, considering the Gordian Blade can always get through something. As long as they don't die to punitive, they'll probably be okay for a long while. The Muse is thinking it'd be interesting to see what they have also as their console. Dinosaurs does work well with Gordian Blade if you're going to be using that as your code gate breaker, your decoder for outermost transformed ice. Even for Fem, it's kind of cool. For Mimic, it's kind of cool, but it's pretty dependent on when you draw it in the game, because there is no way to reinstall it. There's no scavenge, nothing like that. Money on Caddy saying fuck it, Maker's Eye. Now, we haven't seen a lot of influence. Whoa, we've seen a Biotic Labor in Archives. We were talking about this.
Yep.
This is a way to close the game. Oh, did they just Biotic out that turn? Wait, what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
drew
did
the
last
Atlas
time.
and then
Oh, excuse
used
me.
the Atlas
I
token to
missed
get the
an
Biotic.
I missed an entire turn. Very well.
It was so fast. You could like they did click
Oh.
very quick.
All right, feels good.
This is a played Titan.
So there's the
Took me back.
Archer. So that's getting res. They still have the money to deal with it. The Enigma 8, the transhuman ability, the code gate. The Fem can still get through this. It is still a shit ton of money. 8 to boost. You might not want to let him get the 2 credits. It might not matter too much considering they can always bounce a toll booth, but you definitely want to not have programs trash. You probably want to get through the end of the run. It looks like we're going whole hog there. Dumbbrick also no longer can fire a snare, which is an issue when you have multi-axis, so that's kind of okay. And this ice here probably is not going to be able to res. We're going to see 3 cards off the top. Data Sucker Token. Pry-Wreck off the
Ooh.
top. Let's go. Good
Yeah.
game. Muse taking another 2 points after that.
The Oaktown.
They have to be
Yeah.
somewhere, and I'm very interested to know what Brick could have pulled with their Alice token. I think they were 1 defensive upgrade short of just like closing the game on their own terms, and whether or not they're playing punitive would have been cool to know either, because that toll booth play probably could have ended it.
Well, if they've got biotics, I suspect they don't have room for Ash.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe this was their Ash room, but like we saw only Maryland, Biotic, and a toll booth. We haven't seen a lot of influence.
I guess so, but if they're playing 2 biotics and 2 toll booths,
Oh yeah, if they're on 2
That's
Biotics,
right.
I think 2 Biotics might be overkill. I don't know.
mm.
Regardless, good games to both. It's cool to see Kit do something, and we've seen so much criminal today. I think like they had a comfortable amount of economy. While they definitely have less influence, they're still playing some of the scary good cards like Stim Hack and Mimic, and Career Fair is good for 1 influence, and they had a good economy. That's actually pretty cool to see. Good games.
Yeah, there's like diversity in what people think is a way to build Busan.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dope. Well, that is the last game, actually. We were waiting on that one to finish. Let's just check in real quick on the standings to see how things go. I think Bandura might still be first place. Oh, actually, no. We have a couple 21s. Look at them go. Mao
Yeah.
and Mr. S. Cloud, or SC Loud, more likely. Bandura. And I don't think we've actually seen Mortimer on stream at all today. They're all the way up there at 21. They've played so far, 8 games? So this is 7-1?
Yep.
That's a good score. That's a really strong score. Well played to them all. And not far
Yeah,
behind.
and
Sorry?
Sorry, I was just going to say that. Yeah, not far behind. You've got people in 6-2.
Yep. The 18s are doing pretty well. Even at the 15 mark, you still have a pretty good chance. You got to do well this last final round just coming up, but you have a chance of making the top 8. Mind you, if you're just tuning in, only the top 8 will make it on to day 2, which is next Sunday. Catch that out streamed live on
There's a
self-modified
lot
code.
of people on 5-3.
Yeah, there's a
moment.
fair bit. So that's actually going to be quite a fight. I'll be interested to know whether people are going to start 2-for-1ing. If that's something that they really need to boost their odds, that could be a chance. I don't know if these players can intentionally draw. There's a big chance they can, but I don't think it's assured. So they probably still need to play.
Yeah, I think the intentional draws would be a bit risky considering how many people are on
Yeah.
5-3 ready to sweep up and take your place.
Yeah, these could sweep up and definitely trade out. 15. Yeah, maybe not. It's probably okay, but it's definitely a bit more risky than you might be comfortable with. Talking about the distribution, the top 8 or top 9 is still all criminal, but they're actually being tailed pretty good with a pack of some shapers down here. And so far we've seen that Satyr, Ace Nil Satyr, this Satyr that we've been enjoying a lot to see. But mostly, again, a lot of Jinteki, a lot of Wayland doing really well there at the top.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Blue Sun and Replicating Perfection, definitely the corpse to beat.
That they are.
Yeah.
We always got to check in on our NBNs. We got a nice 32 and a nice 29. So, all right, middle of the pack. That'll about do it. But I really enjoyed that Making News game we watched. That was actually really fun to watch. Oh, Hofcorp also. Well, we have 3 NBNs. Cool.
Yes, I misspoke earlier. It was actually 3. I was off by 50%.
Yeah, that's a high variance with small numbers. That's quite okay. Looks like game 3 is just about to start. Players are taking the tables. If you're just tuning in, you're probably wondering what the splash screen looks like. Don't worry, we got you. My name is Andre. This is the Metropol Grid. I am very thankful Nisei reached out a while ago. We are covering day 2 of this System Core Experience 2019. If you don't know, the System Core is the basis for constructed play, and we're playing with 1 copy of this. So a lot of interesting decisions to make, but a very small meta in terms of card pool, so probably pretty accessible to a lot of people. And I'm joined by Ian and RC. How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
That's fine. I think I, for one, probably have to leave this for this round because it's past midnight here in the UK.
Oh yeah, shit! You're like
so...
5 hours ahead. 5 or 6, is it? Cool.
So I don't know if anyone else is going to be joining you.
I will find out.
All right.
Yeah.
Worst comes to worst, I'm pretty good at talking to myself. So. But pleasure having you regardless.
It's been enjoyable.
Yeah. No, it's. I hope you enjoy talking. If no one.
Sorry, you just cut out a bunch on the last one. I don't think we got you.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying. I hope you enjoy the rest of the tournament, and there's still exciting upsets to come through.
Yeah. Hey, totally. Thanks so much. Janktivist, how's it going? Hey. Do we know what time the final round is starting? Right now. That's the answer.
Let's have a look at the Discord. The first 4 all ID. They
actually all ID'd?
No, I'm just. Someone was saying if they all ID, do we go straight to the top 8? And actually, no. If they were to all ID, then 5th and 6th place would be able to sneak in with a split. Sorry, with a sweep.
Yeah,
one of them would anyway.
Sorry, I opened the wrong day on my screen, but yeah, 5th and 6th can definitely knock them out. So you can't strictly ID. And then yeah, they obviously 18 can't ID. So I think they have to play. Strength of schedule for the 2 players is tied too. So yeah, I think everyone has to play.
Table 1 is confirmed as not IDing.
Yeah, Michael's saying let Ian and Simon go. It's midnight for them. Whoops.
Table 6 is a 2-for-1.
Hey, final showdown. Rob versus Poltergeist. I want to jump in on that. That's actually Shaper versus RP, and we've seen. I think we saw Rob earlier. I think Rob got swept round 1 too. Is he coming back? This is a 2-for-1.
2-for-1 on table 6.
Okay. All right. Well, we're in table 6. Welcome.
You know what? I was going to go to bed, but actually, I will very least stay and watch this.
So, for those who don't know, a 2-for-1 is an agreement between the players that whoever wins the first will win. We'll take both games to ensure that one of these players can maybe make it to the top 8. Don't scroll up. They say, okay. All right. So we got a game here. This is Chaos Theory again. A very boring identity, but doing well enough and against Replicating Perfection. who is a pretty strong ID. Matt Gibbs is asking, what does IDing mean? I get the 2 for 1. IDing stands for intentional drawing, and it means that you both get 1 win and you shake hands and you don't have to play. It's largely done in tournament settings where players have such a high advantage that's mathematically almost impossible for them to get knocked out of the top cut unless they lose both games. So they just shake hands. You have to do it clearly in the eyes of the judges, just to make sure there's no coercion, nothing like pretty shitty like that. So you just you just shake hands and be like, okay, we will each take a win so that you don't knock each other out. Off corp, I finished my first match. Ooh, did you win it? But here we go, Deus Ex coming down. That prevents damage from Snare and AP subroutines. So that's Shirugi, that's Neural Katana. There's a bunch of things that this is good against. And actually, Poltergeist standing out a lot of credits there. I think emptying out a caddy that they hostage turn 1. 3 influence, mind you. Or 2 influence, sorry, in a deck that's already only 40 cards. And Gromkov having the filter draw the daily business show, not seeing a Sundew yet, getting the economy from Pad Campaign, and 1 ice on every server, largely, is going to be doing enough. Love to let a DBS just live. So yeah, we said this so many times today, but this is such a strong card in the format. It's expensive to trash, not that expensive to res. 1 influence, and this lets you control what you draw. If you draw 5-3 in the early game, it's not something you can do with, so it goes on the bottom of your deck. If you don't shuffle, it'll be there probably until the end of the game. That largely removes it from the game.
Yeah, I think for me it's a must trash.
Yes.
You just got to get rid of it.
I came here to scroll up. Oh man, I'm not gonna do it. I can't. Mimic coming down. That's largely most of a breaker suite. For the code gates in faction, they're largely not that important. Yagur on Lotus Field, but we've seen people splash. I think Tollbooth is probably the most splashed code gate behind maybe behind, or in front of, excuse me, maybe in front of pop-up window.
Yeah, I mean they're both good at what they do, aren't they? And it's always fun to make Kit run into a pop-up window.
Yep.
Yeah, all right, turn that into a code gate. Fine.
Got another card in server 3 posing to be either the Maryland or the Pad Campaign, and Geist doesn't have to deal with anything right now. Like there's nothing they really have to deal with. I think ideally the daily business show would be the issue. And while Rob is sitting here, they are playing at lightning speed. While Rob is sitting here with the Pad Campaign in the remote at 28 credits, I don't think Poltergeist has any really big intention on trashing it. So that can kind of go. Corey asking, is there only shuffle effect in Core Atlas? Also, Maryland Campaign is a pretty good shuffle, so you can shuffle your DBS if you need to. Rob building 2 ice on the remote with a defensive upgrade in it. That's largely represents Ash, Hokusai, naked Sundew. Rob doesn't want any more money, it seems. And there we go, Neural Katana, res for 1, 4, trash for 1. Crisium Grid only preventing the fire on the Paragon. So still, do you want to ever trash this for 5 to get your Paragon credit back? I don't think so. Hitting the snare though, preventing the damage, you still take the tag. Deus Ex lets you prevent any amount of net damage, so Rob paid 4 to basically give a tag, which Poltergeist cleared. Now down to 16 credits. Pad Campaign still ticking along. Getting that Deus Ex out kind of feels okay, but I think Rob wants to push for the remote.
Oh, 2 DBS.
Double DBS, draw 3, pick 1. Oh my. You do have to watch out though, and for those watching at home, it's a really
Oh my indeed. Oh god. Oh
yeah,
my.
oh my. It's a really cool thing to do. It's count how quickly they cycle through their deck, because they are probably putting agendas on the bottom of the deck, and when they're like drawing 3 cards a turn, those come up relatively quickly. So it's a good thing to watch out for, so you can time your R&D attack.
He's just got rid of his own DBS. Decided, obviously.
Oh
you
man,
know what? That server.
Yep, we need that for something else. And with 12 credits, 3 unres dice, and a remote server defensive upgrade, I'm pretty sure Poltergeist can contest this remote. The gamble definitely starts at the top of the turn. A stim hack, obviously that wild one of we've seen in most lists, would be beautiful here. But it looks like just putting money on Caddy, allowing the papers to be trailed, but hopefully the Nisei Mark II would be a lot stronger right now. And actually papers are being trailed. Tray 6, trash Caddy. You're not paying 6 to keep Caddy. Caddy is gone. This card that saw almost no play in Constructed is such a big staple in this format. I even think if there were other options for agendas, this one would still get played. Mimics.
Yeah, it's very good in this format.
Mimic.
Very, very.
Doing good work of the neural katana, excuse me, with the Maker's Eye, seeing 4 off the top of R&D. 1 snare down so far, so unlikely to die. Hitting the Philotic, taking 2 simple points. Blue haired is jumping in. Apparently there's a lot of tables around between 6 and 9 doing 2 for 1s on the basis that you really need to do that to make the top cut. But it looks like the next 3 cards aren't agendas. I guess one of them was the Hokusai, which was trashed. But Rob has some time to breathe, maybe. Wants more defense for R&D. That R&D interface seeing 2 cards a turn. Only 1 to break with a katana.
Yeah,
In fact,
when you've only got 1 DBS out.
Yeah. Yeah, actually it's a really big deal. The DBS draws through 2 cards, right? So the R&D interface will actually see 2 fresh cards a turn. So maybe in some ways, Poltergeist doesn't mind the Daily Business Show doing work. And also running R&D is kind of free with the Paragon credit. So maybe running Last Click here, you'll see 2 new cards. It costs you nothing. It lets you see the top card of your stack. But opting to click for credit instead, tossing 1 into the heap. Just a Corroder. Hope we don't find a Rototurret. Oh, you're actually well prepared. Double pad now. 2 credits a turn. Considering a lot of corps are clicking for credits, that's a lot of value. Rob not opting to overinstall on the Neural Katana, putting an ice in front of it, and it looks like Geist wanted the money because they were going to take that tempo hit, paying 5 credits to install the Professional Contacts. And throwing out a... what, third? Oh, they installed the Data Sucker. Very good. And install Advance. Priority constructions look like this.
Yeah.
So 3 ice on the remote server, able to break everything besides right now currently not sentries over 3 strength. And talk about sentries over 3 strength, that's the one that you probably have to deal with largely pretty often splashed in RP decks, even in larger formats. This was, I think, present in Dan D'Argenio's world winning deck list, if I'm not mistaken. Ichi 1.0. You want to click through that, and that's going to make it very difficult. Hitting a snare that time, trashing not only a Tinkering and a Maker's Eye, but the Stim Hack. Absolutely, I told you to get wrecked. Oh my, that's mean. Ending with a click, or with a tag. Rob could reach over and trash the Proco, opting just to go into game point with the Fetal AI. Not an agenda you love to score. 5 for 2, not the best ratio.
No, see, I would have been tempted to kill the Proco, I think.
Yeah, I feel you with that. Geist's economy is... it looks like they're playing pretty fast and pretty loose. You're seeing how long their turns are taking. This 2 for 1 really getting to their heads. So there's a chance that Rob just prefers about closing the game. And Geist's just going to be drawing up, clearing the tags. I hear Andre questioning me, not trashing. You can't... turn off the stream, Rob. What are you doing? Spags, thanks for the kind words, eh? So Geist on the 5 cards. Again, Daily Business Show and 2 pad campaigns is kind of the best you could possibly ask for. But we're going to see what's in HQ. Still kind of hard to get through the Ichi with a single Data Sucker token. And we're looking on a Fetal, a single Neural, Archive Memories. Still firing. Aesop's Pawn Shop Ice Analyzer combo coming down. We've seen this all day. Ice Analyzer maybe getting 1 or 2 credits worth of value, but basically a target for Pawn Shop. Take that, Haley. And install Double Advance. We saw the Fetal AI in hand. If Rob managed to top deck a priority requisition, this would be the play of the century. Or at least maybe today. And Geist has to figure out if he wants to contest the remote. We've seen Hokusai grids. Maybe that's just Fetal Hokusai grid. Does 3 damage. The Neural in hand can make it 4. Can be hard to contest that remote. Poltergeist slowing down in a very quick game to think about the following turn. Again, if you want to contest the remote server with replicating perfection, you have to spend a click running a central server. Not the easiest so far. Maybe you run R&D and hope they don't res the outermost. Typing into chat, Ash into Booth, Toll Booth into Ash, 2x, 3ZC, whatever. Gonna be pretty difficult, but that is 10 credits worth of resibles. Talking about the influence, these two, I think familiar with one another, having that nice table talk. I think if you can help, your opponent can help you talk through the decision, it makes it so much easier. Proco for 1, again, it's 2 clicks if they want to contest the remote server. This is not Leela. If you want to bounce that, you're going to have to get in there. Oh my god, he tries to rather make these shaper cards look alike. Rob going in, or excuse me, Poltergeist going in for the double axis here with the R&D interface. And those are the good sentries. So far, only sentries rezzed. And Tsurugi, still, you want to break all the subroutines on this thing. You don't want to end the run to fire. You don't want to take the net damage. Maybe you could take some of it. We're seeing 2 cards off the top. Paragon is firing. Paragon at the bottom. Single card at the top of the deck. Nothing yet. And then it's a paper trail. Geist now on game point. We're pretty sure that this is a fetal AI. So Rob won't win the game, but will be on game point themselves.
Yeah, you'd let them have it, especially for 6 credits. You haven't got a lot of choice.
Yep. Now they can score this for relatively cheaply with the double pad campaign, but I think that Daily Business Show is at the point that's actually going to hurt Rob. Because every turn, Geist can run R&D and see 2 new cards. If Rob wants to spend their turn scoring this, going down to 9 credits, whatever. Whatever. And then you can go R&D once more, spend the 3 credits with Paragon on it. Also the point where you might, if you think the game's going to be over soon, maybe you Aesop's Paunch up the Proco. I don't think we're there just yet. Maybe once something gets jammed into the remote once more with advancement counters. The Philotic Entanglement is out of the game. That's actually a really big deal because you no longer have to respect unadvanced cards. Michael's saying, has Andre mentioned that Rob came second in the Eternal Tournament? Totally. I think we mentioned it in the first game. Gronkov came second in the Eternal Tournament run by Nisei. I think it was like last month now. Congrats to them. All right. 2 more clicks left. Now also for Poltergeist, running this remote, if it is the fetal AI, doesn't do much to help them win. Well, I guess it does. And it means that they don't have to fire their priority requisition. And this is a Shaper deck. I would assume maybe with 40 cards, it's a lot harder, but there's a chance there's a notoriety hanging out in here. And the cool thing about cards like Ichi is that they don't matter on the notoriety turn if you run HQ last click. Geist is running for it. Hitting the 3 credits off the toll booth. Data circling it down. Being able to break it with the Gordian Blade. Putting Rob on 2 credits. Still able to score this 5-2. What we were assuming with it is with the pad campaigns. I think Rob, with 7 cards in hand, going to discard at the end of the turn, might as well take the fetal damage and still has the ability to res Ash. And unfortunately, Poltergeist doesn't have the ability to trash Ash. 1 credit short. With 2 credits, sorry?
If there is an Ash, then yeah, it's going to be a bad run. But he's got enough to get a fetal if it's not.
Yeah, you need to still stay with 2 credits to steal the fetal. But also, if Rob reses the Ash, at least they can't score the fetal next turn. This Yagura Regent, you can let fire. You know the top card of R&D doesn't matter too much. The net damage also doesn't matter too much, but now with 1 credit, there's no defensive upgrade they can res besides Red Herrings, which would actually be pretty sweet on top of a fetal.
Yeah.
Losing the Ice Analyzer feels bad, right? So 1 credit left. Again, there's nothing here that could be res in this format besides Ice Wall, another Yagura. We're accessing here. It's a priority requisition! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
That was almost a nice fake out.
Oh my god, that was
work.
Beautiful. Showing with a celebrity gift the fetal AI and nothing else. Top decking the I guess the Daily Business Show, you have a bit more of a choice, but jamming it right there. Poltergeist taking their time. Jamming the remote, figuring out it wasn't the fetal. What a call. Holy shit. You know how much Rob must have been sweating there the whole time? Being like, they're considering it. Why are they considering it?
That was definitely twitchy time.
Wow. I want to know what this upgrade is. Yeah, the gift and only being at 2 before interface grab. Should have told me it was Prirec. That's super cool. I don't know what this is. Did we miss something here? And only being at 2 before interface grab? Yeah, but the pad campaigns. I don't know what this means.
Did he get the paper trail this turn?
Yeah, they stole the paper K off of R&D.
Right. So yeah, he thought it wasn't going to be game point, even if the Prirec got stolen. But then the paper trail.
Ooh. Oh, I see the 2 points. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, it looks like they 2 for 1 there. So unfortunately, Rob has been dropped out. Maybe Poltergeist will make it. We'll see how the standings go. It looks like there's a lot of 2 for 1s going on. So I want to jump into other tables and see how things look. Table 1. That seems like a good table to be at. Shit.
Oh,
JNet broke again.
where's the tournament gone? I was just having a look at the.
Oh. Wait, is your JNet goofed?
No, the my Cobra has.
Okay, hold on.
I'm
checking.
only seeing a beginner's winter tourney. I went to look at the results, refreshed the page, and it went no.
Yeah, my tournament's down too. Well, I have it open at the last point, so I'll leave this open
Okay.
at the worst comes to worst. I have after 4 rounds. Yeah, no, not sure what's going on there. But yeah, those look kind of bad. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whoa. Okay, we just turned into Mr. SC Cloud's game. I don't know if they didn't 2 for 1. They're playing again, but it looks like they score double public support and then score 2 agendas on top of it. That probably was a game to see. First account, such a good card. Oh my god. Oh, Vesper said they made it private for the last round's points to be added, so it's no longer
Fair
public.
enough.
Yeah, fair. We have Blue Muse versus Mr. Moody on table 4, and we have Big Universe Diomedes. I think we just watched Blue Muse last game, so we'll try and do something different. Or actually, no, they're rehosting. I'll wait for them. Yeah, I'll watch table 1 again. If you're just tuning in, this is the final round of the Nisei System Core 2019 online tournament. It was free to join. I think over the 2 days it was like 130 entrants. 48 today, maybe, give or take. We're down to
51 today, 52 yesterday, I think it was.
51, 52. Okay, cool. So there's 5 rounds every day. That's enough to play 5 rounds, and the top 16 will be continuing on Sunday. Check that out on Code Marvelous's channel. You can check out self-modifying code. We got Gabe putting that HQ pressure, my criminal of choice, against Wayland. Wayland finding that end the run barrier to hit that HQ, block it off, stop the credits from coming in. But Gabe not respecting the ice of Wayland, I agree with, not very good ice. And you could double click through this Eli 1 for a single axis, but it looks like Loud just wants to set up a fair bit, take that money from the easy mark. Now, Wayland Consortium building a better world does get some value from those transactions. There's a fair bit in this box. And jamming behind a single ice is a bit weak to certain things like inside job and spearfishing. Down to 2 credits means you actually don't have to really do anything about this card specifically. They can't really score it. And 3 kicks left. Probably just wants to set up. Bandura down to 2 credits. This isn't Blue Sun. It's actually really difficult for them to recover from. Best case scenario would be that 4 credit Beanstalk royalties. I believe it's a 2 of. Putting the Croter, opting to go to HQ, spending 1 credit to get 2, and getting that single axis. Finding the Chrysium Grid in HQ, not a card you want to see. It's just a 1 of for Criminal. If they get that on HQ, you have to spend 5 credits to begin to get your ability back. It's also definitely worth checking who mulliganed and who did not. And it looks like Bandura kept their hand, so unlikely to see like a lot of big agendas in there this early in the game. Second ice on top of HQ, exactly what you need to keep Gabe out. Again, the Rototurret threat isn't exactly real at 3 credits. 1 more credit coming in, or 2 more coming in from the Maryland campaign. But Sneak Door, install for 4, gain 2 back immediately. Seeing that Archer, again, no real surprises. These are all the good Wayland cards that you'd expect to see in these decks. And last click, drawing up. Alright, that's the pressure from Criminal. You're going to be bleeding those early accesses. You're going to be giving them 2 credits a click. You kind of really want to jam something on top of Archives, but it looks like instead we want to jam that hostile takeover onto the table. Get that out of HQ. That gives you the Archer fodder. If an ice goes on Archives, I don't think Gabe is going to be able to sneak door it safely until they put down a ferry. And I'm not sure if you want an Archer on Archives. That's probably what you want for your remote server, but at least that threat is real for the rest of the game until...
Yeah, Archer on your Archives is a little bit overkill.
Yeah, right? I'm super surprised I haven't seen any Data Raven today. I think Data Raven is, what, maybe 2 influence? And that's a really strong ice. That on Archives is really hard to deal with. Not finding anything new here. Seeing that same Crisium grid, I think, for the 4th or 5th time amongst 3 cards. Maryland almost ticking down. Literally anything for archives would be good, especially when the data sucker tokens are giving a lot more value. Now, with the Paragon down, there's only so much MU you can use up that I've no doubt at some point soon that Sneak Door Beta is not going to be long for this digital world. Card on the remote server playing really hard into Bank Job. A 2 of in the criminal card pool. Probably a pad campaign. Inside Job, 2 credits being spent just on R&D, just getting a value access. Never the biggest fan of this. Super high variance plays, no R&D interface. Maybe they were going to throw out a card anyways. Maybe that was the worst one in their hand. That makes me really scared for Bandura. If they're using an inside job like that, their hand must be nuts. Also the biggest issue, and well, not the biggest issue, but the fact that they inside jobbed exactly that turn, the card that they saw was not actually even drawn by Bandura because Bandura shuffled with the Maryland campaign. So they don't actually even get that much information on what's in HQ. Jamming in a remote. Spiderweb, we have an answer. It looks like we're going to go ahead special order for a fairy, respecting what could be an archer right there. And resing that archer just to eat a fairy never feels good, but there you go. 1 fairy down. And Loud playing it perfectly, knowing what the threat is here. It's a really small chance that if this is a priority requisition, which it is, double punitive in hand could be the real threat here. You need to have exactly double punitive. Looks like we are living. Install advance. Now this archer is safe, especially with 1 inside job in the bin. There's only 1 left, and spearfishing is really not going to do it for the server. They're so far away from Fem. They're even like really far away from like Fairy around this. So this seems very safe. Eli. We've seen surprisingly little Eli in this tournament today. But what a good card. Everyone's on Corroder. You can spend 2 credits plus data suckers to get through this. Otherwise it's 4 up front. And in theory you could spend 3 credits to get through this to get 2 back. Not the worst, but I think they know what these cards are. I think these cards are Crisium Grid and shit, I think we know the other one. Offcorp asking why not click 2. I don't think you want to click 2 here. It's not a good access. You probably just want to end the run. Like they're so far behind, they need to get money. I don't think the clicking is worth it. Like you need to set up your board. Paying through it. Hitting a paper trail. Holy shit. Oversight AI down to... Okay. Things are really bad. That 1 card was a Crisium. They hit the 50-50. On top of it, they're able to get the Spiderweb. What a fuck. What a beautiful turn.
Yeah. Gotta applaud that. That was
holy shit. Did you see that?
Yeah. Even without hitting the paper trail, that was...
What the hell was that? Holy crap. Absolutely Crimelodon. This is a one of. They found that. Hitting that with the archer is so good. Bandura trying to push it. Not having the answers. And we kind of saw that to some extent. Like if they inside job, what was their hand like? Waiting to get that archer res. Waiting to shut it down. Now that was a little 50-50 on HQ. Not that likely they had another agenda. But oh my god. Absolutely clinical. Mr. SC Loud. That was game 2. Do you remember who won the first one? I think it was the Corp. So I think SC Loud just swept. There's a chance Bandura might not make the cut.
Puts him on 7-3.
There's a small chance that they don't make it. That's heartbreaking that late in the tournament. We'll see the final result, I guess, but I'm pretty sure... Not allowed? Excuse me?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a small chance they don't make it. Okay. I'm gonna jump into table 2.
Cool.
Table 2 is Mal versus Mortimer. We haven't seen Mortimer all day, if I'm not mistaken. Mortimer is up there at the top table, so give them the spotlight that they definitely deserve. Hitting that Gabe. Oh, Gabe feels good. Thank you for playing Gabe. Hitting a lot of econ, just the liberated accounts emptied, and we have an installed advanced card in the remote server against Blue Sun behind the mighty wall of static. Might be the priority requisition. Looks like we're bouncing. Starting the turn, actually just rebuilding. What is this? Advancing to 3. Reverse to counts seems like overkill at this point. 3 advancements seems safer than against Leela. Not actually sure what this could possibly represent. Drawing last click. I have opinions on that.
Yeah.
Mortimer gets 2 with Earthrise Hotel. Sneak Door Beta still giving Gabe that value. That's why I really don't like drawing last click. If you draw into agenda right there, you can't do anything with it, and you know Gabe is coming into HQ, which no doubt they will. I don't think there's any really good combo to follow it up with the pressure on server 2. I think that bounce is probably because they either wanted money to hit up like an IPO sometime in the future, like the one they just saw, or they want to reposition their ice. But you might want to go just poke this. If it's a wall of static, yeah, why not let them res it? On 7, there's not that much that bad it can be, right? So I think they just wasted a click reinstalling that card. I guess there's 3 more hedge funds. Maybe they thought they would top deck it. All right. Gabe still putting down pressure, forcing you to res, forcing you to re-res. I do like it. Having the money now with the sure gamble. 6 cards in hand. Slamming something like a data sucker, something like a fairy would definitely feel good. Abigail coming down, so the rototurret threat is still alive and well, and not able to figure out what this card in the remote is. Maybe that's a slow roll priority requisition, so that you can install a big piece of ice, advance, and get that free res toll booth or archer or whatever pleases you. And it looks like install, gain credit. What is this card? What is this?
It's got to be a June bug, surely,
right?
Or something like that.
Reverse to counts even would be like you'd probably use it there. I think Mortimer has no idea what's going on. What is this? June bug incoming. Let's go. You want to take 6 damage? Draw. We'll draw once. Run it. Let's go. Oh my god, they're taking it. Let's go. It's a June.
Oh my word. R&D interface gone. HQ interface gone.
Oh my god. And that
That
emergency
sucker.
shutdown is actually
Shutdown.
really big against Blue Sun. I love that thing where like people think if they call out what it is, and like, you know, it's a terrible thing to hit the June bug, but if you say it's a June bug before, you feel better about hitting it. Oh my god.
Yes.
Could have been worse. No breaker is correct, but I think the shutdown and the R&D interfaces are actually the biggest hits by far. Even like hostage for Caddy with that turn would have been pretty good time to set up.
Yeah,
mouse-
losing an emergency shutdown against Blue Sun is quite harsh because if they get their big bits of ice res, and you can just go, no.
Yeah. Spend your 8 on your toll booth, I'll bounce, and we'll shut it down. Oh my god. Sometimes the trap is like too good to not run, right? But I think, yeah, I don't know if you run that one. Install advance in remote server. The cool thing about clearing the hand here is you know that they don't have a lot of options. So like the chance of them top decking the inside job or the spearfishing, that's kind of what you have to worry about. So they could. Drawing up. Looking maybe for a way into the remote server. We're pretty sure that this is still the wall of static. They've spent a lot of clicks bouncing this. Maybe they did move it to archives. Maybe that's a second wall of static, but boop, end the run. That's fine. It's acceptable. Looks like an atlas. I've seen some atlases. This is what they look like.
Yeah, paper trail would be a sad score at this point.
Yep. Checking out HQ again. Gabe's ability is alive and well. Pressure here, Rototurret would be fantastic. Even if Tsurugi would be lethal. Like, not respecting the Tsurugi or the Katana is a bit risky. But just the Ice Wall. This is going to be some mid-range barriers keeping you out. And last click, running R&D. Again, also Snare here is lethal. And when you see somebody put a June bug in a remote, I would expect Snare in the deck. Unseen card, though. Not going to flatline Mortimer, so they have another turn at least to see. Cool thing also about the Atlas play here is that if they do run HQ with few cards in hand for some reason, oh, just a paper trail. Not going to do anything. But if there is an Atlas token right before they access HQ, you can use the Atlas token to pull a Snare to hand. That's a cool trick to do, especially if you're playing with a low hand in a Wayland deck. Mortimer going for the Sneak Door Beta, 4 credits. Still a lot of things that could be rezzed here. I would love to see a Rototurret. Just actually a second mighty Wall of Static. It's really wild, you know. Wall of Static is seen as well in this format as paper. I keep getting this wrong. Spiderweb, And Spiderweb actually is the same. It's more to res, but it's the same amount to be broken. Oh, I think Mao would love to see the hostile at the top. But the thing is, like, it does a lot better against Data Sucker, which is cool because it's all about subroutines. We haven't been seeing a lot of that. We've been seeing more wall static. Single advance again. No idea what this is. Mortivore hasn't been drawing a lot. It's been spending more time trying to get the single accesses off central servers. Still, they have about 3 or 4 different ways to get into the server. Might want to try and draw into this one. There's no real outside threat. Punitive Counter-Strike is not something you have to respect right now. And most Mao will be at 6 credits. Drawing again. If they find the spear, if they find the inside job, they can get into the server. It just looks like it's easy mark up to 7. Discarding 1, that's an extra sneaker beta. And Mao might be back onto 4 points with a Nisei token. Or Alice token, excuse me. That's another quad advance. Please no more paper trail. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That hurts. Well, hey, Mao doing what Mao needs to do. You need to score those. It gives you points to help you win. The ability is cool too, I guess. Mortimer has some time maybe to recover. The ice on R&D maybe can't be res. The Caddy Jones, we might want to slow this one down. Caddy now feeling so safe. 2 paper trails in the bin. You can get that big caddy. Get that 24 stack. Just watch out for that C source. Oh man. And sure, we hit that June bug, but imagine how good an RDI would be right now. That R&D interface, hit R&D C2. Mao's pressured in many directions. Is there something to jam? Of course there's something to jam. 4 credits, just enough to res that mighty wall of static, which Mortimer still isn't drawing hard into finding an answer. Opting for credits instead. Maybe a special order in hand. Maybe a Damara, maybe a Corroder. Probably not a battering ram. And we're checking it. So many clicks spent just forcing Mao to be uncomfortably poor. Mortimer again, 4 credits can threaten things like Rototurret. Maybe there is some advantage in spending so many clicks bouncing, and we're getting at an access here. Daily business show. Mortimer can decide to trash that. Doesn't feel good. But something you might want to do. Cool thing about Daily Business Show in Blue Sun, you can keep it in your really Glacier remote and only bounce it right before you're going to score on your next turn. Feels good.
The interesting thing is, for all the clicks that Mortimer's spent checking and hitting a wall of static, Mao spent the same number of clicks bouncing it back to hand and reinstalling it.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
So it's not doing any of them advancing their game at all.
It's really not. And like, I don't know why Mao is bouncing it all the time. A lot of times I like to leave it there. There's a small chance you bounce it because you want to top deck a hedge fund, which there's still 3 in 29. So like, what, 1 in 10 chance of that happening? But it does give a bit of like suspicion. Maybe it's a Rototurret now, but I think largely like, look, it's going to be another wall of static, right? I hope I'm wrong. Oh no, okay, there you go. So they're both trading clicks, so I guess that's fine. I guess. And there we go for the inside job. Finally biting on this one, spending that super powerful card, getting over the inside job, getting a single access here. I assume a Maryland. There you go, the Maryland. Mao actually pre-resing it, so if Mortimer wants to spend the 3 to trash it, it will get shuffled back in R&D, and that's a choice, but seems pretty good right there. Mortimer down to 1 credit with 6 on Caddy, 6 on Armitage, and bouncing the thing again.
What server number is he up to now?
Yeah, right? Does it actually increment over and over again? Or does it go back?
Yep.
Oh, wow. I want to see how big we can get that number. Playing
I've never seen higher than mid-30s.
That's a Gagarin deck, right?
No, that was playing Russian NEH.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll do it. Now taking a thought, reinstalling what might be a wall of static. At this point, I hope it's not. There's some pretty scary face checks here we've seen in this format. Another install behind it might not be a Maryland. We've lost 1 Ash so far, and again, I think we've only seen 1 player play Archive Memories. It's a card I love in this format. It lets you pull back this sort of really powerful cards like Ash.
It's so useful when you're on a limited number of some cards.
Yep. And there we go.
Oh,
Ice Wall instead. That's a 2 credit savings. I really hope they are not bouncing that. Not that much good a reason to. Caddy Jones clearing out at 11. Not sure if respecting the C source. C source does require a successful run, unlike Neural EMP. I think that's always really scary. And card in server 5, if it is an Atlas, it does put Mao on game point if they want to score that 3-2 Atlas. They would have to find the lost hostile or maybe rush through a public support. It looks like advance. I don't know what to... I don't... It's hard to read, Mao. We did see one Junebug before. Ice Wall isn't that big of an ice. It's very likely that Mortimer can install, like, inside special order, install Corroder, Damara, and get in here. Has another inside job, maybe another spearfishing. Second inside job, let's go. Junebug not lethal. Single axis here. That's a priority requisition. Behind the mighty Ice Wall, taking their chances. Punitive also not on the table whatsoever, and technically on game point. The 3 plus the 1, putting out 4 is the last priority requisition, but there's also a big chance that Mortimer will need 2 more agendas. 2 2-pointers. Just taking the money on Caddy. Again, no more paper trails. You can play that nice and slow. That's 2 inside jobs out of the game, though, so once we start hitting some of that bigger ice, maybe Mao at some point will have the credits for it. Toll booth, maybe you want to overstate AI that sometime soon. That would be a huge boost of money. Being say Abigail can probably get through, and we're still jamming at this remote server. Double icing it. Looks like an agenda. That being said, now HQ is open for the sneak door Gabe credits. Mortimer might not need credits as much as they need cards. And there's a chance that this is the sort of deck that ran more R&D interface than they did Maker's Eye. So losing this at the beginning of the game might be a huge issue. Paragon coming down. Definitely want to go HQ here, I think, for 3 credits and a filtered card draw of sorts. Feels good. Snare last click, kind of an issue. Not that big of an issue. I don't think that's something Mao could afford if it's in the deck. Finding that punitive, which largely on 4 agenda points, is not going to do a lot for the rest of the game. It's hard to punitive a 2-pointer, but a 3-pointer will win the game for Mortimer. Abigail getting trashed. Again, the power of the rotor turret increasing. Server 5 kind of looks like an agenda. 1. Hedge fund. Oh, cool. Okay.
It's got to be another priority requisition.
I don't know. I would put it at an Atlas, and I kind of really like this play because if this Atlas is scored, it goes to 6 points, and then with the Atlas token, you can find the last hostile takeover. So Mortimer basically has, what, 2 turns to win? They can't get this agenda. Corroder coming down. Please be a rotor turret.
I do love seeing a good rotor turret.
The thing is, we know two of these ice are still wall static, so this actually might just be double barrier. I would expect this to be wall static into ice wall. That's pretty disappointing. So this Atlas is going to get lost. Getting greedy. Mao could have just scored that on the table. Just advance. Corroder breaking that for 1.
This is a 1-point Junebug.
Yeah. Or the aggressive secretary. That would actually be pretty sweet. It's the Atlas. Damn. Mao getting greedy. No longer on game point. Well, Mortimer definitely is on game point. Every single agenda access will be the game. Bouncing that wall of static. Not a lot of value in that bounce. It costs you credit to install it. So there's a single punitive going for value punitive. Trying to just do some damage. It'll do 2 damage. Spending a lot of money on that. That's a 7 credits to do 2 net damage or 2 meat damage. Hitting a legwork. That's probably more relevant than the scrubber. Scrubber largely was not going to matter so far. Mortimer.
Have you seen any asset spam?
No, we haven't seen that much. I think that's best against like Spark. We've seen it do okay against HB. Has a lot of things to jam. Mortimer could just run R&D, maybe close the game out. Still worrying a bit about rotor turret, stuff like that, but Caduceus is an issue, and Sneak Door Beta going HQ to get 3 cards. We're going to hit another wall of static here. It's barriers all day. No res. Sneak Door Beta on HQ. Paragon firing, letting the filter the draw. Wall of static, okay. So we knew that was going to be there. No, nothing really learned. Excuse me. Mortimer has a click left, can load the KD, opts to. Caddy probably doing enough work, never getting too big. Mao bouncing. What was that? A wall of static on ice wall? On
It's an ice wall.
Okay. So it's interesting that like Mortimer chose to do Sneak Door Beta instead of just paying 1 credit for the ice wall, because there was a chance you hit something really nasty there.
Yeah, if he'd have hit a Rototor and lost his Corroder, that would have been sad times for him.
Or even an Archer would be like kind of a blowout. Bank job coming down. Let's check server 5. You're not going to access the card, so you're not going to see what it is, but like this is ice wall, so you're basically paying 1 credit to gain 6 or 7, I suppose. Plus the Paragon. Might want to go ahead and run back. It's likely this to be a Maryland or an Adonis. Those come back. Taking up a lot of credits. Running back here, actually, Snare is lethal. Mortimer has not respected Snare at many points in this game. This is one of them. This could be Mao's game. Mao is running traps. We haven't seen a lot of influence. Snare would be pretty beautiful right here. So far, we've only seen 4 influence. Jacking out.
Interesting.
Why? Did they hear us?
So he's psyched himself out.
Are they listening to this?
So he obviously I think he got past that and was just like, no, it could be a snare.
Snare and run would be good. Cool thing about Snare and Blue Sun is you can resonant bounce it. So you can always show that it's somewhere. And then one day you replace it with the Atlas and they'll never know. Advance? What?
Oh,
what?
Oh.
No, keep going.
It's gotta be. Come on, it's got to be.
Come on, score the Atlas. Don't reverse the counts. Okay. Pretty cool. All right, value. I guess that's value. So basically, I think that cancels out the bank job. So we're kind of where we started. Only 4 credits, Mao. Still threatening the Snare.
Everyone now kicking themselves for not going in. Well, saying that 3 are trash. So I suppose it would have saved him 5 if it had just finished off the run and trashed it himself.
Yeah. The thing is, it wastes the corpse turn too, right? And credits.
Yeah.
Like that's actually the biggest cost for sure. Sneak Door Beta hitting HQ again, opting for that mystery ice, which was res before on 4. Seeing an overstate AI. So if that can be drawn off the top, I think that largely Mortimer will be able to deal with it. Besides maybe an Archer, but at that point, I think a Fairy plus and or minus Data Sucker tokens makes that pretty easy. Just clicking for 3 again. Not a lot of credits. Not a lot you can do. A lot of time and a lot of clicks are being lost this game bouncing and repositioning ice for no real value. I think that play is really cool if ice gets put down and it's different ice, but we've already seen the same stuff over and over again. And it's not, a lot of it hasn't had face check penalties. That's kind of a bit of the threat of Blue Sun, is having ice that face checks poorly, but these ice walls are not exactly what you want. Seeing new cards into HQ, hopefully. Seeing that Overstate AI once again. Again, that's 3 credits and a Data Sucker token for Gabe. Gabe rolling in those credits if they can get the HQ access. And it's really hard for Mao on 7 to protect both HQ and both archives, so Gabe kind of does snowball. Akamatsu Mem Chip. 1 influence. This card came back. This makes it a lot easier to play Sneak Door Beta and Data Sucker and have a full Breaker Suite. Mao finding that money there, Beanstalk into hedge fund, maybe has the money they need to res HQ and archives if they really want to stop that Gabe bleeding, but R&D also seems pretty good. Again, if this is the starting deck that wants to run Project Junebug, finding them before they hit the table. Femme Fatale coming down. Not a card you really want to play for value so much in Blue Sun, but it's probably just going to be your killer. Just femming the archives eyes. I think now that means it doesn't get rezzed. Actually, okay. We can break that for 1, I suppose. Sneak Door Beta hitting 3. Paragon fires. Filters that draw. Overset AI. We've seen that a couple times before. Again, there's only 2 of in this format. We're going R&D. Now Mortimer has a Sentry Breaker. Doesn't have to respect the Rototur. Doesn't really have to respect anything. Now, largely Caduceus is annoying with Femme Fatale if you want to boost, but we do have Data Sucker tokens. Dropping that for only 2 credits. For what it's worth, in a pinch, you can even let one of those traces fire. Single card off of R&D. Might be a lot of singles this game, considering R&D interface was lost early on, and we haven't seen any Maker's Eyes as of yet. Re-guessing R&D. Might be giving up on archives entirely. But you generally want something there just as a tax. I don't know. I think it's how is Mao going to close the game? Only one more priority requisition. I think as soon as Mao top decks a hostile takeover, then you start getting some fast event threat. Whether that's going to be things like Trickle Light, but more likely, if anything, Biotic Labor. There's only one more hostile, 19 cards. And there has to be agenda somewhere. Snake Door coming down once again. Mortimer not scared at all. 3 credits to break this is actually now beginning to balance the cost of running HQ. Still, technically free accesses plus data sector tokens, maybe even a bit better than free.
Yeah, and you got your scry in there as well.
Yeah, that scry is super cool. Wall of Static, making a normal run in archives. Is this a notoriety turn? They just want to actually see what's in archives. 2 cards in archives, both punitives it looks like. Not very good when the runner is sitting on 6 agenda points. In fact, unplayable. Oh, actually, they played 1 punitive, so it's 1 punitive and something else. I'm not sure. I think an Ice Wall, maybe?
Yeah.
Bouncing the Ice Wall from the remote into HQ, actually probably a pretty reasonable plan. It makes a no remote server, so you can't get the bank job off and install advance. There's a hostile. Okay, we actually have a game here. If for some reason Mao is on Biotic Labor and they have an Atlas in hand, they can close the game off. That's only 7 credits. And there's very few ways in the system core for Mortimer to control the amount of credits that the corp has outside of Lamprey, and even then they just don't have enough clicks. So pressuring HQ here, just gonna get for single access. Wants to probably suss out to figure out whether they have the Biotic, whether they have the Atlas. Either of those would be pretty good. There you go, Spiderweb and Archives, but if you want that to mean something, you have to be able to res both, and we're seeing the Wall of Static once again. Running R&D, that's the toll booth. That's where you want the fem. 3 credits off the top. Yeah, the bad publicity does ease that a bit, but still, I think you want to get through this. Abigail, using some data sucker tokens. Caduceus, more data sucker tokens. Single access here. Again, any agenda is game point. There we go.
Yep.
Good game. And you see it in the numbers here. Corp clicking for 16 credits while the runner clicks for 1. The runner can keep their accesses up, keep gaining money and value with cards like Paragon and Data Sucker. You've seen this time and time again when it comes to run-based economy. And while the Corp, when you're at low credits, there's nothing you can do. And they spend a lot of credits bouncing ice for, I don't think, it much gains, so they might have had more. Made the mistake to don't score them immediately, the Atlas. I totally agree with that. They had it in the remote server. They wanted to push it off. And if they scored that, they might have top decked this hostile takeover and closed the game out. They could have had it. We should both be in the top 8, I think. Oh, cool. Looks like they probably split. Only 2 more tables left. Actually, 1 more table left, which is Blue Muse versus Mr. Moody, which is one of the tables that have a chance of making it into day 2. And we have a game. Muse is up on 6 points against 5 of Moody's. And we never see RP games that actually do well Glacier. We always tune into them later, halfway in. And those hunters doing good work as a taxing ice for central servers. Everybody has connections they care about, has resources they care about. That Trace 3 is good. Pup is 1 for 2. This is 1 for 3. Daily Business Show also taking a round. No Nisei token, so also no Philotic. So anything that has to be advanced is going to have to be considered to run at. And looking at 11 cards in archives. No traps, advanceable traps, but 2 ashes out, which is a really big deal. We also have an upgrade on archives, which I don't know what that could possibly be. Why would there be an upgrade on archives?
In case of Sneak Door?
Yeah, right? But that's so hard to play. Even Chrism Grid doesn't make... Oh, maybe Chrism Grid against Notoriety, but that's been gone for a while, it seems.
No, you wouldn't run a Sneak Door in kit.
No, I don't think you would. That's a lot of influence. I think it's already 3 to start at year 10. And you have no way to tutor it. But
yeah,
hey...
Looking in their pin, they've got Career Fair. That's 1. legwork for another 2.
Yeah, we're already on game point. It looks like Moody gesturing or taking a stand with the install advance here on server 2. With the pad campaign, as long as they end their turn with 2 credits, they're able to score out. But it looks like the last 4-2 here. Oh, thank you, Philip. Blue Moose has accessibility to all the breakers. No defensive upgrades here. I don't know what the surprise is if this is not a trap. This is just a math equation. You could run archives. Maybe they don't run the remote. I think you get in. This is only 4, 5, 6.
Ah, that's why you wanted Chris in on archives. So they, I don't know. Did you have to make a run?
It does have to be successful.
Run,
yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe it's a Hokusai in the early game when they don't have it iced, so you just make it annoying.
Yeah.
Maybe. But they can always jack out before they access, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
So Blue Muse taking their time. They can take 6 off Caddy. If this is not a trap, and it could easily be a trap, even Fetal would be good. I think maybe the best case scenario would be 2 influence for that single aggressive secretary. Atman in the bin. 1 Gordian in the bin as well. Looks like we're running archives. Might find out what that upgrade is relatively soon. There's no traps for archives, so accessing actually isn't going to cost you anything. And the only problem is that this is going to use up Kit's ability, right? Like this is going to become a code gate, so it's not going to work well for server 2. They need to contest it and use that Gordian blade down. There's the Wii Yagura. For what it's worth, actually none of these subroutines might even matter. I don't know whether cards in hand is going to matter. At least the first subroutine on this, you can definitely let fire if you think the game-winning agenda is in server 2. Save a credit.
It is the best possible counter to Kit's ability, though. It's already a code gate and it only costs you 1 to res.
Yep.
That's pretty good value.
Feels good. Even cards like Hunter aren't bad, where it's 1 to res and it costs them 3 regardless of what they do. So, Muse is opting to break both subroutines. Probably going to dip into archives. I'm not sure if you have to be worried about like a Hokusai grid or something here. It's just more money for the corp. I want to see what this upgrade is really badly. 11 cards in archives. 3 face down 2. We'll flip those over when they do. No further action. So they threw out a pad and 2 narrow katanas, and this upgrade we'll see in the chat log in a second. It's a Hokusai grid, not resing it. So it looks like they just wanted to deter runs on archives. Muse. 3 clicks left. Maybe wants to take money off Caddy. You could hit Armitage up once. Not a lot of traps you have to worry about. The net damage will be fine. Trashing a program would obviously be the worst case. Maybe that buys Moody the window to score out next turn. Is 2 data sucker tokens enough? It largely gets through everything besides Archer. I think it gets you through Flare. Gets you through Ichi. Gets you through Raven. So if Muse is really paranoid for some reason of the Archer, which is actually pretty hard to play in a Jinteki deck considering you have no 1-pointers, it's all 2-pointers. I don't know if you need the last soccer token. No matter what, this is a big game. I'm not sure how their first game won, but this might be the deciding point of who makes this to day 2, who has a chance of winning this whole tournament. You're fine. It's a nice way of putting it, actually.
Just table 2?
I believe so. I can't check without backing out. Don't look now, but I hear on stream. Not listening, Andre, no sweat. Yo, you're not allowed to listen to the stream while you're playing. I hope that's clear. Had some problems with that. Going again, might just want another data sucker token. Maybe Archer's a real threat to Muse. Maybe they saw it on Central Service at some point and now they're playing around it intelligently. But 3 data sucker tokens is a fair bit. 2 clicks left. I imagine you want to take the money off Caddy first. That's a click for 6. Feels okay. 2 clicks left. If you don't run this, that could be the winning agenda. Hello? Oh no, we're good. Stimac. On to server 2. So that's a wall of thorns. That's a mighty barrier. Not gonna be a code gate, but has the ability. There's a small chance that server 2 is a fetal AI, but no, actually no. No punitives is gonna kill. None of the punitives are gonna kill here. Because it's game points. So.
Yeah, it has to not be an agenda. So
yeah, it's either agenda or not. At this point, it looks like this might be game for Muse. That's a wall of thorns. First one we've seen all day, but it's cool. It's a spiky end to run, which is good for the outside remote servers on like R&D for your RP deck. Otherwise, for Corroder, it's okay. It's 5 to break. That's actually a lot. Mimic going through for 4. That's going to be another 1 or 2 with Corroder, descending how the data suckers go. Still has a click left to react to things that they need to, but has 2 credits left to access, which is super important. You want 2 credits to hit that fetal AI. GG, my friend from Moody. Looks like that's what an agenda looks like. Very well played as well. That's a Nissan Mark II. Muse
you need
pulling it off. Yeah, that's the one you want. It looks like a Pyrite got scored and a Floodic, both exciting agendas. We did not see the beginning of this game, so I can't tell you too much about how that story went, but accessing 22 cards is a pretty good number. I didn't realize that this number was here. That's actually really cool to see. Making 19 different runs. My life for a June bug is correct. You wanted a trap there. Players were running. Super cool. I think that actually might be our last round today. Yeah, that could be it. Now our Cobra page went quiet. So let's see if that comes back up. But we'll be here. We'll be here for a couple more minutes at least to figure out who makes it to day 2. This is what we had going into after 4 rounds. So we did just see Blue Muse versus Moody. It looks like they might have played 2 games. So if Muse swept, they have a really good chance of making it to the top 8. Moody less so, I suppose. And did we watch Brick? I think we watched Brick, right?
Oh,
I think so.
We've looked at so many games
Yeah, I know.
over the last 3 hours.
Every hour.
But that's the lovely thing.
Yeah.
That's the really nice thing about online tournaments. It's like, oh, this game's over. Right, well, let's move to the next table. You can't do that with real life.
No, I need a pen and paper to keep track of what's going on. All right, hopefully we're coming back. We'll hear some updates coming from our Discord, stuff like that. But we should have the results pretty soon. I think this just needs to be public once again. For those who don't know, that was the end of day 2. We're going to have results up really soon of the single system core, the core experience online tournament, the first tournament of 2019 held by Nisei.net. I want to give a huge shout out to Nisei.net, or to the Nisei folks, including you, obviously, Simon, about the tournament. So far on my end, it's been run really well. Like, it's a lot of work to run a tournament like that. A lot of people playing and jumping in. It takes a lot of time and organization from a fair bit of people. So thank you so much for that.
I'm really impressed with how this has gone. The OP team have kicked butt.
Can you shout out some names of the OP team for Nisei if people maybe don't know those names?
Yeah, so this has mostly been run by Bluehead Hacker Girl, otherwise known as Aki or Akira. Michael has been involved in some of the setup as well. And he's the one that was organising the streamers.
Yeah.
Vespa and Luke are the 2 regionals. I think they've been helping out with proofreading a load of the documentation that goes out, and obviously we have Austin, who runs the whole team.
Super cool. For those, we're obviously still going to wait for the standings, but for those who played in the tournament, admittedly, because we are like tournament, what's it called, like that we talk about things like this, we focus more on the top tables, but regardless, I think the most important thing is everybody had fun. I know for a lot of people this is their first tournament. Hopefully you had a great time. I'd be super interested to hear how your experience went, for better or for worse, and not only about the games but also about the whole thing. I think we can get a lot of information about that, but I'm really glad that you participated if you chose to. It's pretty fun. Michael says, shout out to Vesper for helping me and Aki out while they were playing yesterday in the tournament. Ooh, ambitious. But yeah, sorry?
If this is your first tournament, you've been joining in, drop us an email, because I know Vesper would probably very much like to interview you for his 15-minute articles.
Super cool. And yeah, I don't know. I say this so many times on my channel. Sorry if I sound a bit like a broken record, but organized play is like one of the coolest parts about Netrunner. Playing against people you don't know, against like face down cards from strangers, you got to read them, and like it definitely is intimidating. But specifically, I think a lot of people, at least my experience in the community, everyone's been incredibly positive, and I've almost never met somebody that I regret meeting at a tournament. So hopefully that feels the same way for you.
Yeah, I've met one person I think that I wouldn't immediately jump at the chance to go at the pub with.
It's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I mean he was a nice guy. He's just not the kind of person I'd go out drinking with. Everyone else I would and have.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That's pretty cool. I'm actually really excited to see the top cut because like I feel pretty invested in some of these people, just watching them, even if I don't know these people, just to see how their games went and their decks. And again, huge. I'm interested to see day one what the ID distribution was. I think at some point we'll be able to have that. Just because I think Criminal is doing well. Do you know? Maybe this is a crazy question to ask, but in terms of like seeing how this tournament goes, I don't. Are there plans to adjust the system core? Or that would be after like system core 2020.
Yeah, it'll be next year.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That makes sense.
We've got Ashes 1 coming out soon, and then Ashes 2 shortly after, and they're currently working on the next Nisei set after that. So there's plenty of content between now and a change in the system core. So it's not like the meta will be staying still.
Yeah. If there's any chance that maybe somebody not watching here doesn't know what Nisei is, do you want to just take like a minute to do an elevator pitch of what the plan is?
Well, we'll have an article out pretty soon.
Oh, I just mean like of what Nisei is in general, not so much about Ashes.
Sorry, you just cut out.
Excuse me?
Discord is just being an arse with me. It wants me to verify that I'm a human all of a sudden, which doesn't help. Sorry, you elevator pitch on
just what Nisei does in general.
Okay, so we're aiming to do pretty much everything FFG did. Only we'll be playing the game more as well than I think some of them did. So we'll be doing new sets, MWLs, tournaments, all the way up to Worlds, which I'm quite looking forward to. My first and only FFG Worlds was last year, so I want more of that, please.
Yeah.
So basically, we're aiming to do exactly the same but bigger and better where we can.
Super cool. That's awesome to hear.
The advantage that we're not a for-profit organization, so we don't, if something is break even, we can do it.
Yo, that's one of the things that I was actually super impressed by. There was an Nisei article a while ago that was just basically like, here are things that we think we did wrong as of like the last year. Do you remember this one?
Yeah, I remember writing that.
Yeah, because that's like super cool. It's really hard for like a for-profit company to go out and do that, and with Nisei it seems much more reasonable, and I think that's super cool.
Yeah, we had learnt so much over the 4 months from August onwards. It was just made sense to let everyone know that, look, we didn't do everything perfectly last year, but we can improve.
Yeah, no, I think that's super cool. You don't see that a lot, which is pretty dope. Sorry to segue pretty aggressively, but we do have the top listings just out, the rankings, and we do have a top 8 cut. It's somewhat clean. I think it's similar to day 1A, where we have a bunch of people at 21, and it's decided by strength of schedule. Luckily, the strength of schedule is 0.1 off, not 0.01, so let's go. But looking at the distribution, it's probably what we thought. Almost all criminal. 1 Chaos Theory. Shout out to Poltergeist pulling it off on the 2-for-1 there. We got some Building a Better Worlds alongside Blue Suns, some RPs, some PEs, and both criminals represented. So it's actually relatively diverse besides HB. And I guess Anarch isn't in there too, or NBN, but that's not too bad at all.
Nice. I mean, that's what you want, really. You want a nice wide variety of options.
Yeah. So that's cool. Obviously, for those who came in 9th and everything below, hope we had a good time regardless. Being in the top 8 is cool. I guess you get to play some more. But regardless, don't forget the Lonely Stronger Together. Yeah, fucking, you did shit. You did shit. I said you did shit well That sounds terrible. At 11th, Manta. That's really crazy. That's the top placing HB too. We didn't get to see any of your games. You did shit. Don't forget, if you want to tune in, do tune in next Sunday. For the top 16 cut. It'll be on Code Marvelous's channel. You're probably familiar with Dan. Check out Self-Modifying Code. Do you know what time it starts on Sunday?
I don't, and I've now been locked out of the Discord, so I can't even ask.
Wrecked. Okay, well, actually, it's probably on this thing. 3, it says 5 p.m. GMT, 11 a.m. CST, so I'm assuming that's like 12 Eastern. I don't know how time zones work.
Yes. Same time as today, I think, was it? Did it start at 5 today?
No, it started at 1 p.m. CST, so it should be like 2 hours earlier, so probably at noon. I think that's right. Look it up. Nobody trusts me. Just like type it into Google.
I'll put it in the article that comes out Monday.
Yeah,
so
perfect.
You've got an excuse to go to nisei.net if you don't already.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks so much to thanks also for joining me, RC, and to everyone who I had the pleasure of commentating with. We've had a long day today. I'm gonna go find my dinner. I hope that's well deserved. All those watching, thanks so much for dropping by in chat. If you're watching the VOD or live, all things considered, that's pretty fucking awesome. To those that we spectated the games, thanks for putting on a great show. Obviously, this is it wouldn't happen without you. Thank you for joining the tournament, and huge shout out to all the people that you don't see a lot of these people. I think RC shouted them out relatively well, but other people organizing tournaments like this, organized play is super important. Glad y'all could enjoy it, and it went flawlessly, I could say, for my part. So well done. That's all.
I will make sure that all of them feel appreciated.
Yeah, totally. Well, that's all from me. Thanks so much for dropping by. On my side, we'll be back Thursday, stream at 8:45 Eastern. You can check it out on YouTube and Twitch. If you want to follow, you can do that on both channels. On one of them, you subscribe. One of them, you follow. Yeah, that's largely how those work. Cool. Well, enjoy the rest of your weeks or the new week upcoming. And my name is Andre. Thanks so much for dropping by. Ciao.